There we go. I think we're officially live. EJ, it's draft day. How you feeling, bud?
I'm good. I'm pretty glad actually I'm not in that crowd in Green Bay looking at the
It looks nipply. That's for sure. Oh boy, we have a lot of people in chat already,
Yeah.
easily just as excited for this draft as we are. A lot of intriguing, I don't want to call them narratives, storylines to look forward to tonight. Where are the quarterbacks going? How many quarterbacks are going? Are there going to be more running backs that go than quarterbacks? When's the first
Ooh.
receiver going off the board? Is it 5? Is it 12? Is it after that? Is Colston Loveland actually going to be the first tight end taken? Not Tyler Warren, like most everybody believed for the last 4 months. And dare I say, is Ashton Genty not RB1 in this class? Some have speculated.
Heresy. Heresy.
Just
I'll have
saying.
none of it.
No, there's a lot of wild shit that I anticipate is going to happen tonight. I don't know what yet, but that's why we're here live
That's
to react to it with all of you. Chat, I hope you're feeling good. We have an hour to go until the Titans are officially on the clock. We are to know who they're going to take. And so, obviously, we're going to be fielding questions from you guys in the meantime, getting ready to go until the draft really starts, let's be honest, at like 4th overall with the Patriots. And even then, it might not even start at 4th overall because we all know it's going to be Will Campbell anyway. So it really kind of starts at 5th overall. So
I was gonna
maybe in
say
like
it's five
90
now.
minutes,
Yeah.
90 minutes, we'll have something happen that we don't expect. In the meantime, though, I do want to remind people throughout this entire night, we're going to have the draft tracker going. This is going to be updating live because my wonderful mods put together this combination of automated and hand updated draft tracker that's going to be updating in real time, at least for you guys, so you don't get lost about where we are if you're watching this on replay later. We have different information cards when every single team is on the clock that gives stuff like pressure percentage allowed, pressure percentage generated, yards before contact per attempt generated and allowed. We have different personnel package usage rates. We have man coverage usage rate versus zone coverage usage rate. We have, third down blitz percentage, early down blitz percentage to give you kind of a feel of how these teams play so that we can then talk about system fits as these guys are going off the board. We have notable 2026 free agents for every single team. So, we can understand roster moves from those perspectives. We're going to have financial analysis, like every little angle that we can look at every single pick tonight. We're going to have you covered with that. So, the mods have done an absolutely ridiculous job, like beyond the Call of Duty, to put together all these resources that we're going to be using tonight. I cannot possibly thank them enough. I believe there's actually pizzas on the way to some of the mods right now that are hanging out down in Florida. Hello to you guys if you're watching this. But our goal is to give you guys the ideal second screen experience, and EJ, I think we're going to deliver on that tonight.
Yeah, this is an upgrade for us. We sat down a couple months ago and said, all right, how do we want to do this? Where do we want to do this? As you can see, we're in our regular home studios. We haven't done that in a bit. We've done it together, which is awesome. But we said, okay, if we're going to do that, how's it going to be better? Can't just be sort of back to the old. Like we have to figure out what we want to say and how we want to say it. And all of this is a combination of those conversations. We've got some fun other stuff we're going to throw up on that third screen. And I think it's going to be, I know it's going to be a better experience for me. It's literally easier for me to follow along, us to follow along than it ever has been in the past. And that makes for a better broadcast too. So we're going to give it a run. Big thanks to all Brett's mods who did the hardwiring of this on the backside. That is yeoman's work. And yes, they're enjoying pizza and some time down in Florida. Not courtesy of us. That was on their own. We're not flying folks to Florida quite yet, but no, we think it'll be great. And just wanted to say to everybody as we kick it off, there are going to be a lot of super chats tonight, and we can't thank you enough for all those, for supporting the channel. We will answer as many as we can. There is no physical possible way to answer them all. So just know, if you send them in, we see you, we hear you, we appreciate it. It all goes to help making this coverage. year round, not just tonight, but certainly tonight as well. And we can't thank you enough. We passed 70,000 subscribers on YouTube in the last couple of days. That is also because of all of you out there who have been riding with us now for 5.5 years. Yeah, just amazing. And this is one of our favorite nights of the year, and we would never share it with anybody else besides all of you.
People are going to see this super chat from Connor and have no idea what this is referring to. It's a little bit of an inside joke when some of the mods were playing Jeopardy earlier today, and I stopped by the Discord channel for that. Connor said, on behalf of your mods, which likely first-round pick is the biggest schmuck? I don't even know how to properly explain that for people to understand it. But if you want a real answer of who's the biggest schmuck, Colorado Twitter? If I had to throw it out there.
You just couldn't wait. You had to light that off.
These people were trying to gaslight me for the last 4 months. All right. And I'm not going to let it slide. They said some awful, awful shit to everybody who even remotely was like, I don't know, man. and here we are. Here we are 4 months later. Now, well, we know he's not going third overall. So Colorado Twitter, you know who you are. You know what you did.
I know what you did last summer. You went after Trevin Connor when they said he was a second-round quarterback. We remember.
I will say, though, nothing against Shedeur Sanders as a person. At all. Nothing against any of these guys that may or may not slide. And that's the only shot I'm going to take tonight. And it's not even at Shedeur. It's literally just at Colorado Twitter for being way out of pocket. We're going to try to do what we normally do every single draft stream, which is approach this from as positive an angle as we possibly can, even on picks that we don't necessarily agree with, because our job is to not like shit on people realizing their dreams, especially if they have to go through hours of agony of sliding in the draft before they realize their dream. Now, that's not what we're here to do, right? No. Because at the end of the day, like, this is, for most, if not all of these guys, the best days of their life. So we're not here if somebody gets taken 15th overall and we have them the 35th player. We'll be like, that's a terrible pick. Like, that's, it's really lazy. It's really shitty to do that if that's like the only thing you can say about a pick. Our job here is to then try to explain what the thought process is for those teams. Now, we can have our opinion on those players, and we could say, it's kind of early for me, but our job as an analyst is to then take what we know about their skill set, take what we know about the team situation, whether it's roster makeup, financial situation, upcoming free agents, and try to explain the pick. Not try to tear it down, but to explain it, while also, on occasion, if it is kind of like a wild pick, say like, boy, didn't see that one coming. I don't necessarily agree with it, but let's at least try to get into their head to understand it. It's very rare that I don't have the ability to do that. The last time I could think was like Emmanuel Forbes in the first round. But like, it's rare that we can't at least try to explain it.
Yeah, there will be some head scratchers, and we will certainly call those out as head scratchers. But then, yeah, we can't really turn off the analyst piece of our brains. We're going to go right back to, okay, I don't understand it. And that just makes us curious. And from one side and another, that's really why we both got into this business, is because we're really curious about football. And we're not able to shut that off for this process. So we might be blindsided, like many of you, especially if it's your team's pick, because then emotion really comes into it. But we try and set that to the side as quickly as we can and get down to brass tacks of, boy, why did this happen? Why did they think this was their best option? What's the connection? And it can be anything from, a coach that's now on staff recruited them, coming out of high school and has kept up with them. And, now they're on the big club and they said, hey, I've got the perfect guy for our need. And they, convinced the room when they all sat down to set their board that this was the target. And it can be as easy as that, or it can be much, much, much more complicated.
Somebody in chat said, why are the Packers red? I think they're just preemptively assuming they're going to take a Georgia player. So they're just trying to match, keeping with tradition. But no, maybe it's just more readable. Oh, you think they're going to take a Mecca?
I hope they don't. That will be one where I will have to take a nice deep breath and then exhale and do the Zen thing. I will not love that as a Bears fan. I look wherever Emeka goes, I think he's going to be a successful player. It would just be better if he went to like I don't know 30 other teams.
Well, I heard today that the Rams, because I had Emeka to the Rams in my mock. I heard today Rams adore him.
Yeah,
they're not taking him.
yeah.
They need other stuff than a receiver, and I'm like, oh come on, and it's one of those. We love you. We'll love you from afar, and trade a first round pick for you in like 3 years. See you then. Like.
Yeah, that's how we'll get you. We'll get you. No, I heard that a team with a stronger Ohio State connection is very fond of Emeka.
Stronger Ohio State connection.
This is not hard. This is not far from your heart.
Jets?
No, Texans.
Oh, he's not getting the. I don't think he's getting the 25 anymore.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you hear so many things over the last, especially couple days. It cranks up to an insane level over the last couple of days. Like the phone just doesn't stop buzzing, whether it's tweets or texts or calls or whatever. You wake up to like 5 different things, and half the time it says X is going to this team, and it says no, X is going to this team, and they're right next to each other. It's not the same team, and you're like, okay, now I get to choose who to believe.
And I'm just assuming most of the stuff we've heard over the last 48 hours, and it's a lot, I'm assuming most of it is not true. But some of it probably is.
No, some of it definitely is, because it's the same thing we were hearing before the last 48 hours.
And that's the thing is, like, Combine Week, there's always a bunch of truth in Combine Week, right? Because everybody's together, they're drinking. That's where, like, you actually get the good information is at Combine. And then it also feels like sometimes, even though there is a fire hose of disinformation in the last 48 hours because people are trying to like bait others into trades, or like agents are trying to explain medical issues and all that. In the last 48 hours, occasionally there is truth
a few of them
that does come out where people just like, it feels like school's out for summer, right? And everybody just kind of lets their guard down a little bit in the last 2 days before the draft. And then you occasionally do find out something that's like actually legitimately real. Like the thing we talked about yesterday with the Broncos, where it's like they like Trayvon Henderson. I think that one's real, because I heard that from at this point 4 different people. Yeah. So somebody talked, and I think Trayvon Henderson's going to be a Bronco if they don't trade up for Colston Loveland, which it feels like half the league is trying to do right now.
Yeah.
Also,
not disagreeing with any of that.
Another thing I heard, by the way, that I think is true is he's not getting past 10.
Colston?
Yeah, Loveland.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's going to replace Cole Kmet. It's he's going to play with Cole Kmet. And apparently, like, he's the fucking man. And everybody loves Colston Loveland. I don't know. So I believe that one. Yep. There's some stuff that I heard today where I was like, come on, guys.
Well, the original Genty Smoke from Jacksonville on Sunday was definitely a first-time GM trying to drum up business, and it may have worked. Unfortunately, it's at the expense of the GM of the team I like, but because I think Poles is largely bidding against himself to go to 5 for Genty if that happens, and he's certainly trying to make it happen.
I'll bet you anything Ian is in the back just constantly slamming the phone down like, Ryan, don't do it.
Stop it. Let the draft come to you. No, I have no problem with the player. I love the player. He will be an amazing Bear if he ends up there. And if it turns out to be true that, you get a discount to trade up this year because the draft is so level, I'll be fine with it, right? If they pay a premium and they were bidding against themselves, it's just bad. It's just bad business. So we'll see how it goes. But I think Colston Loveland is the break glass in case of no Genty plan.
And even then, I'm starting to think that Genty might just be natively there at 10.
I think that is more likely.
Like if McMillan goes 5,
if you trade up to 5.
But that's the thing. If McMillan goes 5, I think Genty's there at 10.
Yeah, I would fully agree. Like you have to push the bluff. Oh, you're going to pick him? I dare you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like pick him at 5. Go ahead. And is there a possibility another team pushes up to get him? Yes, I think it's much lower than a lot of people are making it out to be. And Ryan Poles tends to get into this mode where he's like, well, we've already started, right? We already have stuff on the table. We're just going to keep throwing stuff in the pot because we're just on the path. We believe at this point. And at some point, if you're the only one playing, you don't have to keep feeding the pot, Ryan. You can just sit back and go, no, okay, call. I dare you.
Jeremiah for $10. Thank you, Jeremiah. Says, may the draft gods have mercy on all your teams.
Yes, may they indeed.
Except the Packers, yes. And the Colts. If the
know,
Colts don't get a tight end tonight, I'm good. Like, we won the draft. We're fine. It's worst case scenario for me.
Especially a good tight end.
Yeah. Ivan for $5. Thank you, Ivan. I'll be at work all night, so I'll need some very vivid descriptions of what's happening all night, boys. But for real, happy to be here and for yet another year. Thank you for being here, Ivan. Nick Urbaszewski for $2. Bo Melton is a first-round pick. First of all, if you go back and you look at that receiver class, Bo Melton actually ended up being a better player than a lot of the guys that went ahead of him. So I was only 75% of the way incorrect on that.
So he was only half wrong, but he's fully salty.
Jay Beckles for $5. Hey guys, glad to be here. Am I crazy for thinking the Commanders should just say F the defense and just go all offense for the first few picks? You're not crazy, right?
Yep. That's one take.
Is it going to appreciably move the needle more than them just getting like a stop late in the game so that Jaden doesn't have to be the best fourth down quarterback in the history of the game? Like, if they could just get one stop to take a little bit of pressure off him, it'll go a long way. Now, I say that as somebody who mocked them a receiver because it's fun. But
because it's fun.
At some point they do need to get defense. So I would more expect that. They've been linked a lot to Nick Ebenworry, which for me personally, slightly early. But knowing what we know about how Dan Quinn operates defensively, I almost can't think of a more Dan Quinn safety in this draft than Nick Ebenworry. What say you?
I really like Ebenworry's versatility because of his size. Like, you can do almost anything with that guy on the field. He's bigger than a bunch of weak side linebackers in the league, like weight-wise and height-wise. Mm-hmm. And he's faster than almost all of them. And you might think, oh, he's a workout warrior. He's just tall and fast. He's one of those lanky DBs that can't play. No. He can absolutely play. So that means, what can't you do with him on the field, right? Could you move him down into a middle of a 3-3-5 and have him play Mike? You could, right? Do I know if his eyes are good enough for the angles? Because it is hard. Each level you step up, everything happens quite a bit faster. Do I know if he could play that? I don't know. Physically, sure. Is he a very good football player already? He's a good tackler. He's great in coverage. Like, you can do so many things with him on the field because you can line him up to look like a safety and then slide him inside, and you're not really giving up a lot because he is an active tackler. He's got great size. He's got speed to burn. So if you have a defense that likes versatility, Ebenworry becomes very, very valuable to you because you can put him almost anywhere.
Yeah, I keep hearing consistently, like, he's going top 25, he's going top 25. And, like, I believe the people who believe that. I just can't find a team.
Yeah, that's the hard part about this last couple of days is everybody's throwing out their final mock, and people have sent me theirs and said, what do you think? And I'll just pick out a few picks that I think are either right on that they hit or that really stick out to me as I heard that's not going to happen, or I really don't believe that should happen. And a couple of them are just like, yeah, and there's no way that, blank doesn't get picked in the first round. They're like, I know, but I couldn't find a team.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is you have to find the fit, and we don't know how it's going to shake out because there are going to be trades. But there are definitely players you're like, their talent and their rarity says they should go in the first round. But sometimes, well, almost every year, there are a couple players that it's just like, well, it just didn't line up. Somebody else decided, I need both of those positions, and I'm just going to take the other one because of stacks and all the things that we talk to you about all the time.
Damn, there's a lot of people in Green Bay. Do we have an official number?
I have not seen the number yet, but it is impressive. That is a great crowd. Great football city. Great crowd. The weather looks pretty nice. I mean, overall, considering what it could be. And this is obviously a fully outdoor event. This is not, largely indoors. So I'm happy for all those folks because, man, standing out in a cold rain right now would kind of suck. I don't care where you are.
When they first announced Green Bay, Wisconsin, I was like, in April? And I
Yeah,
was a
good
little worried
luck.
about it. Like, it can be beautiful, but boy, Upper Midwest
Pick your days.
pre Memorial Day, Upper Midwest can be real dicey. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they did the same thing in Chicago one year, and I
Mhm.
still remember they had rain one of the days in Chicago because I was like, it's Chicago in April, guys. Like,
Yeah.
what do you expect?
Shocker.
Yeah. Um, King Bob for $5. Been here since day one before we were on camera. Love the content, gents. Mentally preparing for the Panthers to take Jalen Walker because Canales all but said he is one. Thoughts? I'll believe it when I
Wow,
see
those
it.
came out fast.
I'll believe it when I see it. I don't know. That one felt like it was a little too on the nose, a little too heavy handed with all the Jalen Walker going top eight, Jalen Walker going top eight. It almost felt like, similar to the Genty thing. They're like, don't make us do it. Like, come up and
Right.
get him,
Yeah.
or like, come up and get whatever you want. Or I don't know. It just feels like it was too obvious. And also, like, I just doing my evaluation of Jalen Walker, I was like, I don't know if he's a top 10 guy in this class anyway. So if it was one thing where, okay, Carolina heavily linked to Tet McMillan, Carolina heavily linked to Colson Loveland, like something I could understand from like the talent perspective of the player, I would have believed it more than Jalen Walker. And maybe I'm just way lower on Jalen Walker than I should be. I fully accept that is a possibility. It just felt weird that was the name that was connected to them at 8. I don't know about you.
I, you know, yeah, I'm of two minds about it, and they're almost equal. One is if there's a team and a defense, specifically a defensive coordinator, that could put his talents to use and make him more than I see him as, because I'm a little bit lower on him. Not low on him, but we had Matt Miller on the show, and I think he was his 5th overall prospect, not his 5th edge, like his 5th overall prospect. And that's definitely higher than I have him. So I see the fit. I see Giro Vero's defense, and I go, yeah, he's used guys like him in roles like that. So, if they sat down with him, fell in love with the guy, the person, loved the traits on tape, because that's really what you're looking at with him. It's not like he has no production, but you're hoping you can maximize his traits to get even more production than he had, for sure. And if that all lined up for them, it could be one of those picks. And fit is going to be a huge, huge thing this year, because grades are so equal and teams are really looking at the fit of the person and the fit of the skill set within their scheme. And they're always doing that. But it seems like in other years, there's a little bit more of a mush factor of just like, well, he's a really awesome tackle. We'll make it work. He's not necessarily ideal, but we think he can figure it out because he's just so gifted. This year, much wider swath in terms of middle talent and players, and people are really going to be stressing fit. And if somebody turned them off in interviews, or they really think they're going to have to work to get into their system and they're not going to flex the system, those guys aren't going to be high on their board, regardless of public perception. So I could see it with Walker in Carolina. They fell in love with it. Sure, they could make good use of him, but there's that little tinge of like, is Jalen Walker really a top 10 player? I'm not sure. So, two
EJ,
minds.
you are a father of 2 children.
True enough.
It's well known. So I have one for you from Dr.
You
Diddler.
have another child for me? I
No,
don't want it.
I probably should have specified.
Yeah.
I have a dad joke for you from Dr. Diddler for $5. Asked a non-vet friend how he felt about Tet at 5 for the Jags. He gave me the most disgusted look. In other words, he found the Tet offensive. Well done. Appreciate you.
Oh,
That took at
ouch.
least 10 minutes to come up with, and I guarantee he was extremely proud when he was done. Also, will be an elite tier nickname the moment he enters the NFL.
We'll see. Yeah, that's rugged.
Uh, Guillermo Ribeiro for $10. I may or may not have
Yeah.
butchered that name. I apologize if I did. Brett, in your mock,
Um,
you had Mike Green to the Bengals because they're more lenient on off the field issues, but if they don't want the risk, who would you have them take?
Ooh, great question.
Well,
I
if you
love
don't
that
want
question.
risk, I guess I can't say Walter Nolan.
Mason Tit
Uh,
or Mason Graham?
I was going to say
Sorry.
Mason Taylor. Whoa, okay.
I no, I was clearing out draft sheets last night and saw Mason Taylor's name, and I was like, oh,
At that point in the mock, yeah, it'd probably be Mason Graham. Like if they want somebody clean, it's
rock
Mason Graham.
solid.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Lucas Middleman for $10. Thank you, Lucas. As a Broncos fan, I'm outlandishly high on Hampton and Emeka. If we come out in the first round with either of them, I'll be ecstatic. I have both as my RB2 and wide receiver 2, Hunter Emeka. Thoughts on the fit? So Hampton and Ibuka are two of the only players in this class, and it's a small handful that literally fit every team. Like literally all of them. All 32 could take either of those players and they will be good.
Yeah, the whole speech I just gave, throw it out for those two guys.
They can go anywhere. Like Emeka's range starts at like 8, honestly, with Carolina. And it goes all the way to 32 with Philly. Like you could tell me he goes in anywhere in that range, and it makes sense. He's not going to go 32 because he's going to be long gone at that point. But it's basically like once you get past the Jets at 7, and hell, even the Jets at 7, like if somehow both the tight ends are gone, and I'm not 100% sure they'd take Genty. I mean, maybe they would and then trade Brees. I don't know. But like if both the tight ends are gone by 6, nah, they're probably taking tackle. Okay, let's start with 8 at Carolina. But they would think about it. They would think about it.
There's no reason not to think about it. He's one of the most, I don't want to say overlooked because he is high up in the rankings. I want to say afterthought. It's almost like through this entire process, we talked about Travis Hunter. We talked about this on a pod the other day that it was like, you have to go, well, yeah, after Travis. Right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Emeka almost has that. It's like, yeah, he's been good for 2 years. He almost came out last year. We know he's good. He had another great year. There's nothing wrong with his character. We're just not going to talk about him. He's still high up in the rankings, but he hasn't been loud in this process in any way. But he is, I think he's my wide receiver 2 as well. I'll have to look back at my ranking sheets, but he's way up there. And there's good reason for that. He's going to come in and be productive as a pro receiver. He wins in the ways that pro receivers need to. He is not a product of a college system. He is not a product of a great quarterback or anything else. He is the product of Brian Hartline, and Brian Hartline's products sell very well in the NFL. So he's going to come in and be, productive part of the offense, no matter what offense that is from day one. And that in a first round with as much uncertainty as this one is a very valuable commodity.
Sid for $10 says, can you give me give me as a Seahawks fan what your dream draft would be for all 7 rounds? Gray Zabel in the first.
Yeah.
CJ West in the second. In the third, who's an X receiver that's going to be there in the third round? X receiver in the third round. Oh boy, that's tough.
Oh, could be. I could see a wild Pat Bryant pick there.
Okay, yeah, 100%. Sign me up. Fourth round. At that point, we're looking for special teamers. We're looking for rotational pass rushers.
Well, we're looking for value, and there's going to be players at positions they want that they didn't expect were going to be there because of all this different valuation. They're gonna look down on the beginning of day 3 and go, holy crap, we were going to pick that guy at the end of the middle of third. Yeah. He's still there. Let's go get him, because that's the way boards are going to work this year.
I think they probably keep Esapole in state.
If not as a pick, as a UDFA. And yeah. I think there is a possibility he goes UDFA, and going to Seattle would be great. It would be a tremendous opportunity for him.
And then let's give me like a wild LaKent Allen, like round 4, round 5 pick, even though they don't need a running back. But like he would be their new Travis Homer, who like literally just goes on the field on third downs. And Travis Homer was great for them.
I am seriously hoping that our Seahawkers buddies are not listening.
Let's see, what's a tight end?
Thomas McIntosh slander. because I think Kenny's actually at the event.
Is he? Is he
I think
announcing a
he
pick?
is. Yeah.
I think Owen
Oh
Daniels
no,
is tonight
not
too.
at the draft. He's at the
Oh,
Seahawkers event up at the casino. He's one of the Seahawks that's up there. So I hope they have the volume down because you're like, hey, we're gonna replace you.
I mean Thomas Fedoni. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Oh, it's awesome.
No, the Seahawks are actually pretty set up, like where they are in the rounds to have a pretty decent haul here. Ben Enlett for $5. Shout out to the mods. The work doesn't always go unnoticed. Amazing job as always. Trust me, you will notice the mods work tonight.
Yes.
It will be impossible not to.
And for the next 3 days too, which is awesome. We talked about a couple of things that really were like idealized for round one because there's a lot of traffic, but we carry traffic on this podcast into day 2 and into day 3. 4 years ago, there were like 2 places to go on day 3 if you wanted analysis of every pick while it was happening. And it was like us and Emory on CBS. And like that was it. And now there's like 15 places. So everybody's kind of got onto the idea that day 3 is actually kind of fun, but you have to work really hard to get there because you got to go through 300 prospects minimum. And that's a lot of work, quite frankly, just having finished it. So everybody's on that train now, and we carry audience. So we said we don't want to make anything that only works on day 1. It kind of has to work for 3 days because we're going to have a lot of people here who appreciate the work and we don't want to short them. So we tossed a couple ideas out and said, that's a great shiny round 1 idea, but we need stuff that's going to carry through to round 7 because we're here till then. So
Kel for $10. Welcome back, Kel. Been here since the very beginning, boys. My wife and I look forward to this every year, and we look forward to seeing you every year at this draft stream for like, I don't know, the fifth, sixth straight year in a row, I would say. We've got our garbage plates and we're ready to go. What did you 2 eat to fortify yourselves tonight?
That's a good question.
Had Thai food, which may or may not have been a terrible decision. We'll find out. I did medium spicy, but medium spicy with Thai food is...
It varies.
Their definition of medium is loose. I'll tell you that much.
There's a joke in there, but I'm not going to take it.
Thai chicken fried rice is pretty good.
Thai chicken fried rice, very nice.
Yeah.
What was my lunch order today? What did I get? I went out kind of. It was either early for lunch or late for breakfast. Take your pick, because I hadn't eaten yet. So at like 11:45, I went out and I got breakfast sandwich at my favorite place, which is over easy eggs, some really meaty bacon, great chipotle aioli on toasted sourdough, and some fried cubed potatoes. And it was perfect because it was enough food to really be like lunch, but tasted like breakfast. And so I just confused my system all around because I don't know about you, but I've been getting up at like 5:30 for the past like 6 days straight and staying up till like 11:30 every night. So my body has no idea what time it is. And it was just like, oh yeah, yummy food. Sweet. I'll eat that.
Space Storm for $5. Who is a better fit for the Steelers, Milroe or Sanders? I'll say this. I have an answer for you, right? And we were talking about it last night during the Draftsman stream, but I want to frame this way. So let's say it's January. You're Steelers quarterback. You're on the road in Buffalo, New York in January. It's 12 degrees. It's wet. It's windy. Fourth quarter. No timeouts. Down by 2. Gotta have it. We're just outside field goal range. We're on the very edge of it. We need to get 10 more yards to make it makeable so we can get out of here. It's 3rd and 7. Quarters presentation.
Wait, it was 3rd and 2.
What did I say? 3rd and 2? No, 3rd and 7.
Okay. I'm like, I'm trying to keep up with the
we got a false start. Man. False starts. 3rd and 7 now.
Okay. Is it the quarterback's fault? Because that factors into this.
Everybody but the center. False start.
Oh, yeah. God. Greatest call ever.
You get quarters presentation, and then they do what they normally do. They roll down, and they call a 3-3 fire zone. It's chaos in the pocket. Greg Rousseau fucks up your right tackle. You got to move. You drop your eyes. You look down the field. and you see mud. Who do you trust in that scenario to get those 7 yards, reset the chains, and get us in a position to get a field goal? For me, it's not Shedeur Sanders. Warts and all, I'm trusting Jalen Milroe to get those 7 yards. And that's my answer.
You remember the candies, now and laters?
Yeah.
That's my answer. Now or later. If it's now,
yeah.
it's sure. If it's later, it's Jalen for sure. Like you take the chance on a guy with elite traits and you see if you can get him to a functional level as a passer with consistency, because he can pass. It's not like he doesn't have an arm or doesn't know how to pass or whatever. When everything lines up, it reminds me of one of those locks with like 5 different cylinders, top to bottom. When it all lines up and the lock opens for Milroe, it's gorgeous. Like it's great. He is a very good passer when that happens. It's just like 2 of those cylinders are usually out of alignment, so it kind of goes haywire, or it just doesn't come out on time, and then he just runs because he can, and he's always been able to get yards that way, and he's going to be able to get yards that way in the NFL. But long term, that's not a solution. He does have to get it so all the cylinders line up more often. And if he does, huge lottery ticket for whichever team takes him. Like, that is a massive swing. I don't care if you take him in the first round. If you take him in the bottom of the first round and he turns into a quarterback super weapon, you won, period. Like, for the whole draft.
If you take him first overall and he turns into a quarterback super weapon, you
100%.
For me, Shedeur Sanders, I feel very similar. Now, he's a better player than Kenny Pickett was coming out, but I feel like Shedeur Sanders solves the same problem that Kenny Pickett, in theory, was going to solve for them, which is, hey, we're an embarrassing offense. Let's at least get to the wild card round. Like, we're willing to lose in the wild card round, but let's at least get there. We think he can get there. And if we build a good enough roster, maybe he won't fuck it up on the way to, like, the divisional round. And Shedeur Sanders, I see, is that kind of player. Like, you have to go through monsters in the AFC. You have to go through monsters in your own division. And I think if the Steelers, like, if their plan to get past Burrow and Lamar and Allen and obviously Mahomes, if their plan is to put Shedeur out there and say, good luck, kid, you got to put up 35 against that. And Steve Spagnuolo. By the way. Like, it just doesn't sound like they're ever going to be playing in the 3rd week of January. 1st week of January, maybe. 3rd week of January, no way. I don't know. I feel like you got to fight monsters with monsters. Maybe. Probably a good plan.
Kaiju, let them fight.
Like, you can get away with it in the NFC. You can't get away with it in the AFC. You just can't.
No, you're never going to go anywhere if you don't have an eventual answer. And again, you don't have to have the answer this year. But if you don't have a plan that you're working towards that says we're going to be able to topple that with what we've got, you just have to wait until they leave. And they're not old enough to be setting on that plan yet.
It just feels like every single year we learn that lesson over and over and over. Like, we get to September and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, this can work. And then every year we get to the playoffs and we see what's there in the end. And it's just a different game, right? It's a different game. And we always get to that point in the season and you realize, like, oh shit, we really never had a chance.
Yeah, it was good. We were good until we weren't. And once we weren't, that was that.
And people say, oh, Jalen Hurts won a Super. Like, Jalen Hurts is an assassin. Like, Jalen Hurts is really good. Really, really good. So, like, I don't think you can compare Jalen Hurts to Shedeur Sanders. And I have always believed, like, I had Jalen Hurts as a 1st-round pick. He was QB3 for me in that draft. And there was a lot of good quarterbacks in that draft. So I've always thought that Jalen Hurts was exceptionally talented. Like, these are not the same level of prospect to me. So, I don't know. That's how I look at it. Nobody's Gren for $10. Feels like the only path forward for Pittsburgh is Lamar's career is shortened or Joe ass out of Cincy. 2 young top 3 to 5 quarterbacks that are only getting stronger / better. They just can't compete, it seems. They can't compete with the current quarterback situation they have. And now, again, do I have Shedeur graded higher than Jalen Milroe? Yes. Do I think that Shedeur fixes their problems at all? No. like specifically for the Steelers, you kind of have to take a shot on high upside. It's the only way you're going to do anything in the AFC at all. Like Shedeur to the Giants makes sense. Like Shedeur to the Saints makes sense. They're NFC. AFC, totally different landscape. Toby for $5 per circle for Goody to finally break the mold and draft a receiver at 23. Please, God.
It would go against type for sure, but if Emeka's on the board, he has to look at it. And I know they have twos. And he may say the same thing he's always said, which is I will wait until the second round and go get my speedster, because they do need a field stretcher who's going to be there for them reliably. They have a field stretcher, but he's struggled with injuries, and they need somebody in that offense because they're chock full of twos, right? They got a lot of number 2 wide receivers. They need it doesn't have to be big and tall, but it does have to be fast and a good contested catcher who can give them chunk plays because of who their quarterback is and how their coach wants to coach offense. He needs those chunk plays. And Goody might say, as he always does, I can find that later. And he might, but boy, it would be tough to pass on Emeka. I actually think they'd probably go corner, even if he was there, if they liked the corner that was there, because they need corner too. So
Maticus for $10. What do you guys think of Antoine Powell-Ryland out of Virginia Tech? Grabbed 16 sacks this past season, but didn't test super well at the combine. I'll tell you this much. He tested better at his pro day. He put up like a 40-inch vert at his pro day, and that shows up on tape. His first step is wicked. He's not a very versatile pass rusher. Like, he's kind of a one-trick pony, but it's a hell of a trick is the best way to describe him. And, those 16 sacks were very real. Like, he's a high-effort speed rusher with a great first step. What's a good?
You know who he reminds me of? Because he's not, like, super bendy. He's
Yannick?
high effort. He's really tough. There's a little bit of Yannick in there, but there's, like, Carl Lawson.
I can see that. Carl was more powerful, but, like...
Yeah, Carl was more square, but, like, the way they approach it is, these are my tools. I know what I have. I brought a hammer. Guess what I'm going to use? And he's smart. He works really hard. When we talked to Kyle McCord, he said that was the best guy they faced, meaning the best pass rushing defender they faced all year, gave them the most problems. It was APR. And he didn't mince words about it. He was like, nope, that guy's here because he was also at the Shrine Bowl. And he said, yeah, that was the toughest guy we faced all year. He gave us fits.
Optic for $20 Australian. Year 4 from Adelaide, South Australia, and on a public holiday, no less. Happy Anzac Day.
Should be a public holiday here.
What is it? 9 something in the
Happy
morning.
Anzac Day.
Back in Australia. So good morning to all the Australians in chat watching the draft while sipping their morning coffee.
Oh, they're not sipping coffee.
Foster's at 9 a.m. I don't know.
Hey, it's not just for breakfast anymore. That's the slogan.
What do us? I mean, this is going to sound like a dumb question. When you hear the term Australian breakfast, what is Australian breakfast? Like, do they just have the same stuff we have?
I would bet it was closer to English breakfast, but not having been to Australia, I don't know.
If you're an Aussie in the chat, what do you guys eat between the hours of like 6 and 10 a.m.?
Fitzy can tell us. Fitzy will text us. He'll probably send it to us freeze-dried in a box because that's Fitzy.
Echo Warrior for $10. Let's freaking go, lads. I'm seriously hoping Warren either makes it to the Colts or Ballard trades up if the Jets don't take him. He's definitely not making it to the Colts. I would be very surprised if they're not trying to trade up.
Yeah.
Carolina is the most likely destination because if they don't get him at 8, he's not getting past 10, and he's probably not getting past 9 either. So you kind of have to go up to 8, and maybe that's what Carolina wants, right? Let's say they are actually locked in on Jalen Walker. I feel a little bit better about Jalen Walker at 14 than I do at 8. I'm not saying I feel great about it, but let's just say they're locked in on Jalen Walker.
Talking yourself into it at this point. I love it.
We'll just eventually get down to like 45 and be like, I think we could do Jalen Walker at 45.
I feel comfy here. Oh boy.
But yeah, Colts are gonna have to go up. Like he's not gonna be there.
Meat pies.
Yeah.
Meat pies for breakfast in Australia. They have all kinds of really cool like
Okay.
baked meat and cheese pies, and yeah,
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
he's all you had me
Yeah,
at
yeah,
baked
I'm
meat and
in.
cheese pies.
I've only been to one Australian restaurant ever, and it was in Japan. It's called
Oh,
Bill's.
well,
Delicious.
if you come up here again, there's a decent one in Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's dozens of us, EJ.
I know,
That
I know.
Asmodeus for $10. Like the ghost of Draftsman's Pass, I have returned for the feet of EJ Snyder. Anyway, I got Tyler Warren to the Bears at 10 and a surprise of a pick by the Lions, who traded for 22 to reselect Brian Branch.
That's right. They just forfeit. It's the joke we tell every year. No, Green Bay's pick, time to forfeit, right? Lions are like, no, we're good. We like it. We'll take it again.
I have heard uh, Detroit is. No, I can't say that. Detroit will be interesting tonight. How about that?
You've heard Detroit is a city in northern
Yes.
U.S.
It's wonderful this time of year, EJ. That's what I've
That's
heard.
right.
The Samwise for 569. Been watching Brett's film room since I was a JV guard playing in a slot T offense. Let's go. My
Nice.
question, what do you think of Kevin Winston to the Bills at 30? I think he's an excellent fit. I think he is a very Bills-ish safety. Like if you want to play quarters and cover 3 all day and you want a guy who can do both jobs, i.e. roll down into the box or play in the post, maybe moonlight as a slot every now and then, although they don't play a whole lot of base defense and they're in nickel 90% of the time. But, if you want a safety who on occasion can do slot stuff, he could do that as well. But most importantly, a safety that just doesn't miss tackles, which has been an issue for them. At least it was last year when they kind of redid their safety core and, got rid of some veterans. Like they missed a lot of tackles in their secondary. Kevin Winston literally has not missed a tackle on defense in his career. So great fit. I will say,
What will you say?
there's another DB that I believe is the apple of their eye that they would prioritize. And we'll see if that DB is there. But if he's not, I think Winston is a good break glass in case of emergency pick.
Strangely enough, I think that DB would also, if he decided to be a Pro Bowl safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if they don't get a safety in round 1, RJ Mickens is the guy that I watched this year and went, oh, Sean McDermott would love this dude. And he'll be available much later down. So if they have him on their board and they decide to go in a different direction in round 1, fear not. Doesn't mean they're not getting a safety. Doesn't even mean they're not getting a good one. RJ Mickens is underrated, I think, and man, is he a Bills safety if there ever was one.
Just vibing for $50. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Just vibing for coming back once again for another draft. Good to be back, boys. Got back from working concrete for 7 hours. Good night to have work off the next day. Any ideas for the Vikings draft strategy this year? The Vikings are a team that's kind of tough to get a read on, not going to lie, because you can link corner to them. You can link D-line to them. You can link receiver to them, because I don't think they're particularly happy with Jordan Addison's antics. I'll say that. They did a lot of work on the offensive line. They're probably fine there. If Omari and Hampton gets there to 24, I could see that. I don't know if he will. And obviously quarterback's fine. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Vikings are tough, man.
I could see Hampton because earlier, that would be at this point, 10 days ago, heard that they were probably the floor for Henderson before all the other Henderson rumors came out. So they were already thinking hey, if there's a talent there that we can slot in, for a, future Aaron Jones replacement, future might be 6 games into the season. We're going to do it. So if Henderson's off the board and Hampton's still there, I could definitely see it.
Hollow for $5. What are your thoughts on T-Mac to the Bucks if he falls to 19? Do they need him at all? because they got Godwin back. Mike Evans
Yeah,
is
it's the same thing. It's replacement bill
ageless,
at that point. Yeah.
but like McMillan is there. Like it'd be fun. Would he ever get snaps? I don't know if he would.
It would only be with injuries, and they have struggled with injuries the last couple of years in that wide receiver core. So, they they're future proofing themselves, and maybe this seasoning fixing their injury issues.
It just feels like the luxury of all luxury picks.
Well, there are a few of those in this draft where it's like they don't really need them, but they kind of do next year, which is where the team picture templates are going to come up because we have, whose contracts up next year.
Well, let me pull that up now, actually, because that's a good
Yeah.
excuse to pull that up.
Perfect
So
excuse to practice with the team templates.
they
And
are down near the bottom here. So notable 2026 free agents: Rashad White, who already lost his job to Bucky Irving anyway. Bucky Irving anyway. Wow, Brett sounded out. Holy shit. Mike Evans. It's Mike Evans. He's not going anywhere. Sterling Shepard, Kate Otten. Oh, they'd be a sneaky team in play for trading up for Loveland. Now think about it. Greg Gaines, Logan Hall. I have them kind of pegged for D-line anyway.
yeah,
Luke Gadecki's not going anywhere. Hassan Reddick, yeah, whatever. Levante, if he wants to still play, he's going to be a buck.
that's right. As long as you want to stay, sir. As long as you can run.
Izien, I mean, they already have a million nickel safety hybrids as it is, and Anthony Walker. So I would still say out of those options, you have 2 Hall of Famers who are never going to be anywhere but Tampa.
Yep.
Tight end that's probably gone. 2 defensive linemen that are probably gone. Edge is gone. Backup running back gone. Safety nickel gone.
Yeah, I'd be looking at defensive line still. I still would too. Still not happy with Logan Hall. They're fine with Logan Hall. He came on a little bit. He had some flashes, but he hasn't really turned into what they hoped he would. That's for sure. So I think that's a very regular replacement. And Greg Gaines is at the tail end of what he's doing. He's not the same player he was when he was in LA. So, a couple of options and a very strong defensive tackle class, edge class, whatever you want to call it. Both, actually. So more defensive tackles. So you can get a replacement there and a good one. Somebody that'll start this year and take significant snaps.
Kodiak Newcomer, $5. How do you feel about how do you feel if the Pat? See, this is what I get for not drinking before the stream. That sounded a lot more concerning than it actually is. I promise, chat. Kodiak Newcomer, $5. How'd you feel if the Pats disregard O-line altogether and take Genty at 4? Also, love the content. I would love the chaos of it. I'm not sure I would love it for the Patriots.
We've talked specifically about Genty and running backs in general because it's a very strong running back class. About you have to set the floor, and the floor is the offensive line. You have to have the offense together, and then the ceiling is set by the running back. The floor's not set yet for the Patriots, so if they skip the order, Genty's going to struggle for a little while because he's not going to have great blocking in front of him. So I would imagine very strongly that Patriots pick O-line. That is all indications. And, there's still going to be really good running backs. And I mean, like in the 4th and 5th round, they're going to have choices of very good running backs who can contribute this year in significant ways. Maybe not be their A number 1, but could be too. There are some of those guys lurking out there. I guarantee it.
Roger Rubio for $5. Over under how many O-line, D-line do the 49ers take this year in the draft? At least 7. I love the content, man. Staple every morning on my dog walks. Again, if we're combining offensive line and defensive line for the Niners, like damn near every pick should be one of those 2 things. Why do you look confused?
I'm not confused.
What?
I'm searching desperately for a why.
What do you mean why?
Rumor.
Oh, you got a text.
I did get a text.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, the wheels are turning and the smoke's coming out underneath the headphones.
Can you DM it to me?
Yep, I can. Wow, that would
In the
that's a
meantime,
huge that would be a huge swing. So
I'll look for a question to answer while you type this to me.
yeah, yeah.
And the reason why we have to be coy about some of this stuff is because we know for a fact there are people that work for teams that are watching this right now, and we really don't want to fuck anything up for anybody. Again,
Yeah.
there's some things that are like so widespread that like sure we'll talk about it because they've already been
Yeah, if
reported.
we've heard it from like 7 people, we're not the first ones.
Yeah.
And we're not the first ones anyways. Let's be very clear about that. We are not at that level. But there are certainly things that people share with us that some of them we could say, and some they specifically say, don't you dare tell anybody this. And, if you want more information from those people, you just kind of don't share that one. I'm going to text it to you real quick because it's just faster.
Aiden Max White for $5. Which draft prospect's girlfriend is going viral tonight?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know.
I'll be honest. I've been a bad scout this year. I haven't looked at who has the hottest girlfriend, so maybe I'm not doing my due diligence.
Well, I mean, you're too busy scouting punters. We know that that's true.
By sound.
But I don't.
You think I watch punter tape? No. I just
No. I'm not. There's a lot of jokes there, and I'm not going to even give you one of them. How about? Can you? I don't know. There's got to be a lot of like really cool. Easy now. There's got to be a lot of really cool craft bets. Like coolest handshake. Come on, can we bet on coolest handshake? Does anybody? So
Hold
Goodell
on. Sorry,
doesn't
I need to follow up on that.
You can't leave that alone. You know who it's for, though.
I do. So I heard.
Yep. Me too, which is why I can't leave that one alone.
Yeah.
So we'll dig in. We'll see if we can get you a little bit of a heads up. Jackson Dart's mom. Oh.
It'll be early.
Yeah, it'll be early. We won't have to wait very long. No, well, you remember Goodell's back was hurt and he told like everybody not to pick him up and hug him, and like
everybody did.
Half of them did anyways. They're super happy, and he was wincing like visibly by the end of it. That was super painful. I hope he's all healed up. I hope he can get his hugs freely, but yeah, being able to bet on things like coolest handshake would be fun.
Dude. Uh-huh.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
All right.
We're gonna have some fun.
Moving on.
We're gonna have some fun.
Moving on. Moving on. Where was I? Oh, Oscar Gonzalez for I have no fucking idea. Oscar Gonzalez for $5.
Breakfast in Australia. Okay.
Bears trade bag twice. When should we expect the team videos? Need them for work. June is usually when we start posting those.
Yeah, we're gonna take a different kind of a break this year. Usually I start because I do a lot more work on the front end of the summer series, writing the agendas and doing all the research. And so I usually start like 5 days after the draft. That is not happening this year. I just want to be super clear with everybody. I am taking, after the middle of next week, I'm taking 2 weeks off, and I've not done that in, I can't remember the last time I did that, because before I was doing this full time, I was doing this full time and a full-time job. So when I took vacation, it was to go do stuff for Bootleg. So I'm going to take 2 weeks off, and then we will start talking about the summer series and see how we're going to do it. But yeah, the videos will be coming. And again, just like the draft video tonight, we're always looking for upgrades. I've already got some cool stuff in the works in terms of different metrics that we haven't used, some collaborations with some folks that do numbers for a living, which is really cool. I'm excited about those. I'm excited to share them. And yeah, it's going to be a good time, but we are going to take a different kind of a break. We're both going to kind of go hide in the woods and sleep because we haven't been doing a lot of that lately, and we need to.
Where was I?
Yeah. It stuff like that. you kind of just get shook a little
Yeah.
bit. You're like, what? For who? What? Why? Huh? No. And then you're like, really? Oh. And then you start thinking about the cascade. Then you start thinking about, and then what?
Yeah, everything's fucking worthless now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what? Okay. All right.
Jordan
Yeah.
Slater for $20. Happy Draftsmas, everyone. Keep up the great work, and let's go Lions. Lions, again, I think are also going to be, speaking of fun stuff, I think they're going to be really fun tonight. So we'll
Who
see
do you
what
think? But I mean, everybody's been talking about the Bears moving up. Who do you think are other teams that are likely to move up, not down?
Texans.
Like, yeah, Texans are going to try for tackle for sure.
They have to. They have to.
Right. We talked about that last night at Draftsmas. I think Philly might move up. I don't think they have to, but I absolutely think they can with what they have. And I think they want to.
What I'm allowed to say is they've made calls.
Well, everybody's made calls.
I know,
and
but
yes,
they have stuff set up if the guy is there. Well,
exactly.
Yeah.
And I heard that too. And it's funny because we always talk about Howie just hanging out and ending up with a player that, everybody's like, how did they let Howie get him? Blah, blah. And I think Howie might go get him this year.
Yeah.
And he's done it before. It's not, it would not be groundbreaking for that to happen. Howie moves up and down the board very, very well. So if the player they're after is there, I think they might go snag him. And they're definitely a target to move up for me. I think Detroit could make some noise moving up. I'm not sure they will, but I definitely feel like they're kind of rocking forward. It's like the tackle, right? How do you know it's run or pass? Are they rocking forward onto their toes? I think they might be rocking forward onto their toes a little bit more than a typical year, ready to go up. And again, like any good GM, they've got, contingency plans that if it doesn't happen or their guy goes, they can stick and pick or they can try and trade back. But they might be leaning a little more farther forward this year than other years.
Curtis Rogers for $5. With rumors swirling, could Sanders be QB4, Ward, Dart, Milrow, then Sanders? I don't know if he's going to be QB4. What I do think is that the only team that will take him at their native pick in the first round would be the Steelers at 21. And if he doesn't go there, then it's entirely dependent on somebody going to 30 with Buffalo. And even then, that's going to be contingent on the DB that Buffalo likes not being there at 30.
Yeah.
So,
and I think he probably will be, which is going to complicate matters. And then I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at it and just kind of go, oh, we could just wait. He's going to be there. Nobody's going to do it. So we can just wait until day 2 and then fight over the top spot on day 2, which is a tale as old as time. That happens all the time. Calls happen all night. And hey, we don't want to, then people tend to get pretty itchy because everybody gets to kind of hang out and sit all night and stew and think about it and go, oh man, if we miss, then what? And that'll be more likely. I actually think that's a more likely outcome is that he slides out around
Are you
one.
looking at Roger right now? Riding down the bike? That's great.
Dude, it's Green Bay.
That's
Kids
so
ride
cool.
bikes in Green Bay.
That's
they
so
give them
cool.
away at the end of the
I
They give
love
them
that.
away. That's a great bike, too. It's a very good fit for the commissioner.
I was going to say, you worked in the bike industry.
Yeah, no, it's a very, he's a little skittish. He hasn't ridden a bike in a while. Not surprising, given where he works. Physically where he works, not a very easy place to ride a bike. Oh, now we have multiples riding bikes. This is good.
Lil Wayne?
I'm not even sure who
I think he's a Packers fan.
That's
so
Lil Wayne right there.
Yeah. Are you on ESPN or are you on NFL Network?
NFL Network.
Okay, I am too. Just
Yeah,
so
so you're
I wasn't
like
sure
a
if we're looking
second
at the same
ahead.
thing.
Yeah, you're like a second ahead of me. But oh, it's awesome.
Andrew Kessel for $10. Happy Draftsmas. I won one of the free bootleg hoodies EJ gave away a couple years back. Gonna put it on tonight. Thoughts on
Nice.
teams trading up into the back of the first to get the 5-year option on Burden? Miz.
No.
Maybe.
Well, they might love him a lot more than we do. I wouldn't say that Burden would be one of the premier targets for that type of trade up. There are going to be guys for sure. There always are. And this is where from like 25 to like 32, so like 7 picks every year. There, if you go back and look at those picks in any draft, there's this weird mix and match of like, well, we needed a tackle, so we went up and took the 7th tackle off the board, or oh, we needed a quarterback option happens, or just like that. Hey, we saw this guy, we did not want to wait till day 2, we wanted the 5th-year option, and it causes both movement up and down. Guys that you thought were going to go in the first round, when those spots get taken by those teams moving up and they don't take that guy gets pushed to day 2. And that's just how that goes. But every year there's a really weird sequence from like 25 to like 32 where there's just this sort of wash between, oh, I don't want to wait, and teams get antsy and things like quarterback control. So I think he probably isn't going to be prioritized in that spot. I think people will think they can wait. And there might be some jockeying at the beginning of tomorrow, beginning of day 2, to say, hey, we don't want it. We're at 20 tomorrow and we want Luther Burden and we think he'll be gone. So we're going to try and get up into the top, 5 or 8 or whatever it is.
Sorry, one sec, folks. Titans are officially on the clock. Oh, is that Clay Matthews? And Jordy. Oh, they brought all the old Packers back.
Okay, I just want to give a shout out to Jay Cornett. $4.99. Dream job accepted me today. Let's go. One of the best feelings ever. $40+ an hour. Let's hope my Pats can snag.
Let's go, Mr. Moneybags. All right, let's go.
You can hire us. Thanks for doing this every year. Hey, thanks for riding with us. We appreciate it. And congratulations. That is, I had a small endorphin high today, which is literally, we were talking about it before we got on stream. There is no feeling as close to finishing an entire year worth of college when you are like done with your very last, whether it is test or paper project, whatever it is, and you're just done for the entire year. Like you're wiping your hands going, okay, I don't have to do that again. That's how it feels when I get to write my last draft report for the draft positional rankings, which I did like 2 hours before we jumped on this stream. And you're just like, oh, okay. Roughly 1,000 hours is now over. Okay, sweet. Feels great. So same thing. Interview processes are long. You got to apply. You got to go to the interviews. You got to get accepted, all that stuff. And then when they send you that note or they call you, no feeling like that. Like, all right, let's go. I got it. So congratulations. That's really cool.
First of all, congratulations to you. Second of all, chat, what did Clay Matthews just shout at the crowd? I'm assuming it was something Bears related.
Probably.
I like that sweater. I would get it if it wasn't green. He said the Bears still suck.
Yeah, well, good for him.
That's funny.
Good for him.
EJ, I don't know if you're partaking in God's gift to humanity tonight, but
what do you have?
This is, I always bust this out for special occasions. Night 1 of the draft is a special occasion. This is Middleton Very Rare Barry Crockett Edition, which is one of my favorite Irish whiskeys. It's a single pot still whiskey that I picked up when I was in Cork over in Ireland this time last April. And it's aged in ex-bourbon barrels.
It's
and it
lovely.
Is unreal.
Yeah. Super duper lovely. I am not drinking hard stuff because I remember that this is a long night. Well, I'm drinking a tiny little bit, but I just put it in my Pacifico. I got lime Bacardi, not lemon Bacardi.
You do a diver down? Let's go.
A little diver down with lime. And
you can only do one.
Yeah, no, I do not have another on deck after that. It's LaCroix and bubbly and just regular water. But I kind of stocked several drinks over here because it is a long night. You forget that the first round kind of drags on. It's only one round. You go, oh, it'll be no, all the picks are very long and they're going to drag them all out as far as they can. And the NFL loves that. So I get to spend it all with you. But if I was, slamming a diver down every 10 picks, we would have a very different stream.
I want to take a couple of minutes to talk about the Titans and Cam Ward. We know it's going to be Cam Ward. Everybody knows it's going to be Cam Ward. He's going first overall in roughly 6 to 7 minutes. Right?
8 minutes.
I really do like Cam Ward. I truly do. He is a good quarterback prospect. Is he as good as some of the quarterback prospects that we had come out last year? No. Everybody knows that. That doesn't mean that he is not worth this pick. He is worth this pick, which is why you will get no pushback from me that he is going here. We had this talk earlier about, if you want to beat monsters, you need a monster of your own, especially in the AFC, which, by the way, the Titans are in the AFC. They got to deal.
In case you forgot,
they got to deal with C.J. Stroud in their division. They got to deal with Trevor Lawrence. Like, whatever you think of those guys, maybe they're not top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. They're pretty darn good, and you need a good quarterback if you want to beat good quarterbacks. Especially as the season goes on, the teams that have the guy tend to rise to the top because they are the ultimate force multiplier, not just in football but in team sports. And Cam Ward can be that. He's the only guy in this class that is talented enough and out the box consistent enough to be that immediately, or at least close to immediately. Milroe might take a little time. Like, he's got the talent, but might take a little time. Cam Ward has the talent, and he can play right now. He's their only option. I'm not saying it's the perfect option, but it's a good option. It's the one they have. He's accurate. He's got arm talent. He's mobile. He will throw the dumbest picks you've ever seen in your life and then come right back and rescue the next drive and score and make up for it. Like, I think if you have Cam Ward, you need to have a good defense with him in order to mitigate some of the mistakes that he will make, especially early on when he's getting used to the NFL. But if we're just talking about talent, attitude, I mean that in a good way. Like, he's got this almost like casual screw you way of playing quarterback where he's just like, I'm better than you and I'm going to do this right in your face. And I think like that competitiveness really shines in his play style. Plus I mentioned the talent, like the work ethic, all that. Like he's worth this pick. Do I have him as an equivalent grade of Bo Nix last year? Yeah, but I was also really high on Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix a lot. And if Cam Ward has the same season this year that Bo Nix had last year, like the Titans are absolutely okay with that. So it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
You know why I like the Cam Ward pick?
Because you don't have to watch Will Levis play quarterback anymore?
Well, that is reason number one. Let's be honest. Tyler Lockett, baby.
Did they sign Tyler Lockett?
They signed Tyler Lockett. If
when?
you want to talk the fun, like last night.
Oh.
If you want the best scramble drill ever, you pair Cam Ward and Tyler Lockett.
I mean, if you go back to like the prime Russ years, that was what he did. That was what he did there. I like that. That's a good signing. And great in the room, too. Great in the room.
$1 million a year? Like, I don't know.
It was $1 million?
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't generate more interest. He was still good last year. Like, he wasn't great. He definitely lost a little bit. But that's coming from where he started, which was one of the best number 2s in the NFL. And he's, you can put out some more decline there and just sort of factor that in, but he's still a very good receiver for $1 million a year. It's a steal. He is as solid as it gets.
$4 million. So it's 1 year, $4 million.
Right. And can go to like 6 or something.
Okay.
With incentives, but like
still though,
it's nothing for Tyler Lockett. Just a stalwart in the community. And he is great on bailing quarterbacks out, and Cam Ward is great at creating time in the pocket. So it is a very nice match. I say it kind of facetiously, but not really. Like, I actually like Cam Ward landing there a lot better because they got Tyler Lockett, and he's going to be awesome for a young quarterback.
The one question that I don't think we've talked about, really this entire process, like we've known Cam's going to be the pick this entire process. But the part we haven't talked about is what do they do with Will Levis? Like we think trade, right? Because you don't want Will Levis there. Like you're bringing in he's a young quarterback. You bring another young quarterback. Like you trade Will Levis, right? Where do you trade him to? Like who wants the reclamation project? Right.
What's the okay? We said we were going to be positive, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to slag on Will Levis.
Can I throw one out?
A Will Levis? Yeah, you can throw Will Levis out if you want to.
You just said.
I know.
You couldn't help
yourself.
Resist.
You set me up. Come on.
Packers.
They already have Titans reclamation project on the roster.
That's true. Okay. Not Packers then. If we just don't want to keep using them as a factor.
I mean, it would be great for Will Levis. We might actually get to see the best he could be, whatever that is. Because if LaFleur can take Malik for like a month and make him functional,
that's just what I'm thinking. Like he
Oh,
he
he's the
did it
best.
with Malik. I just
mean,
think the best thing
if
for Levis would be to go there, but I don't know.
like if McVay liked the talent or something, I could see it because he too has that same, same tree and same approach. The Stetson Bennett's of the world, right?
EJ,
Yeah,
it happened.
I know. I knew it was gonna as soon as I got the text, which is why I sent it to you. And I was like, okay, so this is gonna shake up the first round. Jags on the clock. So Jay Glazer already announced it.
This deal was done this morning. So I was getting the stream ready. I missed a phone call about an hour before we went on that I didn't realize was about this. Or else I would have answered, EJ.
Did you ever see the movie with Gene Hackman, rest his soul, and Will Smith, Enemy of the State?
Oh, I love it. It's great.
Why'd you blow your house up? Because you took a phone, because you made a phone call. You missed a phone call, Coleman? Come on.
A very important phone call that I regret
Apparently
missing now.
so. I had to get a text to bill us out.
Yeah, so this deal was done this morning, apparently, which makes me now wonder, all right, so what was all the Genty shit about?
Drumming up interest and seeing if you can go either way.
It's Genty to Browns to be the new Nick Chubb. So Genty is going 5, but it's to
maybe.
Cleveland.
Maybe.
That's... Son of a bitch, how did I not think of that?
Well, maybe. We don't know that for sure.
I mean,
it
probably.
certainly could be. Yeah, certainly could be.
Because we
But
know they've
more
been doing a
so-
lot of work on this running back class.
Right. But more so, let's talk about the Jags because the Jags went to 2 with a very particular purpose in mind, I think.
It has to be Travis Hunter.
I would think so. I would not think that you would go to 2 unless it was Travis Hunter. If it was Abdul Carter, you would go to the Giants because it would be cheaper. And again, this is the youngest GM in the NFL, who is by all accounts incredibly sharp. Really has been driving the draft program for the Rams for the last couple of years. And he's going to make some ripples in his very first draft.
Jags sent the 5th overall, a 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder, and I missed the full compensation.
Yeah, 5th, 2nd, 4th, and a 2026 first.
That's how much it costs to go up 3 picks?
To get Travis Hunter.
I know they got
a blue
4 and a 6 back, but damn.
Yeah, it's to get Travis Hunter. You're going to swing for a guy that everybody has been heaping praise on, and rightfully so, for the last 3.5, 4 months. Boom. Oh, we've got bots. We're popular enough. We have bots.
Yeah, dude, we got 5,000 people in the stream right now. Let's go.
I know. So the bots came too.
That's
2 first.
That's a hell of a trade.
Yeah, no, he's yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the Jags, they were sitting at a position at 5 where it's like, okay, the blue chippers are gone, probably, right? And they're like, there's a shelf. If we're going to spend the salary that comes with being in a top 5 pick, because keep in mind the difference between taking let's just say you're taking a running back at 5, right? The difference between taking a running back at 5 and taking a running back at 6 is you have the 6th highest paid running back versus the 11th highest paid running back in one spot, right? So when you're higher up in the first round, the higher you go in the first round, the less what's the term I'm looking for here? You don't get as much of a discount, obviously. Like the higher, for the talent that you have. Like, yes, it's a rookie contract, but top 5 rookie contracts are really expensive. And so if you're going to be spending that much money that comes automatically with having a top 5 pick, you want to do it for a player that you think is absolutely worth that. And if you're taking, let's say it's a wide receiver for Travis Hunter at 2nd overall, you're doing it at a position where the top of that salary at that position is so high that even the 2nd overall pick is the 30th highest paid receiver in the NFL versus if you took Genty at 5, you're already paying top 10 money for that position. So that's the kind of math where it's like, hey, we're past where the shelf is for blue chippers. Let's go up into that range and at least have it make more financial sense. Plus, oh, by the way, it's Travis Hunter. He's really good. It
Yeah,
works.
they didn't wait. They didn't burn a lot of time. If you're gonna burn that many picks, you don't need to burn time. They're like, NFL, you get your ad revenue later. We're taking our guy.
Dude, they're going to have BTJ and Travis.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's make or break for T-Law. He's gotta produce at this point. He's got receivers. My guess is they're going to get a running back with what they have left because there are plenty of them in this draft, and I don't say that lightly. This is a great running back class. They're probably gonna get a little bit of offensive line help, and they're just gonna swing for the fences. This is Duval territory.
Dude, if I'm a Jags fan, like I know we gave up a lot. Again, speaking for Jags fans, I know they're thinking,
Sure.
hey, we gave up a lot, but like the player you're getting, like not just the talent that he has, but like the character that he has, like this is a unicorn football
Yep.
player. Like in terms of how he's wired, how talented he is, like this is, man, hats off to Gladstone. You know, young GM making a splash. That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, looking at the 2026 Jags free agents, part of the reason why we were speculating that they were going to take Genty was because Travis Etienne is a free agent in, 10 months from now.
Right.
And so we're like, okay, well, they're probably not going to bring him back anyway. But they could still take another running back later in this draft because it's such a deep running back class. So you can still address that. Dami Brown's going to be a free agent, but we just took Travis, so who cares? Devin Lloyd, whatever. He's fine, but he hasn't turned into what I hope for. Monteric Brown, Fred Johnson, the two most notable free agents, or three most notable free agents there are Devin Lloyd, and they weren't going to replace him in this draft anyway because it's not a great linebacker class, and you're not taking one at 5th overall. Dami Brown, who they just replaced with Travis, and then Travis Etienne, who they can still replace later in this draft. Like that, this makes a lot of sense, and I'm really mad at myself that I never even thought about it.
It is a massive swing, and it's gonna. We've been saying for a couple of months this draft was going to be fun. We didn't know the fun was going to start at 2. We thought the fun might start at 4. It started at 2, folks. This is why the draft is so fascinating and addicting and everything else. Everybody's like, why do you spend like $1,000 a year watching tape of players? Because then you get to have all the backstories when fun stuff like this happens. And you can pull apart all the reasons and say, yeah, not bad. We were just talking about Eric Armstead. He's calling the pick here.
Let me see.
Yeah, compensation, basically a 26 first, 2026 first, and a second for Hunter. If you sort of level out the rest of the pick swaps.
I got to find a way to get audio on here without also having your audio bounce so I can hear the picks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's bouncy.
No, I'm not going to do that.
No,
I'll get
it's
it
not
off on
great.
my phone.
Yeah, not great. All right. Boy, Eric Armstead. Yeah, it's a custom suit.
There it is,
guarantee.
Travis Hunter. I read lips, chat. I read lips. God.
Yeah.
He even dresses well, too. What a suit.
Oh, yeah. He is. Man, this is why the draft is fascinating theater either way, is because Travis Hunter did not probably show up to the draft tonight thinking he was going to play his career in Jacksonville. And now he is. And it's just one of those defining moments in a lot of young players' careers. And again, not everybody gets drafted, but if you're at the draft and they call your name, that's where you're going to be living, working, interacting with the fans, trying to win a Super Bowl. And he is hyped. He's ready to get going. It'll be fascinating to see how they utilize him. I hope they make him wide receiver. But we'll see.
Dude, how could you not?
There's a lot of ways you could not, but they definitely have a plan. And again, if you think about where the GM came from,
Yeah.
right? They're probably not picking a corner at 2.
No.
Probably
And
picking a wide receiver at 2.
I just feel like if your number one, if the number one objective of this new regime is we are going to make Trevor Lawrence live up to A, the pick we invested in him, and B, the money we invested in him.
Yeah.
You might as well pour as many resources into weapons as possible, especially if they think the offensive line is fine. And maybe it is. Like, they could still invest a little bit more into it. But if they think the offensive line is good enough, you might as well get them as many weapons as possible and say, let's go to work. Let's have you earn all the money we just paid you. I mean, they got an offensive coach who is really damn good at his job. You got 2 great receivers. You got Trevor Lawrence. You got a running game or a core of running backs who maybe aren't elite in the NFL, but they're okay. God, this Jags off like if this Jags offense is not top 10 in the NFL, there's a serious problem here. I just can't see how they wouldn't be.
Yeah, especially with their new head coach and their, now new GM loading up on weapons. They're giving, again, Trevor Lawrence got every chance at this point. If he doesn't get over the hump at this point, there's going to be questions about how do we do that, because they too have to, reclimb the mountain. But once they get there, they're going to need to be able to get over the top. And I think that is their only goal. And I can't say that about the previous administration in Jacksonville.
Administration.
But, yeah.
All right. So that puts who's picking third? Giants. Giants are on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be
Probably.
Abdul.
Well, if they're staying, it's got to be Abdul. But if somebody wants to make an offer at this point, we've already had one pick move in fairly spectacular fashion. So I'm sure they're taking a few calls, but
I feel like they wouldn't trade down though, just because with the tenuous position that Dable and Shane are in, it's like, we're just gonna get more picks for the next guy. Like, no, like they're just gonna take the elite player.
Yeah,
because like they have 6 weeks in this season to prove that they can stay. Like if things start out bad, like they're gone, and they know that. It's like they're not gonna trade for future assets. Like they're not gonna be the ones to use them if this season doesn't go well.
And that's where it gets tenuous. If you're sort of on that precipice, like the Giants clearly are, and you keep your GM and you don't get rid of them, kind of what we would call a year early, or what I would call on time. You put them in a sell all the assets to try and save your ass position. And that's rough, because there's not really, typically outside of the owner, higher authority to say, don't do that. Don't burn all those picks to try and save your butt, because you're going to put us in a hole. But if you keep them around, it's human nature. You want to save your job. You want to do everything you can to try and win that season. And sometimes that's just a losing effort, and it's better to make the change a little bit earlier and say, hey, we realize we're not 1 year away and we're only giving you a 1 year leash. We're just going to take the year and, move in a different direction and eat our growth year, whether that's a year for a rookie quarterback or whether that's a transition year to start turning the roster over, whatever it is. If you, kick the can down the road, you sort of prolong that hurt, and you can. This happened with Pace before he left the Bears. He kind of sold all kinds of stuff, moved up for pick, and just made a bunch of desperation moves, and it just made the hole deeper. And Poles had to do some serious fire sale stuff when he showed up and cutting, and it was not pleasant, but there was no way to move forward without doing it. He was basically just cleaning up all the messes that happened in the last year and a half to 2 years before he showed up. So it can get really tough. Oh, the draft tracker's working. Let's go.
It is working. Thank you to Banter.
I love
operating this behind the scenes.
Correct.
So we'll be rotating between team pages, draft tracker, team stats. Ooh, selection.
Yep. Giants are ready. They look like they were pretty well set.
Yeah, it's Abdul.
There wasn't Yeah. And not surprising, the number of true blue chip players in this draft class is fairly low. So stick and pick makes a lot of sense. Now, the intrigue, if there is going to be intrigue about this particular pick, is where does Kayvon Thibodeau go? Because I mean, they can keep him in the rotation, but they could also try and move him for assets. And I think that they would get something for him because he's a solid player. He's not, again, the star they wanted when they picked him up high, but that doesn't mean he's worthless. So I think right now they're probably fielding some calls in the other side of the back office of, okay, what do you want for Kayvon? It happened. Like, are you willing to move him? Do you want picks in this year's draft, or is this going to be a, after rookie mini camp type of?
This was a worst case scenario for Patriots fans.
Yes.
That has now been realized. Patriots are on the clock. It's a new regime. There is a lot that needs fixing. Everybody at this point has heard it's Will Campbell, Will Campbell, Will Campbell in stone. Going to be Will Campbell. But Travis Hunter of the Browns was in stone like 3 hours ago. So we'll see. We'll see. If I had to bet, yes, it is going to be Will Campbell here, but I wouldn't rule out Membu. I wouldn't rule out Colston Loveland if they want to go with a weapon. I probably would rule out Genty. And obviously Warren is on the table too. But if I had to guess, it's going to be Will Campbell here. And by the way, I do have him as a tackle, not as a guard. I think he's a tackle until he proves he's not a tackle.
Correct.
And if at worst he just replaces Cole Strange, fine. That's okay with me. Like, is it financially the best use of a 4th overall pick salary if you're looking at the guard scale? No. Do I care? Not that much. Because let's just face it, folks. The Patriots are bad. Let's just get good football players before we worry about being efficient with money. Like, what? They're up against the cap? No. They had to beg free agents to go there and drop off piles of cash on their front door just to get them in the building. Like, you think they're hurting for cap space? No. I'm not worried about being financially efficient right now. I'm worried about getting good football players. And that's what Will Campbell is. Like, we can groan about that high on a guard. Like, first of all, he's not a guard. But even if he is a guard, who fucking cares? He's good. Let's take the win. They tried to be cute and efficient and draft Aaron Dobson once upon a time. Like, you want to go back to that? No.
No. I believe this pick is probably Campbell. I know a lot of Pats fans. I have a lot of Pats fans in my life, and they're not super thrilled about it. They have resigned themselves to it, and I think he will be a good football player, and I think Drake May will appreciate him being out there and keeping him from getting slaughtered. Like, that is something that is very easy to appreciate when you look over and he's, manhandling a pass rusher and you're like, whew, okay, that would have hurt. Thanks, Will. I appreciate that. And they start to build that trust, which is what they need in that offense, because an offense, any offense, Pats or any other, is not going to work when the quarterback is 1.5 seconds into the play, not even fully into his drop, looking up for the rush, going, man, I got hit 3 out of the last 5 plays. I better save my own ass here. And Will Campbell will help limit those chances. He's not a superhero. He is a very good pass protecting left tackle. They put him in that spot, just let him cook and get used to the speed and power of the NFL. I think he'll be fine. And that is not a backhanded compliment. That is a thing you need on an NFL football team, is tackles who are functional, especially in the pass game. And he will be that. He's also a very good blocker in the zone run game. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of that creep its way into their offense. But I mean, it's already there, but they might amp it up a little bit because he's not as good in power and gap. He's not bad at it, especially if you ask him to like pivot his hips out and pin block. Like, he's good at that because he's got very quick feet and he's got very strong hands. So if he just has to sort of shoot himself into a rush lane and clamp onto somebody, he's real good at that. So I think it's a fine pick for them if it's the pick for them. And I think Drake May will appreciate it pretty much immediately.
If you're looking at our handy dandy team cards on the screen. Offensive line pressure percentage allowed, 35.7%. 31st in the NFL among all offensive lines. Now, D-line pressure percentage generated, also 31st. So they were just bad in the trenches, period.
Everywhere.
But part of that was injuries. Like they did deal with some injuries on the defensive line last year. Offensive line yards before contact per attempt, 0.8, folks. Dead last in the NFL. Like, this is a bad offensive line. They were 17th in 11 personnel usage because they tried to run a lot more 12 and 21 just to get something going on the ground, and they couldn't. This is a bad offensive line. I don't care if it's left tackle, left guard, right. Like, I do not care. When you are this bad, as evidenced by the stats that are on your screen right now, you just take the highest graded offensive lineman. And if for them, that is Will Campbell, fine.
Yeah, and it's not really any different than the first pick, right? When you when your quarterback is Will Levis and he's in the bottom left of every quarterback quadrant chart you've seen for the past year and a half, you just go, okay, fine. Like, we're not doing that anymore. We're taking the very best option we can. For the Titans, number 1 pick overall is Cam Ward. For the Patriots, they believe it's Will Campbell because they're going to start with left tackle. I fully believe they're going to play him at left tackle. The most stunning part of this, people were asking us about, what's the, what would be the stunner move that would surprise you? If the Patriots spent 4 on Will Campbell and made him into a guard, that would be flabbergasting.
But the fact that they are spending 4th overall on him, to me, means that they think he's a tackle. Because if they thought he was a guard, I think they would have taken Membo.
Yep. I think that's the argument that Patriots fans have been having for 2 or 3 months, and that argument is over.
If they still had Dante Scarnecchia, this was a Dante pick, no Patriots fans would be questioning it. They'd just be like, fine, Dante, you do you. Right. Fine.
It's very much like the Stoutland picks, right?
Yeah.
Like, it'll work.
You don't argue. And,
some defensive lineman goes to San Francisco. Oh, Chris Kasurek? Yep. He's going to be great within 3 years. So.
The last time the Browns traded a pick, it was to the Falcons for Julio. That went well. Fair. You're not wrong.
Yeah, but the Browns could be the team that you were talking about the Jags being.
In what way? Oh,
a double trade down.
Yeah, maybe. If the Browns are getting the Bears on the phone.
Saying I think they're already on the phone. They're like, hey, we were talking to the last guy in your parking spot.
Price of the brick went up.
Yeah.
Because at least with the Browns, like, you could look at their roster and be like, oh, yeah, no, they are going to take Genty unless you give them picks right now.
It's true.
Here's the pick.
And that was the line that,
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
Officially.
On and done.
Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the pinstripes.
Yeah.
Looking great. Tell you what, between Will Campbell and Mason Graham and me, it's a pretty good day for chin straps, folks. It's coming back.
Whew, I'm bringing it back. That is the guy on St. Patrick's Day. If you walk into the bar and you owe the neighborhood guy money, you don't want to see.
Neighborhood guy.
Yeah, well,
that's your way of saying it.
Yeah. The boss.
Community activist.
Right.
Organizer.
Community organizer. I will organize your teeth if you don't pay me my money. You do not want to see a guy that big in a green suit hanging out waiting for you. That's for sure. 6'6", 314, I believe. Every bit of that. And very good in pass protection. There's been a lot made of his stance and, whether or not you move inside. I believe they're going to plant him at left tackle and say, do what you do and do what you have been doing in the SEC. It's the reason we brought you here. Go be good. We're not saying get good, kid. We're saying go be good. And they obviously believe he can be if they're investing this high pick in him. Again, the amount of time, effort, research, money, just person hours, data, whatever that go into these picks is staggering. They are real sure in every way, as a person, medically, on the field, scheme fit. Like they are charged up. They knew they were going to get, you know, the fourth pick in the draft. There's only going to be 3 players from the entire class off the board. They had their, pick of the entire class, and this is the guy they chose. It is extremely purposeful. This is not a whim. This is not, I do not believe this is Robert Kraft coming in and saying, I want Will Campbell. I think this is Rabel and the new administration saying, this is how we want to start. And first picks for new administrations are always a thing. They are a signal of how they want the team to be.
I'll say this: when we were on the field at the combine and we were watching everybody go through the mirror drill, and there were some damn good offensive linemen on the field that day. Will Campbell still looked different. He still moves different than everybody else. And Membu looked phenomenal. I still think Will Campbell moved better than Membu. Now, I have Membu as my top-rated tackle because, again, he's bigger and longer and the ceiling is super high and he's a great athlete himself. But, Will Campbell's mirror ability is downright special. Oh, man, we got tears. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Love to see a guy realizing his dreams, man.
Yeah, and this is, again, we talked about what goes into it on the Patriots side. What goes into it on Will Campbell's side is years, right?
Yeah.
Years and years and years of practice and lifting and coaching and, getting accepted. Same thing. You go through the entire recruiting process and, Will Campbell was heavily recruited. He's a top recruit. And, deciding and getting there and winning and, staying healthy and ups and downs, certainly had those at LSU. To get there and stand on the stage and say it all worked out is powerful stuff.
Brown's pick is in. Again, if you guys look at the team card on the screen right now, they have a bunch of upcoming notable free agents, some of which will be brought back, some of which won't. David Njoku, hit my mic here. David Njoku going to be a free agent. He's 29. Joel Bitonio is already approaching his mid-30s. He's going to be a free agent, and Wyatt Teller, so both their starting guards, and Ethan Posick, so their entire interior. Agbo Okoronkwo sounded out, Brett. Shelby Harris, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Jerome Baker, Martin Emerson. I think they are going to bring back Emerson, if I had to guess. Newsome, maybe. We'll see. And then Jordan Hicks, who is the ageless Mike linebacker at this point. He's just never going to stop playing. That's a lot of starting snaps right there. So they can go in kind of any direction here. But the one that is still really glaring to me is the hole at running back. We know they've been doing a lot of work on this class because we thought they were going to hit it at the top of the second round, assuming that they felt comfortable with what their quarterback situation was, whatever that was going to be. We thought they were going to hit it at the top of the second round. I kind of feel like they might just hit it now with Genty. Although in the back of my head, if David Njoku is going to be a free agent, you think this could be a wild Tyler Warren pick?
I think it could be Warren, but I also am looking at
here it is,
Shelby Harris and Tryon-Shoyinka and Edge and
what do we got?
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham.
Whoa!
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking at Okoronkwo, Tryon-Shoyinka, Shelby Harris. They believe.
Back-to-back chin straps in the top 5. Let's go. Let's go. The agenda is strong, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my goodness.
Damn. Okay. Again, I have to say this. Early for me. Definitely early for me. Does not mean that Mason Graham is not a really good football player. He absolutely is. If we're looking at yards before contact allowed last year, they were at 1.1, which was 8th in the NFL. Already fairly good at resetting the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Mason Graham will just make them even better at that. I think this run defense is going to be really, really good which I think back to what the Browns defensive line was a few years ago, where they didn't have any DTs that could stop the run. So, and then, is he going to be the most consistent pass rusher for them? No, he won't be. But he is good for like a couple quick wins every single week, because he's got good feet, he's got good hips, he's got a nasty club arm. Like when he wins quickly, right? He's not going to compress the pocket, because that's not what he does as a pass rusher. He's more of a finesse pass rusher, not a power pass rusher. But I think as a complementary pass rush threat to Myles Garrett, sure. Again, is it early for me? Yes. Do I think the pick still makes sense? Yes. And I think for the Browns specifically, that's what they're thinking about.
Yeah, and as a sort of culture fit, as a guy,
yeah, he's a great person. Yeah,
just hustles all the time. Stefanski's going to require that, right? That's how he's built those teams. They're aggressive, and it gives them some balance on the inside of the line, another way to win, because they face more shifted lines than anybody else in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Teams come in and put all their resources to Myles Garrett, because if you don't, he's going to just ruin your Sunday. So when they do that, it creates one-on-ones, and they haven't been able to pay those off by and large as much as they would have liked. So now you give Graham a bunch of one-on-ones, like you said, he's going to win some. He's going to outquick some people. He's going to outwork some people. Again, when he wins quickly as a pass rusher, those are the most of his wins, right? He's also going to be a very good cleanup artist for them, because Myles is going to go in still and wreck shop, and Mason Graham can be the guy that comes in from the other side, interior or not, and cleans up the win. And he did that a lot at Michigan, but there's not a lot of, you talked about it as transition rushes. There's not a lot of what I would call middle wins. There's early wins where he like bats the hands down and he's by, and then he's, free to go after the quarterback. And there's late wins where he just keeps working.
Yeah,
he is relentless with his hands. Effort wins, and just doesn't give up on the play. But those are 3.5, 4.5 seconds into the play. And it's one or the other. It's either 1.25 seconds or like post 3.5 seconds. There's not a lot on his tape in the middle. And he's going to be a great fit for the team and what Stefanski wants them to do. And it's a great balance for their defensive line. And again, they've got a bunch of guys aging out, not aging out of the league, but aging out of contracts next year. So this sets them up. They don't have to replace them. This is a way to replace them. Let's put it that way.
And I'll say this, Mason Graham at 5, it's not what I would have had at the very top of my list. Mason Graham plus a first round pick at 5.
Woo!
Now we're talking.
Sounds better. And they're going to sleep well. They know exactly who he is, and they know exactly what they're getting. And so they're not going to have a lot of uncertainty about Mason Graham. There's not a ton of health concerns with him. He comes in as solid a player as there is.
Ooh,
and like you said, if you straight up took him,
there it is.
There it is.
So we took a little detour over the last couple of days of like, oh wait, it might actually be offensive lineman, and then we just went right back to where we were, which was it's Ashton Jeanty.
Well, in my estimation, best player on the board, and gets to go play in front of great fans at Allegiant. This is really fun. Pete gets his workhorse, which he has loved throughout his career, no matter where he's been. He loves having a workhorse running back, and when he's had really good ones, he's made hay with them. So it's good spot in terms of where Jeanty gets to go. I think a lot of people underestimated him for some reason. Maybe it was Boise State. Maybe it's because, they said he was a one-year wonder. Comparatively, he wasn't, but, he certainly didn't break onto the scene the same way O'Marion Hampton did a couple of years ago. And when you watch this guy play football, it is very hard not to think of him as exceptional in almost every way. So
the contact balance is really what stands out for me.
It's unreal.
And so I'll say this, we had heard recently that the reason why Ashton didn't run,
He's third in Bush, as you see in the graphic.
huh?
Reggie Bush had the top NGS score in the last 20 years, and Ashton's third.
Who's
I'm like,
second?
Christian McCaffrey, CMC.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
But I'm like, who coached Reggie Bush?
Oh, yeah, checks out.
Weird.
So we had heard recently that the reason why Ashton didn't run a 40 was because it wasn't going to be like the fastest 40 out there, right? What I'll say this about Ashton is when it comes to long speed, I didn't have him as like top long speed. Like I didn't have him with Travion Henderson long speed. But the thing that I noticed with Ashton Genty when it comes to all of his breakaway runs, which by the way, he had a ton of them. The thing you notice with Ashton is he doesn't slow down. He doesn't gas out. Like he has remarkable stamina. So once he gets up to his top speed, even if that's an 8 out of 10, he's able to hold that 8 out of 10 the entire way. When a lot of the people that are chasing after him, they gas out, 30, 40, 50 yards down the field. He just goes. Like, he's just a friggin' Terminator. So, if you're putting him up against like a Nicky Manwari is probably going to run him down if he can do it in the first 40 yards. But once, it's almost like the longer he has to run, the more effective he is as a distance runner because he just doesn't get tired. And that in itself, I think, makes him a breakaway threat.
And the fact that he pairs that contact balance that you talk about with the ability to anticipate contact in a way that I haven't seen from a running back lately for sure. So he is already ready for the contact when it gets there. He is not meeting them, equally or neutrally. And that gives him that little extra half second to prepare for it, maximize his body position, shoulder them into the dirt if he needs to, or, slip off, whatever it is. And he just does it over and over and over again throughout the run. He'll do it 2 or 3 or 4 times. And then you just see the defense kind of run out of defenders, right? There's no more guys, and he ends up running the other 35 yards. And he did that so often. And it's not an accident. It's not lucky. It's not anything else. It's part of his game. And when you pair those two things together, the anticipation and a contact balance, he's very difficult to stop.
One thing I want to bring up, yards before contact allowed. The Raiders' offensive line last year was not great. 1.0 was the average yards before contact allowed. That was 29th in the NFL. I expect that to be better this year because they moved JPJ to center, and center was largely their biggest issue when it comes to run blocking last year. And they're probably going to take a guard on day 2. Or they'll move Glaze to guard and take a tackle on day 2. But if I had to bet, it'll be a guard on day 2, and then they keep Glaze at right tackle. And I guess they'll figure out the Colton Miller thing. Like, he is going to be a free agent after this season, so it feels like he's just like, hey, extend me, give me some more guaranteed money. Like, he just wants some security here. I don't think Colton really wants to leave. He just wants financial security, which makes sense. He's a 29-year-old left tackle who's really effective. Like, he still has a long ways to go in his career. Jacoby Myers also going to be a free agent after this year. I think they could probably bring him back as like that glue guy receiver. Malcolm Kuntz, he's probably going to be gone. I have to imagine. Parham, well, maybe
I'll
we'll
take
see.
him.
Yeah. Eric Stokes, there. And then Landon Roberts, he'll be like 31, 32 at that point. So I think Colton's going to be back. I think they're going to take a guard on day 2. I think they're going to hope Glaze works out at right tackle. You got Genty. And if you just figure out offensive line, and make it
now you
not,
need to.
Yeah, now you need to. But if it's
Now
not
it's
the
a priority.
29th offensive line in the NFL, plus Ashton Genty, you can actually have an effective run game. And you know who's a really effective quarterback when the run game is good and he's able to really work like those under center play action shots?
And he's playing indoors.
He's playing indoors. Geno Smith.
Dome Geno is a thing. I would love to say it's not, but the numbers support very much so that he is way more effective indoors. He was somewhat effective outdoors, but playing indoors as a home stadium is going to be a big boon for Geno Smith. Having a tremendous run game would be an even bigger boon. So and that can't be sad about the Raiders pick. Love the player. Always going to be a fan of his for sure, because I just love the style he runs with. And his results are, again, it wasn't like Boise State worked up some nutty offense to get him, manufactured yards that aren't going to work in the NFL. Like the way he got yards,
they ran
in
inside
college,
zone.
right? The way he got yards in college is the way he's going to get yards in the NFL. It translates, folks. And for everybody saying, "Oh, he didn't play," but like, what did he do? Voodoo and make the Oregon defenders slower for a week? Like, no, he didn't. Like, all those guys are getting drafted tonight too, and he got well over 100 yards against those guys too. So he's going to be productive. I'm thrilled that he gets to play with Pete. Like, that's a great match.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Jets pick is in. Probably Tyler Warren. Well, Tyler Warren or Membu.
I would be really surprised if it wasn't Warren.
But
I love the green lights. That's pretty cool. That's cool atmosphere for Green Bay.
My worry is if the tackle run happens like we think it is, are they going to get one on day 2? I don't know if they will.
They will. It might not be the one that they were after, certainly, but if they have a target, because again, they have a plan.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu.
There it is.
Ooh, there we go.
Membu.
They are comfortable with that. They have talked to folks, and they are comfortable. You're getting one of the most athletic tackles in this entire draft. He is a wild athlete at tackle and has not reached his ceiling yet.
I love this pick because it's not gambling. If you don't take tackle now, you are gambling straight
Correct.
up. And I love that the Jets are finally building in the smart way, which is like, hey, let's take the stuff that really matters. Like, we ruined a lot of quarterbacks over the years with bad offensive line play. We got Justin Fields, who's a talented guy. We're not paying him that much money, relatively speaking. Let's try to make his life as easy as possible and make this Justin Fields thing work. We've got our tackle tandem. We've got Garrett. We've got running backs we like. There's probably a tight end on day 2 they must have in the back of their pocket, whether it's like
For sure.
Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, whatever.
Ferguson.
But if they didn't take tackle right now, they are playing a very dangerous game in this tackle class. And I'm happy for Jets fans that they did the smart thing. That is the correct pick. Although Tyler Warren would have been fine, more than fine.
Yep.
He's Tyler Warren. But like, it's the same reason I advocated for Joe Alt last year over Malik Neighbors. Like,
Right.
get the thing that's really, really, really hard to find. That's a top tier starting right tackle.
Yeah, and you got one that you can grow with that is not limiting to your system. Like, there isn't anything you want to run that Armand Membu can't do physically.
Yeah.
Right. You want to run power run game? Fine. He's going to erase guys 334 pounds. And there's a bunch of silly reps on his tape where he just basically grabs the guy. I mean, like, kind of street fight, grabs the guy across from him and just goes, down with you. You're not in the play anymore. It's just,
watch the Shamar game. Like,
Yeah,
and Shamar did get him a couple times in the run game, but like,
Sure.
as a pass protector, like, he got Shamar.
yeah, he did it to a lot of guys. He humbled a lot of folks because if gonna, mess with the bull, you're gonna get the horns, and he's got the horns, and he's fast enough. Again, you want to run outside zone, fine. You want to run inside zone, that's cool. He understands. There's, they run a ton of outside zone at Missouri, and he was, very good in that pass protection. Look at Brady Cook. He never looks to that side. He doesn't even imagine that any pressure is going to get through. He's so sure that Membu is just going to erase whatever's over there that he literally kind of stands there. He never even brings his eyes down. It's that kind of trust that the Jets are hoping they're going to get for their quarterback, which right now is Justin Fields, where Fields can be like, hey, you don't have to look right. Armand's got it. Like, do your thing. Armand's going to clean it up. So.
On the screen right now, I have Armand Membu's RAS card from Kentley Platt, Math Bomb on Twitter, who does relative athletic score, and he's very very instrumental this time of year.
Yep. Shout out to Kent.
990 RAS. So we're talking about one of the most athletic tackle prospects ever, right? 6'4", 332, 34-inch vertical. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, at 332. That's the part that's just like, you did what? With what?
174, 10-yard
Yeah.
split.
Twitchy.
That's like 0.05 off of Aaron Donald at 330 plus.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm good with this.
Yeah, that's among the top tackles in this class. I believe it's second. I'll pull up our sheet. I believe the best one was 172. So again, we're not talking about a huge difference. And 332. The 172 was by someone who did not weigh as much as Armand Membo.
And I'm pretty sure he and Will Campbell are the only tackles that hit 20 plus miles an hour in the 40, which 330 pounds running 20 miles an hour. Are you joking?
Yeah, you don't want to be a defender in front of that, especially if you're a corner. Yeah, Josh Connolly Jr., 10-yard split was 171 at 311. Still very, very impressive. Membu 174 at 332.
Crazy.
So, yeah,
crazy.
He is and it shows up on tape. It's not just for everybody, and sure, Jets fans included, that are a little scarred by workout warriors. Not the case. You see the athleticism translate to his reps, to his wins on tape. He uses all those tools. And when somebody gets out of line against him, like they get a little bit off balance or they get a little bit outside or whatever else, he puts them in their place. And it happens fast.
So Carolina's stick and pick. I thought they might have entertained some trades, but it sounds like whoever is there, they were a lot more keen on. The question is...
Yeah.
Is it Jalen Walker? So
if we're looking... like you said, sometimes it's true, right?
Sometimes it's true.
Sometimes it's true.
If it is Jalen Walker, I actually have genuine concerns for Carolina OPSEC because they just
told everybody that the entire time. Well, I mean, think about it last year. You just mentioned the Chargers last year, right?
Yeah.
The Chargers told everybody from Jump Street that they were taking a tackle. Like they were taking offensive line for sure. We're taking a tackle. We're taking a tackle. We're taking a tackle. We're building the line. We're building the line. Everybody's like, oh, it's a line. It's smoke. I'm like, it's not a line. Like everybody, the GM, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, everybody's saying, look, we're taking a tackle. We're taking a tackle. Sure enough, draft comes around. They take Joe Alt. It's like they've been telling you solid. Everybody that could get in front of a microphone for 4 months from the Chargers has said we're going to do this, and they just did it.
Here we go.
Sometimes it's true.
Pick is in.
Here's the commissioner with the 8th overall pick. First one for the Panthers tonight.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tedoroa McMillan.
Whoa! They go get Bryce Young the weapon.
T-Mac.
T-Mac to the Panthers. This is a fun one. He had been, if we're talking about places where he was most likely mocked, the Jaguars were the first kind of available had they stayed at 5. They obviously did not. They went in a very different direction to get their receiver. Second receiver off the board. That's impressive. A lot of people had fallen off that particular pace, I'll say, in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Very, very good receiver. Very tall, very quick, faster, quicker, I would say, than a lot of receivers his size. Fully 6'4". You can do stuff behind the line of scrimmage with him and profit. I feel like a lot of offenses scheme up touches for big wide receivers that they think are yak threats that really aren't. He actually is. And he's got a tremendous catch radius, goes over the middle. Some drops crept in this year, and it's certainly concerning. But if you go back to the previous year's tape, he was much better with that. I actually felt like his quarterback, Noah, regressed a little bit this year. But he's going to give you things that you don't have in your offense if you're the Carolina Panthers. He fills a very needed role/hole.
So in my head, the reason why I wasn't really thinking receiver for Carolina was, okay, I like Jalen Coker a lot. And I think they like Jalen Coker a lot too. And I was like, all right, Adam Thielen's still there. Like, he's still going at this point. I was like, if they hit receiver, I think it's going to be a day 2 thing. Well, if you look at the team card, Jalen Coker, because he was such a late round pick, he's a restricted free agent after this season. And Adam Thielen, he's 35, and this is also last year of his deal as well. So depending on what happens with Coker, which I have to imagine he's still in their long-term plans, but you could imagine this receiving core actually thinning out fairly quickly after 2025, and I'm not even sure they're really insulated from injury at this point either. So I think this is a prudent move from that standpoint, where it's like, hey, we're insulating ourselves from injury. We're insulating ourselves from, potentially having nobody in 2026. and we're still trying to make Bryce Young work. And I think Tetairoa McMillan actually fits Bryce Young very well from the standpoint of, okay, Bryce is deadly, like truly deadly at picking apart zone coverages. I think he's, especially over the back half of last year, he saw zone coverage really well. He felt space. He attacked space. He was on time. He was on target. Is he ever going to be a guy who really threatens you vertically? Not so much. But if you want to play in that, and again, I'm not saying he's Drew Brees, but if you want to play in that Drew Brees style where it's like if you play zone coverage, I'm going to pick you apart. Like he had that in him last year. And we saw that Bama Bryce vision and decision-making come back. And what McMillan's superpower is to me is not being an X receiver and going up and posting up people outside, which is not really Bryce's style anyway. McMillan's superpower is identifying space and attacking space and being a great zone coverage beater that's also really good after the catch. I almost feel like, and I use Eric Decker as my comp for him, I almost feel like Adam Thielen might be a better comp now that I think about it.
I would say, again, comps are always fraught with when and where, but young Thielen, that was very explosive.
Young Thielen. Thielen.
One of the reasons that he was drafted is he was a big target with really good hands that had very solid athleticism scores. And you saw that in his game. Mm-hmm. And you see it in T-Mac's game as well. Again, not just a testing guy. Contested catch rate of 60%, goes across the middle a lot, whether that's going and sitting down in space in the middle or whether it's crossing routes, the classic college mesh stuff where he gets to, be in a man crosser, have a guy behind him, recognize man coverage and send himself across.
Is that?
So it sure is.
Was that Nicole? Nicole Lynn with Quinton Williams next to Shedeur?
That I didn't see. No.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, that was it. I thought, again, sometimes you get a Nicole Lynn jump scare during the draft. Happens every single year. She's usually representing a first rounder, but
yeah, where is she this year?
I saw Quinton first. I was like, is that Quinton Williams?
Yeah. So McMillan, really good size. Again, demonstrated production, not over a single year, multiple years. I think people might have soured a little bit on him because they wanted him to continue to be better after what was a very good year last year. And I don't want to say regressed, but he didn't reach the same heights this year. People were like, oh, come on, do something. We wanted you to do more. Well, he already did a ton last year and he had 1,300 yards this year. It's not like he had a bad year at all.
Here comes
but
Roger.
It became very popular to sort of say that he was going to fall, and Panthers said, nuh-uh.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr. Tackle.
Perfect.
There it is.
Perfect. It's so funny.
Fit.
I put it there. I put Banks to the Saints in my mock draft. I did not have any inside information on that, by the way. But as I was doing the mock, it just made sense. It just made so much sense. I was like, he's going to be their left guard. Penning is going to be gone. And I'll bring up the Saints team page right now, and you can see all their free agents. But I was like, Penning is going to be gone. He's going to play left guard for this year. And then either he's going to be left tackle, and then Fuanga is going to go to the right side, or they're going to keep Fuanga on the left side and put him on the right. I didn't care which side they played on, but it just made so much sense that I was like, it almost felt like the most realistic pick I did in the entire mock. And to see it actually happen, I was like, oh, okay, I'm not completely crazy. Like I didn't get a tip
they
on
saw it
that
the
one.
same way.
It just made sense to me.
Yeah, this is a super fun pick for our buddy Odney. We'll give him a shout out.
Yep.
Huge Saints fan, lifelong Saints fan, and lives in Texas. So he's thoroughly familiar with both ends of this connection, this transaction. Banks 6'5", 313, 33.5-inch arms. I definitely think he can play tackle. There's some question about that, but I also look at the way he's built. Like, I have no question about his ability to play guard. And they're showing a bunch of highlights of him tracking down people in space, which if you really want to see those, look at last year's tape. And by last year, I mean 2023 Texas tape. There's a certain running back who is in Carolina, and all of his highlights were running left. And there was a reason for that. He was following Banks, and Banks was out there mauling people in space. And so I started to see, again, in the silly season here over the last 3-4 weeks, like, oh, Banks can't hit targets in space. And I'm like, he misses sometimes, but that's largely because they got the hell out of the way. Like, he can absolutely hit targets in space, and he's making space for his running back either way. So one of the players in this draft that I'm less worried if they start him at guard, because I think he'll be good there, and he has the ability to play tackle for. So for this Saints fit that you brought up on Monday in your mock draft that I was in, like, yep, came away from that thinking, okay, like the rationale is solid. I don't know if it'll happen, but there's a good reason that it might. And it did. And I think they're going to be very happy. That is a bedrock kind of a pick. That is we're building it, and we needed to replace Ryan Ramczyk, and we got a good player that can do it basically next year. Because, again, Penning will play out this year. But again, if Penning gets hurt, not be at all surprised.
Or if Penning is just bad.
Yeah, or if Penning's
just
bad.
move him.
We were being positive tonight, but there you are.
But I'm just saying, like, if that's the worst case scenario and Penning is just bad, fine. Like, we have our guy. So it's an excellent pick. I do want to take a moment. The Bears pick is in. Before we get to the Bears, I do want to thank Underdog Fantasy for making this entire, really pretty much everything we do. It has been heavily funded by Underdog over the last, 2 years. Yep. And, all the equipment that we've got and the travel that we do, to Shrine Bowl and Combine and the Summer Series, like, we wouldn't be able to do that without Underdog supporting the show and with you guys supporting Underdog so that they feel compelled to support us. So whether you already play Underdog and you're doing NBA Pick'ems right now, or you've never played Underdog and you want to try out NBA Pick'ems because the NBA playoffs are going on right now, or you want to jump into fantasy football and draft rookies right now because all the rookies are available to be drafted on Best Ball on Underdog right now. So no matter what you want to do, what sport, we'd appreciate it if you look at that handy dandy QR code in the top right corner, or check out the link in the description below. Check out Underdog. Do anything you want to do, whether it's pick'ems or drafting or anything in between. And if you use promo code BOOTLEG, by the way, you get up to $1,000 in bonus credits, and you get a free pick on pick'ems right now as well. So for all of you that have already supported Underdog and helped compel them to support us all these years, we appreciate you guys. And if you guys have never played Underdog before, just scan the QR code and see if there's something you're interested in there. All right.
Bears
AJ,
look happy.
Bears look happy. The pick is in. Tyler Warren's on the board. And you and I joked for weeks, like, can you imagine Tyler Warren with Ben Johnson?
We said that, but we also talked about sort of nightmare scenarios. And the only reason this isn't the nightmare scenario is that Warren is still on the board, because 3 tackles are off by 9, which is what we talked about. Ashton Genty is gone.
Steve McMichael, yeah.
Yeah. Appropriate.
Toast to you, Mongo.
Yeah. Here, here.
Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, The Chicago Bears.
Is he the 4th overall pick?
David Michaels' teammates.
No, he was an
And close
absolute
friends.
beast in
Damn.
college.
Peyton,
Like,
running back, Jackson
Yeah.
State.
no, Mongo was the 4th pick he's talking about.
Oh, okay. He's talking about Walter.
Rushed for nearly
Yeah, but no, Mongo was a
17,000 yards
beast.
and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons.
They had this already in case the Bears picked
with the
John.
Chicago Bears. As you
Could be
heard,
Trayvon
Not the
Henderson.
Mongo
Bell
stuff.
continues to
Yeah,
honor
I could be.
not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award.
I'm going to cue up the Bears team card here.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Oh, Colston Loveland.
Yep.
So we had heard that a significant chunk of teams had Colston Loveland as tight end 1, and we had talked about that. I didn't know that the Bears were one of them. All I knew was Loveland not getting past 10. I didn't know that meant Loveland not getting past 10, whether or not Tyler Warren was there. So that is fascinating, EJ.
Yep. No, again, this is one of those little nuggets you hit in draft prep that somebody says it to you and it's a comp or it's a play style thing or it's a connection with a coach or whatever it is. There's just something and it just sticks in your brain and you know these happen, right? It's not agent tips or anything else. And somebody said to me, I could see that because I think Ben probably thinks that he is a perfect combination of Sam Laporta and Amon-Ra St. Brown because Colston Loveland is a very good route runner. They're showing highlights of that now. And he's going to take a lot of the snaps in Ben's offense that Amon-Ra would take, not just Laporta. Like Laporta in his rookie year, sure. But if you look at the slot snaps last year, they don't have to be taken by a wide receiver. And Loveland has the skill set to overlap a bunch of those snaps that Amon-Ra St. Brown. And there's a lot of those. So for everybody that says, oh, the second tight end and Ben's offense is only going to be like target 4, well, Amon-Ra is target 1 in terms of volume. So Colston Loveland's going to get a ton of work. He could have a very Sam Laporta-like first season in terms of statistics, but his usage is going to be different. It's going to be a hybrid of the things Laporta did in his rookie year and the things that Amon-Ra does every year in that Detroit Lions offense. And when somebody said that, I couldn't unsee it. I was like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of overlap there. And I bet that's very attractive to Ben. And sure enough, again, first pick of his, head coaching career is Colston Loveland. He's very sure that that's a piece that he's going to use very heavily. This is not a 5th or 6th option in the offense. This is a primary target.
Echo Warrior just dropped $100 in chat.
What?
He's a very happy
go,
man.
Echo.
He's a very happy man because Tyler Warren's still available.
Yeah.
And this
He
is not
can
a
be. There's a
scenario
lot of
that we
those.
expected. However, EJ, and I'm sorry I have to say this, Echo, I really am. George Kittle's getting up there. The Niners are on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Is Tyler Warren going to get to 14? Because he has to go through a gauntlet of the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Dolphins. All of them would probably like Tyler Warren a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting because Kittle rattled his saber a little bit last week, which is the time that NFL vets do it. Colton Miller did it last week. And there was the, George Kittle and 49ers far apart in contract talks, which is the beginning sort of salvo of like, he's available maybe on draft day. If you want to send us a bunch of stuff and blow us away, we might move George Kittle because, again, the 49ers have cleaned quite a bit of house over the past year. And at some point they might go, well, hey, if we could move George Kittle and pick Tyler Warren, we would be reducing our salary. We'd be reducing the overall age of our roster. We'd be reducing the effectiveness too. Right? George Kittle is a superior player, but we would be getting out of a lot of things we might want to get out of and getting into some things like lower price contracts that we would want to get into. So I thought of that at the time, but it was a very brief thought because I thought, nah, he's not making it past the Jets, and the Jets pick Membu, and there he is. So,
Well, Echo, because you paid us $100, I know you're a Colts fan and I'm a Texans fan, so this is a rarity, but because you paid us $100, I am officially now rooting for you.
hope it
to
happens,
get what you
yes.
want tonight. Thank you,
We're rooting
sir.
for you all the time, $100 or not, Echo, because you are always around and always contributing and have been for a very long time, and we appreciate it very, very deeply.
Boy, this is a tough one because the Niners need D-line so bad.
Yeah, I think we could see a wild Walter Nolan pick if they don't like Harmon's shoulder.
Yeah.
And that would fit. We talked about that fit with Chris Kasurik. Tyler Warren would certainly be a contingency plan, much like you said, insulating ourselves when you were talking about the Panthers pick, making sure that, we're not going to be out of luck when George Kittle eventually moves on, whether it's through trade or whatever else, or he could retire a 49er, which would be my favorite storyline. It's always great to see guys stay with the same team the entire time, but the financial reality of the NFL is that rarely happens. So this would give them insurance if it was Tyler Warren. But I could see the D-line pick just as easily. The only swaying factor for me would be you can get kick-ass defensive linemen later in this draft.
Yeah.
You can't get a Tyler Warren later in this draft.
This is a tough one. This is a really, really tough one.
Because I don't have any tip on this. They've been quiet. Nobody's dropped anything in my inbox about the 49ers. This is a complete black hole for me. I have no foreknowledge of this.
Maybe Connerly? If they're doing something that's not Tyler Warren or D-line.
I would not hate that at all. Like, I would love the fit. I would be I want to say surprised. I don't think I'd be surprised.
Connerly's range starts like here. Like, this is where the range starts. So
honestly, I thought the range started at 10. I would not have been surprised if the Bears picked Connerly.
Ooh, here's one.
I know a lot of people would have, but Lynch is pumped.
What about Jahdae Barrett?
Oh, he'd be fantastic. Go work with.
I can see Jahdae Barrett here.
Yeah, go work with Saleh.
This is a tough one. They need it's probably an indictment on the state of the roster where we're like, man, they need a lot of stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a little kid in a Ferrari sweatshirt. I was like, oh, yeah, it's not related to the coach. He's related to the owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Roger walking out here?
Yeah. Will Johnson, not a Will Johnson pick. I would be shocked if it's a Will Johnson pick. Will Johnson has serious issues with his knee.
Yeah.
That again, people are kind of in wait and see mode. It's not like red X off the board mode. It's like, but they're not going to do it up high because it just represents too much risk.
So I was talking to, if you can find him on Twitter, Banged Up Bills. He's a PT and DPT. So he's he knows this stuff. It's what he does for a living. And I was talking to him about Will Johnson because he was digging into the injury, and this is what he told me. This is a quote from him. The procedure that Johnson had was called an... Oh, hold on. Pick us in.
Chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers country.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
It's the only time they cheer Goodell all night is when he talks about the military.
Did they not? Did they boo when he rode the bike in?
I don't know.
The San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
Oh!
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
All right, that's not the D-line I expected.
It's D-line, but it's not the D-line I expected. And again, they are betting on Chris Kasurik.
Yeah.
They're betting on Chris Kasurik to say, look at the tools, look at the talent. He has flashes of production. He is unlike Shamar Stewart in that way. And I know everybody's going to send me clips of Shamar Stewart's wins where he didn't get the quarterback and he crushed the tackle and blew up the pocket. Yeah, he has those.
The reps where he didn't get the quarterback, you mean all of them? Sorry, couldn't
Ish.
resist. Trying to be
Ish.
positive. Trying to be positive.
Stay positive. Stay positive. Michael Williams does have some production. Not much, not as much as he should with his physical tools, but that is the perfect recipe for dropping that guy in the mix in San Francisco with Chris Kasurek. And they believe, or they wouldn't have done this, obviously, because there are plenty of other talented players available. But this is the one that they want because they look at the length, they look at the power, they look at the speed at that size. I mean, look at he's taller than all the tackles he's going against. It's crazy. And they're looking for consistency. And if somebody can pull consistency out of a D lineman in the NFL, it's Chris. So that's what they're betting on. And good for Mike Cal. Best landing spot possible for him. It's like when an offensive lineman goes to Philly and he ends up playing for Stoutland. We're like, yep, he's going to be whatever the best version of himself is pretty quickly, or he's going to be out of there. And it's the same for Michael Williams. He should be thrilled with this.
I'll say that their run defense is going to be sick. Right? Because
okay. Hold up. Look at the chat.
200 from Pamela Irby. $199.99. Appreciate you, Pamela. It says Texans on top. FTC. So we have Colts dropping 100, Texans dropping 200.
This is the AFC South.
Is there a really happy Jags fan that's willing to drop like $1,400 right now? I won't be picky.
They're just going to be like, we got Travis Hunter. Here it goes. There goes my bonus.
I appreciate you, Pamela.
Yes.
We
Thank you.
must make sure that Tyler Warren doesn't get to 14, or we are officially having a bad night.
Yeah, well, Cowboys picked his in as well. Jerry's jumping up and down. He had a lot of choices here. Or is this Matthew Golden staying in state, or is this
they're
like
ripping through
Marion Hampton?
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard.
So it is a guy named Tyler.
All right. Okay, hold on. Let me recalibrate. Positive.
Recalibrate.
Okay, the last two picks.
Yes.
Michael at 11, Tyler Booker at 12.
Yeah.
Is it what I would have done? No.
Mm-hmm.
These organizations have a history of just being right about this stuff.
Correct.
To your point, they wouldn't have taken Michael if Chris Kasurek didn't want it. I'm trusting Chris Kasurek. The Cowboys know how to draft offensive linemen. I will trust the Cowboys. I will trust them on it. Is it what I would have done? No. If they were going to take a guard, I would have taken Gray Zabel. They're really good at this. So,
yep.
I'll
Their hit rate
I'll
is
leave it at
very
that.
high.
I think
will
it's
go
more
back-
likely. It's more likely that I'm wrong than they're wrong.
Right. Yes, correct. And I'm going to go back to the combine, which was over and over and over again, no matter who I talked to at the combine, whether it was coaches, whether it was agents, whether it was other media folks like us, like it didn't matter who I talked to. Everybody said Booker's going in the first round. And I was like, I don't know. And then he worked out. Like it was before workouts. And then he worked out. And I was like, okay, that's what I saw on film. Like he can't get outside. Now, there are ways to scheme around that. And if you get into his range, which is large, by the way, he has very long arms and he is an absolute bear. He is like the Akeem Hicks version of an offensive lineman. Like he is just barrel chested, super strong. Right. But everybody, and it's very rare to have that kind of uniformity of opinion at the combine. Everybody has a different opinion. Everybody's like, nope, Booker is not getting out of the first round. And I was like, are you sure? Next person, Booker is not getting out of the first round. I got, the same answer over and over and over again for like 4 days. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I guess Tyler Booker's going in the first round. And guess what? Pick 12. Didn't even have to wait for it. Like, Tyler Booker's going in the first round. And he is a Dallas Cowboy. And you are correct. The Cowboys are very good at picking offensive linemen. It's kind of like the Steelers picking receivers for a while. They couldn't miss.
Especially offensive lineman named Tyler. Tyler
Well,
Booker,
sure.
Tyler Biotish, Tyler Smith,
Tyler Smith.
Guyton, Tyron
Yep.
Smith. Tyron's the weird one there. Then you got a
it's just
random
Eli.
Zach thrown in.
Right.
Ugh.
Now, they believe very strongly, and If I was an interior defensive tackle in the NFC East, I would not be thrilled. There's going to be some long days.
Dude, I'll tell you, between Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker, they're going to fight you. Like
Nah,
that's a fight.
You're gonna be hitting the cold tub maybe at halftime.
Yeah. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt to play DT. Although I will say, if you got to go against Dexter Lawrence twice a year, you need dudes that can fight. You kind of don't have any option.
Yeah. No, this is they love guys named Tyler, that's for sure. And they've had great luck with him too. So I am not gonna, poo-poo the pick and say whatever. I will say, hey, it's not what I would have done. But again, they have a plan. This is at 12. They had their choice here. Right.
Yeah.
And you're not getting through him. Like, let's get to the good stuff. You're not getting through him. If you engage with him and go straight into his hands where he can reach you, you're done. Like, that's it. Rep over. People do not beat him trying to take him down the middle and just go through him. Like, that's not a thing that happens. You can beat him, but you got to get him moving one way, leaning one way, and get him to reverse. He can do a little bit of that. If you are fast enough to run a very wide arc, say on a stunt where the tackle's really, carve into the inside, Booker's got to go to the outside. That's what opposing defenses are going to try and do to him. They're going to try and move him out of his gap. So he's got to go chase because that is not his strong suit. And they'll find ways to do it because they're going to find out real quick that just trying to double team him or going through him. Nope. No, he's an absolute boulder. He's a rock.
Pamela, if you're still watching, this next pour is dedicated to you because you indirectly paid for it. So I appreciate you.
Fantastic. Deeply appreciate it. Sean Watts for $9.99. EJ Brett, unlimited options for draft analysis, but you two are the best. Aw, now we're blushing. Thanks for all you do. Cowboys fans here love the T-Book pick. Very glad to hear it. It's always nice when your team picks line up with the guys that you like in the draft. But, oops, hang on. That was going fast. Love the T-Book pick, but why the fuck do you think we're going to be good at corner? I don't know that you think you're going to be good. I think there's depth at corner. Like that, just again, and this is for fans of all teams. Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. It's not just for Cowboys fans. Whatever your team did in the first round, it's not the only pick they have. Every team in this draft has multiple picks. Some only have 4, but like everybody's got multiple picks. You have to look at the draft class together. Now, if you're going to pull the old Saints thing and mortgage your entire draft for one player, the old Ricky Williams, okay, that's different. But nobody's done that so far. So relax. Day 2's coming. There are plenty of good corners available there. You could come out of day 1 and day 2 with Tyler Booker and some combination of insert corner here that you really like. So appreciate the super chat, but don't panic. It's a long draft. We will be here with you for every single pick.
I want to direct people to the Dolphins team page we have up right now. Because right there is Jonnu Smith, age 30, going into last year of his deal. This is a really tough one because Jahdae Barron is on the board, who is an absolute perfect hand and glove fit. But if your tight end yak weapon extraordinaire is A, on the wrong side of 30, and B, in the last year of his deal, and you have Tyler Warren sitting there, the math has changed. So if you're a Colts fan watching this, you're terrified. But if you hear Jahdae Barron here, or any name other than Tyler Warren, you're ecstatic because we know what pick 14 is going to be at that point. But between Jahdae and Warren, I can't really think of anybody else who would make sense here. I don't know. Do you got anything besides Jahdae and Warren that even competes with that?
Hang tight.
Maybe Connerly.
Yeah, I was going to say Connerly. I was going to say O-line in general. Connerly would be my top tackle.
It's not too early for Zabel.
No. And I think, Zabel and Connerly plays, I don't know. I really like Josh Connerly. I love Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
If you're just going by grade, Gray's able is a hair higher. But if you're going by positional value, I'd probably pick Connerly because left tackles are harder to come by. And you're gonna drop off a little bit after Connerly. Like it's not a thing you're gonna get in equal measure if you wait.
Here's Raj. All right, let's see what we got.
Colts right behind them on the
Yeah. I would say those are the most likely.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant.
Oh, they went
Yeah.
D-line, which we had speculated about earlier before Tyler Warren and Jahdae Barron were on the board, so I didn't think they would go back to the D-line but D-line was what we were thinking about of like break glass in case of emergency, not like doing it over everything else.
Well, they believe in the gifts. Again, we got to talk to Kenneth Grant. If you've not seen that interview, it's on the channel. Check it out.
He's awesome.
We got to see him at the Shrine Bowl. Great dude. Was very realistic about the stuff that they faced this year. Is wildly athletic at his size, which is it's kind of like the Parcells Planet theory. He's not one of those guys that's like 6'8", but when you see him move like he does, again, it's kind of like the Jalen Milroe of defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When it all comes together, you go, whoa, that's different. But it doesn't all come together all the time. And if they can coach that consistency out of him, and he does that even pretty regularly, he's going to dominate. He has those kind of physical skills. Again, 332, 340, something like that. Able to run extremely quickly, but more importantly, quick in the short areas. Again, you don't really run right through him. You see him, arm over guys, slip by guys. Again, how does a guy that's that tall and 332 get skinny and get through a gap? I don't know, but he does it. So run over, run by, run through. It's just about the consistency with him, because if you look at his stats, you would have figured he filled up the stat sheet that he would have been like where Derek Harmon was this year. And he was like half of that. And again, for a guy that was healthy for most of the year, that played on a very good program and had lots of help, you would have figured there would have been more there, and you'd be right. And the Dolphins are picking him knowing full well he's a younger guy. He's still got room to grow mentally and physically in the game. And that's a scary thought, because what's there is really good already.
If you're looking at their team card right now, nickel personnel usage there over on the right side, top right quartile. 73.2% nickel. That was 7th most in the NFL. They operate in nickel, which means you need to have a lot of weight on the defensive line to make up for the fact that you're swapping out a linebacker for a DB. Yep. And right now their defensive line was Matt Dickerson, Benito Jones, and Zach Seiler. They were very good at resetting the line of scrimmage last year. They were best in the NFL in terms of yards before contact per attempt allowed last year. But 2025 is very different than 2024. And like they needed D-line. That was why we talked about it, throughout this draft season. And if you're playing a nickel most of the time, you need to get that weight somewhere. That's Kenneth Grant. Here's the pick. Probably Tyler Warren, I have to imagine.
I mean, how do you not, when you're the Colts, your top need is tight end, and you thought that there was no chance that Warren was going to be there?
Tyler Warren. Well, Echo.
Yeah. Echo's thrilled.
Congrats to you.
Decided to toss another $20 at us just to celebrate. Love you, Echo. And I am so thrilled for you. It is so cool when you are looking at a player and going, no, it's not going to happen. I did it last year with Rome on this stream. Oh, man, no, Rome's not going to be there. He'd be the perfect pick. And he gets there and your team picks him. It's a great feeling. It's awesome. So I'm glad that you're getting to experience
not great for
that
me.
Great for him. You two get to celebrate because Echo's supporting us, and you could just be a fan of the podcast, not necessarily a fan of the Texans right now.
He's a damn good football player.
He's a great football player. He's so much fun to watch. High character guy, but also plays so hard. Do you know why he wears 44?
Yeah, it's his dad was a big fan of wasn't John Runyon. Riggins. That's what it was. Yeah.
That's right. Big rig. And incredibly versatile. Lined up all over the formation for Penn State. Lined up as a Wildcat quarterback. By the way, his dives over the pile at the goal line to score, I know it's sacrilegious. It's a little Walter Payton-esque.
He gets
Right.
up there.
He flies over those guys. So I'm not saying he's Walter Payton, but he plays super hard. He's incredibly versatile. He can throw the ball. He was a high school quarterback. So he can throw it. He can catch it. He can line up the block. He can go out on routes. I guarantee they're going to show the highlight here from USC where he lined up as an eligible center. Yes, that's possible. If the center is uncovered on one side, he's eligible, lined up as the eligible center and caught the touchdown pass. So yes, snapped the ball and caught the touchdown pass on the same play. Just kind of a guy that can do anything. Oh, great. Now they're showing his little league baseball highlights. Apparently the guy can do anything athletically. But super hard-nosed player, really skilled. Is he as fluid as Loveland running routes? He's not, but he does a lot of other things. And for the Colts, this is a dream. Like, you don't expect him to get out of the top 10. You're sitting at 14. You do not have to trade up and you get a player of his caliber. It's really good news for whoever's playing quarterback for the Colts next year.
Pamela just dropped another 50 in the chat. Brett, I don't know if you remember my son and me at the meetup in KC for the draft 2 years ago. I do. Because you guys, you and it was like 6 or 7 of you guys. It was a whole Texans contingent that showed up and said hi. I'm hoping all of you guys, or at least some of you guys, are in Green Bay this year, repping the Texans. Said you gave us some insider information about the generational trade the Texans had on Will Anderson. Did I do that?
Oh. Did I do?
I was a little bit lubricated that night, so maybe I was. Got any insider info on the Texans this draft? I know they wanted Banks, and they were working on it. They wanted him. If he got to 10, they were going to try to go up to 10 with the Bears to get Banks, but he didn't make it.
I just thought of this. They're probably not going to have to move up for him because I think the tackle market might have cooled a little bit, but maybe not even in the first round. But what do you think of Belton to the Texans?
Later on day 2.
Right. What? Let's just say the fit, not necessarily the when. I'm not saying.
Yeah, the fit's good. The fit's good. But it's around.
When are there any tackles left, Brett? Like that's the real question.
Yeah. Well, every year they're gone by 50 every year.
Yeah, sure.
So, but thank you once again, Pamela. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, for sure. JJP for $4.99 would like to say thank you guys for the great coverage. We appreciate it, JJP. Good to see you back again. You help inspire me to pursue this career. You started making content this year, so big hand for JJP. And because of that, I have a 3.8 GPA in college. Wait, we're not responsible for that.
I mean, that's better than I had in college. So I'll give you credit for that.
Yep. No, I didn't get any 3.8s until I was probably a senior. Figured out the system at that point, but yeah, I did not start off that way. That's for sure. So
see, the key for me was to get a girlfriend who did my online classes while I did the in-person ones.
Online classes.
Well, because I had to do 18 credits in my last semester or I wouldn't be able to graduate, which is like 7 classes. So she's like, all right, I'll do your online musical theater class. You go do yoga. Which, yes, yoga was a requirement for me to get my degree, believe it or not.
And you did go to college in California. I'm not surprised.
It's also the only class I didn't get an A in that year because he never told us we had a paper because we're like, it's yoga. And he's like, yeah, but you had a paper. It's like, it's yoga.
What kind of paper do I have to do for yoga?
Yeah.
All right. James Knapp for $5. What are the chances Green Bay to trade out of 23 for someone jumping Texans for an OT? Chiefs Kingdom. It's certainly possible. Again, the tackle market is really fickle because it's a game of chicken every year in the NFL draft. Teams that need tackles all kind of end up looking around like that scene from The Office, right? Like, okay, who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Wait, you going up? You going up? We're going to call the team above you. Like, because once they're gone, like Brett said, around, this year, it's definitely about 50, might not even be that long. Once they're gone, and you're getting a developmental guy, not a starter that you can, realistically plug in this year and expect to have success. So Everybody goes, oh, we're gonna wait, and then tackle goes off the board. And they're like, start warming up the phone. Then another tackle goes off the board, and they're like, start calling. I need options, I need answers, I need some yeses. And then maybe another tackle goes off the board, and they hit the panic button, and that's it. Like whatever to whoever, we can't not have one. And it happens every year. But he's calm. There's a little lull after the first bunch of tackles go off the board, and then it like everybody just races to the phone and says, we're picking what's left right now.
Jewel Moon said, I hope you paid her well. I married her, so does that count? Falcons are taking literally every second of this clock, which tells me they're trying to trade.
I think they probably were in on Michael. Like, it's probably what they need. And maybe they're like, well, look, obviously there's going to be edges that are down the board because, it's been Abdul and Michael.
It's the Falcons. So maybe they'll take Shador.
Okay. That would be fascinating.
Interesting. I'm looking at the stream right now. And it's still... Are we like several minutes behind on the stream? That's interesting. As in like you and me right now in present time. And then I'm looking at what's actually being streamed right now.
Oh,
and
there
it's still
is a gap.
With the... Yeah, but I'm talking, it's like 3 minutes. That's
is it?
Weird. All right, chat.
No, I'm not that far behind because you just started shaking your hand at me.
So no,
like
you're
30 seconds
you're
behind.
here on my laptop, but chat. Tell me when you see this exact moment right now.
Well, Snipey says you're fine for us.
Wait, so why does the stream show the Colts section? Okay, I don't know. YouTube's weird. Whatever.
YouTube is weird. Now,
Whatever.
Now. See it.
How's that for engagement bait? God damn.
That's right. How many comments?
Is that all it takes?
40,000. Oh, okay. Why? Because we said type now. That's
all right.
Hilarious. All right. Falcons
Pick is
are happy
in.
about it.
Pick is in.
Yep.
They submitted it Indiana Jones style at the absolute last second.
Slid under the door and grabbed the hat.
Probably pass rusher. Be surprised if it's not.
Yeah.
If you're looking at pressure percentage generated up here on the team card, 28.4%. That was 30th in the NFL among all D-line groups. Let's see what they got for us.
It doesn't make any sense. Gotta move on. I know. Here's the latest Falcons first rounder.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end.
There's the Jalen Walker pick. All right. I mean, Georgia kid. And you know, it was kind of a running joke for a while that like the Falcons never took UGA players, and now for whatever reason, all of a sudden over the last few years, like they're totally cool with it. But
They can't stop. Yeah.
maybe it's because Georgia started getting every 5-star recruit in America, so I don't know. Again, flipping on my positive switch here, is this early for me for the player? Yes. EJ, you go.
Like, wow. Big blocked Brett's brain. That's pretty cool.
I'm formulating.
It's okay. You can form whatever you're doing. Anyways, no. Walker, I mean, he'll be real familiar in the home building, that's for sure. But no, explosive pass rusher. They needed pass rush. We joked about this on our collab mock draft with Trevor and Connor. We were like, we got to the Falcons. We were like, okay, even though it's a what we would do draft, if we pick anything but pass rusher, we're going to get eviscerated by all the Falcons fans. So it was a question of what flavor of pass rush they were in on. I think they probably wanted Michael, his teammate. They, like many other teams in the first round, have questions about Mike Green. They have questions about James Pierce Jr., which was a very popular pick to mock to them throughout the process. And if you're going down the list and you're comfortable with Jalen Walker's usage, the tools are there. He's an explosive player. He's not a great middle linebacker, but I'm not going to hold that against him because I'm not saying what he can't do. I'm saying what he can do. And when you put him on the edge, he can pressure the quarterback. He's, I would say, more impactful than you might think at 240 pounds. He can, he's got some shock in his hands. He can hit tackles pretty hard and rock them backwards. So I don't really care as much about the 240 pounds. I very much care about where they line him up, because if they line him up like inside guard to guard, where they lined him up at UGA a lot, he's not terribly effective as a blitzer or a rusher. So rusher is coming as soon as the snap goes. Blitzer is give it a second, come from a little bit of depth or through a different path. He didn't really have a great win rate on either of those from the middle. You move him to the edge, those rates go way up. He just likes that angle better. It just works for him having some space out on the edge. So they get their pass rush. They get an explosive athlete. They get a hometown kid, which, you know, to some teams that matters, not so much to others. They're comfortable with it. They're excited about it, as all teams are with their picks in the first round. I get it. Nobody picks somebody in the first round then goes, oh, bummer. Like they're happy about it. It's their choice, but they needed pass rush desperately, and they thought this was the best player for them left on the board. Again, I do have to wonder, right? Because they're going to come out and say, oh, he was the top guy on our board, because every team says that. And it's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, they always are. It's amazing how all 32 teams get the top guy on their board every year.
It's shocking.
Incredible, yeah.
You never want to bring a guy in and not say that. So I understand the reason for that. But they did take every second of the pick, which, like Brett said, and I agree with completely, they were trying to move that pick. They were trying to say, hey, if we go down 10 or 15 spots, we're going to get a very similar player, if not the same one. Can we get some extra picks? And nobody bit. And that's really what we thought was going to happen going into this draft, was those kind of trades were going to be harder to pull off, because you got to have a team willing to come up for something. And it's a little early for that sort of end around push for 5th-year contract control for a quarterback or whatever else. So nobody was biting. Everybody was like, yeah, you can call it. No. And they probably just said, all right, well, you know, what's our break glass in case of no trade pick? And it was Jalen Walker, and he could be very good. He has all the explosive traits you want out of a pass rusher. He's got to be more consistent, and they got to have a very defined plan for him.
You mentioned he's got shock in his hands. He really does. Like, when he gets into a guard's chest, like, he knocks them back. Very, very strong for 240 pounds. When he wins as a pass rusher, it's usually converting speed to power with a long arm move. Highly inconsistent with it, but when he wins, it's usually with that. He will try other moves like cross chops here and there, and it's spotty effectiveness. I think it's more of a technique issue than an athleticism issue. Obviously, he's a great athlete. So again, it's. I think there's a lot of room for him to grow from a technique perspective, and then the whole like, oh, he could play off ball or on ball. Like, he can't play off ball. Like, his eyes are not good enough to be an off ball linebacker at the NFL.
He's not
level.
Abdul Carter in that way.
It's just not there for him to be an off ball linebacker. And, you know, when we were talking about, okay, how can he be successful? It's like, oh, can you make him like a Leonard Floyd type Sam linebacker, where we use his athleticism, we drop him into coverage, he'll rush off the edge, he'll set a hard edge in the run game, and, well, Leonard Floyd's there. So what better player for him to learn from than fellow dog Leonard Floyd to be a Sam linebacker?
Yep.
We'll see if it works. Cardinals.
Yep. All right. I want to shout out Santosh, $49.99 super chat.
The Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
Oh,
There's the Nolan pick.
okay.
We got told
let's-
Nolan was going to go earlier than people wanted to believe, that is. I wouldn't have made this the destination, but I'm kind of thrilled. It's one of those picks, you hear it and you're like, oh, wait, yeah, okay. Like, Gannon's got a good idea how to use him. But before we get to that, I do want to recognize Santosh for his super chat, $49.99. He just said, maybe they'll take Shador.
Give it 6 more picks and we'll see.
Give it
Santosh.
6 more picks.
6 more picks.
We'll talk about Walter Nolan. He was my DT2 in this class behind Harmon. Again, that's, you know, injury dependent for Harmon, but there's some inconsistency in his game, but he wins a ton of ways for an interior pass rushing defensive tackle. he's got a deep bag of tricks already. And whenever he figures out how to use them at the right time, again, all the highlights you're seeing are the ones where it lined up. There's a bunch of reps in between there where it didn't, but the physical talent is there. The technique is there. He's going to a coach that understands how to use his talents. Again, not the landing spot necessarily I would have picked for him, but I like it now that it's happened. And we did get told Nolan was going to go earlier than people thought. And it's pretty early, 16, top half of the first round.
So I had a monster grade on Walter Nolan. Like, physically speaking, pound for pound, he might be the strongest player in this draft. Like, he is remarkably powerful.
Yes.
Unreal knockback in his hands. He's got great hips. He's got great get off. Just a plus athlete. Physically speaking, he's got a lot of Jalen Carter to him. Just like Jalen Carter, got a lot of maturity issues. And what helped Jalen become the player that he is, he went to Philly. He went to a strong locker room with a lot of veteran leaders that were not going to deal with bullshit. And they got him on the right track, and he hasn't been an issue at all ever since he got to Philly. When they signed Calais Campbell, I think it was last week, maybe the week before that.
Right.
My antenna went up. Because I didn't think Walter Nolan was going to be good for them before that. I was like, I don't know if I see that fit. They brought back Calais Campbell, 39-year-old Calais Campbell, by the way. And I think ageless Calais Campbell. I think they were telling him, Calais, your job is to get this kid straight. Because he's got insane talent. We are bringing you here to make sure he succeeds. Take him under your wing. Show him how to do it. You've played as long as he's been alive. And as soon as they signed him, I was like, that feels like a preparation move for a Walter Nolan type. You know, that's why I had Walter Nolan going to Pittsburgh. I was like, Cam Hayward's there. They're not going to deal with his shit. You know, Mike Tomlin's great with guys like that.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. Again, Walter Nolan would not fit everywhere. I think he fits here. And he's so remarkably talented. Like, yes. I think this is good for the team, and it's good for the player, which is probably more important.
Yeah, I would say both. And the Calais Campbell thing is perfect for him because he's going to need somebody like that, and he has him. He has the best possible chance to succeed, and that's what we want for all draft picks. So, like the fit now that it's happened. And again, the Cardinals can now turn in their sticky note. They got out of the first round with a good football player. And that's the thing you need to do to survive and really survive the redraft in 2 or 3 years when we go back and look at this first round, because there's going to be some players in here that weren't so good. If Calais Campbell can listen and figure out a way to connect with Nolan, yeah, the arrow's pointing way, way up because everything else is there. So Tom Koch for $19.99. Gents, I know you're talking about the first round picks, but are there D-line studs for the Bears at 38 or 41? Think they need that desperately. Thanks for the drink recommendations yesterday. Thanks for joining us for Draftmas, the stream we put on to sort of have everybody blow off steam before all this fun on day one. Tom was there with us. Yeah, there are 38, 39 and 41, actually, I think. But yeah, great picks for the D-line. They line up really well. If you want edge, you've got guys like Swinson or JTT or Scorton might be there. I don't think he will, but it could be. Yeah, I don't think he'll be there. I think that's a Howie pick if Howie stays at 32. But there's going to be a bunch of players there. And I do believe that one of those two picks for the Bears will probably be either a DT or an edge because they do need that. They need that in the rotation. They need more juice in the pass rush. So I would not be surprised. I think, again, because they didn't get running back in round one of those picks probably be a running back. Not going to guarantee it, but I would think that's pretty darn likely, especially with the visits they had in there, 30 visits. And then the other one, I would be pretty stunned, actually, if it wasn't DT or edge.
Pick is in for the Bengals here. They need two things, guard and pass rusher. So it's either Gray Zabel or insert edge rusher here.
Right.
If you're looking at their D-line pressure generated, they were 31.2%, which is 25th in the NFL last year. That's with Trey Hendrickson. They were 25th.
Because he was it.
He was it.
Let's be honest. He was the guy, one-man band last year for the Cincinnati D-line, and it was Trey. So when they were talking about, we're going to get rid of Trey in the offseason, which, we'll see. I think they're probably just going to pay him. But, if he doesn't get traded today, he's not getting traded because Trey Hendrickson, they wanted top-round compensation. They didn't really want to trade him, and they do hold the reins in that particular situation. They do not have to trade him. So they can just say, no, you're going to play. It's not great business, but, they can do that. So, but he needs some help. Get that man some help.
Let's see what we got here.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart. Texas A&M.
Wow. Okay. Stay positive. Stay positive.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
You go.
Yeah, you go. It's a you go. No, somebody from the 80s will get that joke. This is a strange pick, and I would say unless this pans out, which is a long shot, let's be honest. The physical talent is there. He has the same measurables for the most part as Myles freaking Garrett. He does not play at all like Myles freaking Garrett. He plays like a guy that doesn't really understand how football works all the time. Again, when it lines up, they're going to show all the athletic wins where he just basically gets up, runs straight, runs through somebody and blows them up. And he does do that. But the physical talent doesn't line up with the football talent right now. And so this is a gamble by Cincinnati. There's no other way to put that. And if it doesn't work out, all that shine that their lean and mean scouting staff had a couple of years ago, where the whole league was going, well, maybe we'll just work everybody harder. Maybe it works, right? That's going to be gone, right? Because they sort of hit the high water mark and have been receding a bit since. And if this doesn't pay off, or if he breaks Roger Goodell in half, we may see the end of his era before it starts, because Roger will have him assassinated.
Optic said in chat, oh boy, that's up there with the Emmanuel Forbes as one of Brett's best reactions to a pick. Fun fact, and we know this for a fact. You know who was going to take Emmanuel Forbes 3 picks later if Washington didn't?
We heard this.
Same people who just made this pick.
Yep. Because people reached out afterwards and were like, it's not that crazy. I don't know if Brett was upset. There were people 3 picks later, they're ready to pick him. We're like, that doesn't make it a whole lot better. They're betting 100% on the athleticism to pay off. And if it does, just like the same way we talk about Jalen Milroe, if whoever drafts Jalen Milroe figures him out as a passer, it's a great lottery ticket. Shamar Stewart is one of the biggest lottery tickets in this draft.
One of the biggest lotto tickets ever.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. The ceiling, look at the copium, all the Bengals fans. They're like, I hope this works. Oh boy. If it works, it'll be amazing. And he will have some highlight plays every year where he just literally blows the doors off some poor schmuck at guard. It's going to happen. But is that going to be there consistently? Is he going to be the threat they need on the other side of the line to get some relief for Trey, which they desperately need? And if he's not, if he turns out to be very average or worse, this is a premium pick. This is 17. This is the dead middle of the first round. And there are other players you could have picked there to do a similar thing. So that is not going to cast a good light on Duke Tobin and his staff if it doesn't work out. So again, you win big.
Or it will work out and Bengals fans will pull this clip for the rest of the time.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, if it's 2029 and you're a Bengals fan pulling this clip because Shamar is coming off his 3rd straight All-Pro season,
you won.
Tip of my cap to you.
You won.
You got me. You got me. I could be wrong. I am not going to be arrogant enough to think that I will not be wrong here. I could absolutely be wrong here.
No. And there's so much talent. Like if this was a lesser physically talented player and they'd made this with the tape that he has, there's almost no chance. Like all the best pass rushers in the NFL have elite measurables. There are very few tortoises that rush the passer very well. It just doesn't happen. They're all elite athletes. He is an elite athlete. He's got that covered like head to toe, top to bottom, whatever you want to say. He is in that category. So he is one of the guys that has the potential, but there's a lot in between there. So, all right, Seahawks pick is in. Are they gonna shame us?
I think it's Zabel.
I hope it's Zabel, but we both said we didn't think it was going to happen. So if it happens, I will be very pleased, not only for all the Seahawks fans I know that live around me, but also for Gray Zabel, because I think it'll be a great match. The more I think about it, like Gray Zabel is such a Mike Mack guy.
Let's see what we got here.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
Let's go. Gray Zabel. So John Schneider, when you were openly saying to the media that you don't value the guard position, that was a fucking lie.
Tip of the cap to you. Tip of the cap, sir. Well played.
Just lied straight to everybody.
And you finally did it. Good for you, John. I do not think you will regret this pick at all. In fact, I think you will be richly rewarded for picking Gray Zabel. So Gray Zabel played tackle at North Dakota State. One of the most experienced offensive line players in this draft. 2,776 snaps. He's been there, done it, seen it. We saw him up close on the turf in Indy, and one of the smoothest guys out there for either the tackle position or he was working out with the interior offensive line. But like, he's just so composed on the football field. He's nasty in the right ways, likes burying guys. He's strong. His snap already looks fine, even though he hasn't played center before. He is going to move to the interior. He's going to probably be their center, and that'll plug a gap that they've been dealing with for 2 or 3 years that has not worked out well for them. It is they're playing Settlers at Catan.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Like, he is so Seahawks, like through and through.
He is so Mike Mack. Like, I ran into Mike Mack one night at the combine. He and his posse sidled into the place where we all were, and I turn around over the railing of the stairs, and it's literally Mike Mack. And so I was like, well, might as well say hi. So I said, hey, and most down-to-earth guy, not at all a show. Like, what you see in press conferences is exactly what you get. Within 5 minutes, he was introducing me to his guys. Just salt of the earth. Like, somebody asked him what he wanted to drink. This is my favorite Mike Mack story. Somebody asked him what he wanted to drink while he's talking to me. He's like, beer. And they're like, what kind? He's like, beer. Just give me a beer, right? Which is the most Mike Mack thing ever. So Gray Zabel, very down to earth, very like, yep, let's get to it. And I think he's going to be an instant match. Super athletic, like not limited. Yes, he has slightly shorter arms, which is why he's going to move inside. I really don't have any worry about that at all with the position he's moving to. He's got the right attitude to be a lineman. He's got all the physical skills. This is a great pick. We didn't think it was going to happen because it almost made like too much sense. And John has just not done the sensible thing on interior offensive line high in the draft. He does it here. I think he nailed it.
It's the best pick they possibly could have made.
Yeah.
Like, out of every player on the board, best pick they could have made. And I'm just happy that John Schneider, whether he actually believes in drafting guards or not, I'm happy he did it. I'm happy that he pretended to care about the guard position.
That's right. He was convinced to care about the guard position, and he listened, and that's what good general managers should do. I think this is a win. They needed it badly. Every team has multiple needs. This was easily one of the Seahawks' top 2 needs, and in my mind, they did everything they could from a draft sense to solve it. Now, if it works out, that's a whole different thing. We'll see. But Zabel's been incredibly solid throughout his career. We all know that the draft is not a high percentage exercise. If you came to me tonight and said you have to bet half your mortgage payment on one player that was drafted in the first round working out, Zabel would be in my final 3 for sure.
Yeah, him, Emeka,
Yeah.
Travis.
Well, yeah, Travis just betting on talent for sure. But like Gray Zabel would be one of 3, and he would probably be the first one that came to mind because I was like, that is such a lineup. It's such a fit. They're not going to ask him to do anything that he's not capable of doing very, very well. It's a very good pick by the Seahawks. Seahawks fans should be thrilled. And one of my former coworkers probably now thinks I'm Nostradamus because like 2 weeks ago, she texted me and said my now, 20-year-old son is very interested in who the Seahawks are picking. It's strangely important to him. Who's that going to be? And I said, well, I don't know. Like, I don't talk to John, but if I had to pick somebody, it'd be Gray Zabel. I don't think they're going to pick him, so don't tell him. So who knows if she actually told him. But if she did, he's going to think I'm a genius.
So Bucks team sheets up. We hit on this a little bit before the draft started, but you can see all the notable 2026 free agents. Mike Evans, either he's going to retire a Buck or stay a Buck. He's not going anywhere. Same thing with Levante. Gadecki's probably coming back. Rashad White probably isn't. Sterling Shepard probably isn't. Kate Otten, probably not. Greg Gaines probably no. Logan Hall probably no. Christian Izzian maybe. Anthony Walker probably not. So my mind goes to defensive line.
Oh.
And
is this a wild like Ghost of Rondé Barber pick?
Oh, because one of my comps for Jade is Rondé Barber. I mean, hey man, if the cleats fit, they're damn near the same size, same skill set. Like obviously Rondé got drafted, I think, in the 3rd round, not the 1st round.
I'm like, they're either really confident in one of the edges that other people are less confident in, or they just go Jade Barron and like profit.
I mean, that's just the best player available.
At this point,
I can't imagine they thought he was going to be available.
I didn't think he was going to be available, but again, it's sometimes hard to find a team match. And if there was ever a team match, like, yeah, you need him. He's there. He's available. It's a great value. It's a great fit. Like, let's go. I would be somewhat surprised if it wasn't.
The only other player I could think of, and again, it's pending medical, maybe Derek Harmon.
Yeah, Harmon would be a great fit. And actually, I in the bronze medal position here, a wild Ezraku pick.
Ooh, that'd be fun. Trev would love it. All right, let's see what we got.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka.
Whoa!
They freaking did it!
What, are they just running 10 personnel every
You
play?
said they wouldn't do it.
They have 1 million receivers! Fuck it!
Yesterday? Was this on Draftsmith? Because if it is, I need Jacob to go find that clip. I was like, I'd pick Emeka Egbuka. You're like, well, they got Godwin. I was like, yeah, but they're future-proofing, right? Like, again, those guys aren't going to be there forever. And they dealt with injury. It was last night. And I said this, and you're like, they're not picking Emeka Egbuka.
It's one of those where it's like, no, they're not going to do it. And then it happens. You're like, I love it. This is great.
Made perfect sense to me last night. Makes perfect sense to me tonight because they have struggled with injuries in that wide receiver core. Over the past 2 seasons, they've lost a lot of games to injuries with their big guys in the wide receiver core. And this gives them, yes, another target. They had really good pick with McMillan last year, but they are, I think, counting on the fact that no, they're not going to run 4 wide all the time, but one of those guys is going to get dinged up. And if they do, you got Emeka freaking Egbuka, McMillan, and either Godwin or Evans, whoever stays healthy. Like, get out of here. Like, Baker Mayfield is like, yes, sir.
Yeah, you're never going to be thin at the position ever.
I know, and then we're just talking about best player available. Like, yeah, him and Jade would be like, do you want offense or defense? Like, that's the only thing I'm talking about. That's the thing about Ezraku is like, yeah, he's good, and yeah, they need him, but he's not as good as either of those two, certainly in my mind. And you're just picking a side of the ball, and I think they just looked at the value and went, well, who gets paid more? Like, and he's a great guy. He's just spotless off the field.
You know what the best part is?
Couldn't be happier for him.
The true best part of this pick is he's not going to Green Bay.
Yes. 100%.
Easily.
I love it. It's the best. So local kid for me, Emeka Ibuka, went to high school at Steilacoom, which is about 15, 20 miles away from me. Obviously had a tremendous career for Ohio State, playing for Brian Hartline. The Brian Hartline dominance continues in terms of turning out prospects the NFL loves. And Emeka is going to be, the Bucs fans are going to love him. Like, they already love their guys, Godwin and Evans. He's just next. And they loved McMillan last year when he popped off.
Mm-hmm.
So, that offense, get out. Like, Otten, Emeka, McMillan, Godwin, Evans, Bucky.
A lot of Washington there between Huskies and kids from the area.
Washington, Oregon, you got it. Well, there was some thought that if Tet took a slide, that they'd pick him, right?
Just cuz.
So, well, same reason. If he's there at like 19, is he the best player on your board? Probably is, right? So,
Broncos are milking every last drop of this clock, which to me means they are trying to take calls.
Sure.
Which we had heard about, right?
Who do you think it is if they don't move off the pick?
Travion.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Travion if they don't move. I think they would like to move back and still get Travion.
I think they would love that. Or if they move back and somebody takes Travion and they got Marion Hampton, they're not sad. Like,
yeah, that's the thing is like they're in such a good spot now where they can't lose.
Yeah.
Because there's two great backs available.
Well, and more than that, there's 30. This running back class is loaded. So even if they did get pipped somehow by moving back, they're still picking up picks, and they're still going to be able to pick one, if not two, later in the draft with the extra picks and just increase their chances. It's more bites at the apple, and there are a lot of good running backs down the board.
Yeah.
Are they as good as Travion Henderson and O'Marion Hampton? Nope, but that doesn't mean they're not good. There's very talented backs who are going to go off on day 3. Day 3 is going to be super fun for me. I love running backs, and like every 4th pick is going to be a running back. And I'm going to be like, that's great.
And I wonder if they're fielding calls right now from, what about this? Because I think Buffalo wants to go back, but Jade's there at 20. Is there a more Bills corner in this draft than Jade Barron? No. And we know they want a corner.
We do know they want a corner.
He's in range, and
it
Denver would do it.
Yeah, it depends on how much they want him versus some of the other top corners. And I would say about 4, right? 4 other corners would be in Jade's relative league. And if they feel really strongly about him, they're not going to overpay to go up.
All those corners are hurt.
Yeah. That is the thing with corner this year, is that like 4 corners in this year played 6 games or less. And one of them played, 2 games.
Which
reminds me of injury. So,
by the way, I wanted to finish that note, as long as Roger's not coming in to read the card. That note on what Will Johnson's procedure was. It was called osteochondral allograft transplant, which is basically taking a piece of bone and cartilage from his healthy knee and putting it into the injured knee where the damaged cartilage was to try to promote healing. He had this procedure in 2023. Typically, these grafts do take and hold for upwards of 10 years. So the procedure works overall, but only 73% of athletes return at the same or higher level. And in one of the studies, only 2 of the 15 subjects were NFL players, and they could not return to play at all. So that's, again, Will Johnson. And I got that. If you go on Twitter, Banged Up Bills, a personal friend of mine, he's a PT and DPT, knows what he's talking about, did a lot of research into what procedure Will Johnson had, doing research on the studies connected to it. And that's why Will Johnson fell out of the first round for a lot of mock drafts, is because doctors wouldn't touch his knee. Or they touched his knee, but they wouldn't
yeah,
clear
they
his
didn't
knee.
want to touch it again.
Yeah.
So if chat's to be listened to, this pick is Bo Melton and Stone Forsythe. They're getting 2 players.
Bo Forsythe?
Both Bo Forsythe. Oh, Stone Melton. Stone Melton's a quality NFL name.
Yeah, that's an Ivy League fullback if I've ever heard it. All right, Broncos selection.
Yes.
Yes.
One of those wishes will be coming true right now.
Oh, this is Make-A-Wish pick. That's cool.
Is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer.
Oh my God, it's Tutu Atwell.
His wish is to announce
Thank you,
the
chat.
first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
I always love that they do this every year.
It's very cool.
Let's go, Broncos.
All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron.
Oh! A wild Jahdae Barron appears.
Oh, dude. Sertan and Barron.
Get
GTFO.
fucked.
GTFO.
Woo!
Yeah, good luck throwing on the Broncos. Yikes.
That's sick. Like that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So skilled.
I can't even
Dude,
believe I didn't even think about that.
I didn't. I really thought they were focused on the offensive side of the ball. And I think they, too, probably just looked at their board. Again, when you are a team that people don't expect to have as much success as you do, that is, you are farther along in the developmental curve than people think you should be, which is exactly what happened to the Broncos last year. Halfway through, it clicked for Bo Nix, and the Broncos started scaring people. The defense got its act together, and oh my God, the Broncos were kind of a force down the stretch. You can do stuff like this where you go, hey, we're going to go with the best player available because he happens to be really good. And if we pair him with Pat Surtain, yeah, it's going to be a real problem for everybody that plays us. And we would like to be a massive problem for everybody that shows up. So that is a tough pairing. Like, that is a very good young corner pairing.
It's the equivalent of the Emeka pick for Tampa, right? Because they already had Riley Moss, who when he was healthy, he was playing well, opposite of
Which
Pat
is
Surtain.
funny because if you swap them, we would have been like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it
Literally
makes
the
sense,
same
right?
guy. But
They already had Riley Moss. Jaquan McMillan's a good nickel. Chris Abrams-Drain is a guy who we've liked a lot coming out. So it's like they weren't hurting at corner.
no, not at all.
But like Jahdae is so gifted, you know. And I put out a video on this a couple weeks ago, I want to say, and you know he grew up training with Ann Wolfe in Austin, who's one of the best boxers of all time, and learned, you know, I guess you call it boxer's vision. You know, basically learn how to like weaponize his peripheral vision, and you know. Grew up with boxer footwork and boxer vision that turned him into a much better corner. You know, tested off the charts as far as like cognitive testing goes for multiple object tracking and reaction time. You know, he plays that kind of off shuffle technique 90% of the time, way more than most other corners, but it's because he can. Like he can play shuffle technique 90% of the time. And so you pair him with Pat Surtain, who's going to be your big press corner on the other side, and then you have Jahdae kind of just playing off the line of scrimmage and breaking the ball and getting turnovers. Like it's the ideal pair. And then, oh, by the way, we got Jaquan McMillan and Riley Moss and Chris Abrams. Like, dude, where do you throw?
The whole idea is you don't, and they have rushers, so look out. But Steelers picked, and it's not Shador.
Oh, did they show Shador in the green room?
No, they showed Shador at wherever he's hanging out, the family place, and he was just hanging out talking
So-
with Dad.
so
Like
something else.
he's not on the phone, so the pick is in, and
In that case,
Will's
can I
too.
interest you in Derek Harmon?
He's so Steelers.
Oh my God, he's the new Stephon Tuitt.
He's so Steelers. Like,
And also, by the way, that tells you that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steeler.
most likely, yes.
All right, here it is.
Moment this is in the 2025 draft. We're not understating it. The mystery's about to end.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Yes! Let's go! Oh my God.
Oh, you know who's the happiest about this right now?
Hockeys.
Hockeys, 100%. So one of Brett's mods, Hockeys, who helped us out at the Shrine Bowl, fantastic dude, was dreading pretty much everything that could happen, and instead he gets Derek freaking Harmon, who only slid because of some concerns with his shoulders, but the Steelers obviously okay with that. Harmon, one of my favorite players in this draft, absolute ass kicker off the edge, and that's why I say he's so Steelers. That's why Brett compared him to Stephon Tuitt. He is solidly built, up weight, down weight, doesn't matter, highly effective. 55 pressures this year, not an accident, on a very talented defensive line. He was the guy messing it up for opponents of Oregon. And guys like Jordan Birch, who also can mess it up, were cleaning it up. Jamari Caldwell was benefiting from that. Like, Derek Harmon is an absolute beast, and he fits so perfectly with the Steelers. I'm glad that they're okay with whatever's going on with his shoulder, because, yeah, he's never leaving. He's going to Pittsburgh. He's going to retire there. He's done. He's just going to kick ass for 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, that's a 12-year
I'm
Steeler.
out. Yeah.
And we never say, like, oh, yeah, he's going to play for 12 years. Like,
No.
nah, that dude's
If we say
a
they're really
Steeler.
good, we say 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Like, I could see Derek Harmon retiring in 12 years as a Steeler with a very successful career, because he is just so them.
It's perfect fit. Like,
It's ideal.
no notes.
No
notes.
10-10, no notes.
Absolute cinema.
My only note was, damn it, I wish he'd slipped to 39, but oh well, don't get lucky every day. There's a super chat from Tommy, which I think you should read.
Hold on, let me get to it from Tommy. 1999. As someone who watched Bo Nix blow out the Aggies as a freshman, I was a freshman as well, and watched that class of recruits flame out at A&M. Brett, I've watched the vid since high school. I just hope you get some protection. Okay, so you've been through it. You've been through it just like me. Yes, I will say, Tommy, we're tracking okay to get Josh Connerly, which is all that matters.
Oh my God, you'd be so thrilled. You would be as happy as Hawkeyes is with Harmon.
I am locked in on Josh Connerly at 25. So we're, 4 picks away?
Yeah.
We got a good shot, because if you're looking at the full first round here, Chargers aren't taking a tackle. Packers, maybe the Packers would take a tackle.
They could.
Vikings aren't. So unless somebody trades up there, which would be, who would trade up? Chiefs, maybe? But Packers still need a receiver.
Oh.
And an edge.
Oh boy. All right. I gotta give a shout out to my buddy Mitch Stoddard, who just dropped into chat. Dropped us $20. Said, thank God. Mitch is a lifelong diehard Steelers fan who was sweating bullets about this. Thank God. You two are gentlemen, pimps, and scholars. Well, not sure how those mix up, but it sounds cool. It's somebody I'd probably want to party with. So, Mitch, deeply appreciate it. Glad you got Harmon. He's a great player. You're going to appreciate him in Pittsburgh.
I feel like every single Steelers fan has just been sweating bullets.
Huge sigh of relief. You still have Aaron to deal with, so I'll give you tonight to just relax and bask in the glory that is Derek Harmon. He is one of my favorite players in this draft.
Oh, I need a cigarette. I don't even smoke. All right. So Chargers are on the clock. All the Michigan players other than Will Johnson are gone. This one's tough, actually. So maybe Edge. I can see Edge here.
Well, you said Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant's off the board.
Kenneth's gone. Mason's gone. Loveland's
Yep.
gone. Ooh, what about
What about?
just pulling this out of thin air?
Yeah.
Omarion?
I mean,
I mean,
I know who would be thrilled with it.
because like I would say Travion, but it's Jim Harbaugh. He's not taking Ohio State in the first round.
Well-
Come on now.
No, if he was going to take Ohio State, he wouldn't take Travion anyways. He'd take Quinshon, and he'd take him in the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see Omarion here for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in terms of an organizational fit with the line they're building,
Perfect
yes.
fit. Perfect fit.
Greg
And
Roman would
Zabel's
do-
gone, which screws him a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Roman could do backflips, but if he could, he'd do one if they get Hampton.
I'm trying to think. There's not really any other interior. Unless
No,
they have like
I'm
a
just looking
monster
through.
grade on Jared Wilson, maybe.
That would be early. I love Jared Wilson, but it would still be early. It would be, yes, a monster grade. Yeah, if you're going for the same type of player that we were talking about, I mean, for me, it would be Darius Alexander.
I'm trying to think, what receiver would they take here? Because I don't know if they'll do receiver.
I was going to say, I don't think that I would be not most surprised. I would be very surprised by receiver for them here. They do need it, but I think there are plenty of their types later on down. I'm not even going to say that out loud. I'm so scared. I'm going to wait. And if it happens, I will tell you truthfully if it was what I thought was going to happen. Because it's a total long shot. Not anybody.
Total long shot.
I've not seen mock to them. Doesn't like. I mean, there's a fit. Like the fit's okay. It's not that kind of wild long shot. It's just like, for me, it would be incredibly early, and I've not seen the connection made. But I just made the connection in my head, and I'm like, oh no, not even going to speak that into. No, that's perfect. We talked about that one. I think we talked about that at the combine when we saw him run. We were like, oh,
Eamon Worry?
no, it's on the offensive side of the ball. I'll give you that.
Okay. I got nothing. The offense has gotten whittled away pretty quick here in this draft.
Well, I mean, if they were going to be progressive, which is not how I would describe them, I could see Matthew Golden as a pick here. I don't think they're going to pick Matthew Golden.
I would like it, though.
I know you would like it, and it would be the progressive thing to do, but I don't think that's going to happen. Now, it might. We'll see. It'd be a good value. Like,
It'd be a great value.
I don't have any problem with the need lining up with the value. They're still on the phone. With like 20
They have 10 seconds
to go.
on the clock, guys.
Yeah.
Come on now.
What are we doing here?
Trying to get David Putney out of the trade? Let's go.
Oh, I forgot they added St. Juice.
Yeah.
I just forgot. Like, I liked him more than you did anyways during the draft. So
notable 2026 free agents: Najee Harris, Mike Williams, Tyler Conklin, Rashawn Slater. I mean, Slater's not going anywhere. Let's be honest.
yeah,
Bud Dupree, Khalil Mack, Pipkins. He's probably going somewhere. Zion, maybe. We'll see. Taylor Tart. I would like to keep him around. Perryman, just never aging apparently. St. Juice, and then Alohi Gilman. I'd say they bring back 50 to 60% of those.
You know who I didn't ding as much as I would have in past years because of all my Denzel Perryman's not going to be able to play in the league takes, and then they play for like 12 years. Danny Stutzman.
Yeah, no, for sure. Danny Stutzman's
like,
going to be
dude,
playing
I'm gonna stop
2057
saying it because I keep getting crushed.
Yeah.
So Danny Stutzman, welcome to the NFL. You're going to play for 12 years. Go around and be a run stuffer for 10 different teams.
Dude, it worked for Perryman. It worked for Jordan Hicks.
It worked for I was going to say Roach, but that's not right.
Malcolm Roach.
No. I was talking about the middle linebacker for Kansas City, whose name escapes me at the moment. Nick
Oh, Nick Bolton. Yeah.
Bolton, right?
Yeah.
Bolton was just a run stuffer. He was not a pass coverage guy. He has developed into a nice one under Spags, but that is what we hope all players get to do is expand their bag of tricks. Like, and I was like lower on him than a lot of people because I was like, he can't play the pass. And guess what? NFL DCs are like, great, if you can run and track and hit, versus the run.
And even that, Bolton, I would say, is like just okay against the pass, but it's better than when he was in college.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay is his step up from where he was in college, which is why I dinged him, and I dinged Perryman, and I dinged all these guys.
There we go.
And, Stutzman can't play a lick against the pass, but he's a great athlete.
All right, Jim. What you got for me?
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion.
Woo! All right. We're good.
You're set. You're rolling.
The rest of my night's going great because I literally told the Chargers, I told them this because they were like, hey, we want you to do like a reaction video at the end of the night one, talk about the pick. And I was like, I would be happy to. I would love to do that as long as it's not Shamar Stewart. I was like, I'm not doing that again. I threw you guys a bone with QJ. If it's Shamar, I'll see you tomorrow. It's
set,
Amarian.
baby.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, you're celebrating now. You're just popping champagne. One of my favorite players in this draft has been for a couple of years. Started, being on the Omarion Hampton train. Last year when everybody was watching Drake May, I was like, May's cool, but look at that running back. Like, this guy is a dog. And again, wasn't one of those guys that had a season that dropped off. Had just as good a season this year, if not even better, and just sort of continued it. They should be thrilled in Los Angeles. He's going to be a tremendous addition. Absolute workhorse, inside, outside. Not like the greatest in the pass game, but super functional in the short to medium pass game. Like, I don't have any, he's not a dropsies guy. It's just, you're not going to be running him on routes down the field for the most part. That's not his strength, but the way that Greg Roman aligns his offense and the way we saw him, the way we have seen him run it time after time after time when he has a big, heavy, fast back, that's Omarion Hampton. Like, here we go again. And he's the best available version in this draft at this spot. This is as good as the Harmon match was for Pittsburgh.
This is the most Greg Roman running back that Greg Roman has had since Frank Gore a decade ago. And he's had some pretty darn good running backs since then.
Yep.
But this is a hand in glove fit.
Yeah. Imagine if like Dobbins had stayed completely healthy.
But maybe more.
Maybe, but I was really high on Dobbins.
And Dobbins was exceptionally talented.
Right.
But like Omarion,
he's great.
I've said it before, like the dude floats with every step he takes. He's just a ridiculous athlete.
Okay, how are they going to hurt me?
Packers?
That's all I want to know. How are they going to hurt me? Because they're going to. Like, how are they going to hurt me? How are they? Well, here's how they're not going to hurt me. If they pick, like, Landon Jackson, I'll be like, cool.
You mean future 4-time All-Pro Landon Jackson?
Right, exactly. Van Ness, same guy. Like, go for it. So, that's how they're not going to hurt me, but we know they're going to hurt me. So we just have to pick. They can't pick a Mecca. That was going to hurt. They were never really going to pick Omarion. Jade Barron's off the board. That would have been a real dagger through the heart. That would have sucked. So Broncos took care of that for me. So this is really Perna taking care of Grassi for me. Like, I don't know how to feel about that.
Perna has to be
he
beside
be
himself right now because
he should be absolutely thrilled.
Well, thrilled for Jade, but extraordinarily depressed because he's been on the Omarion bandwagon for months, and now he's going to have to play against him twice a year.
Right, but they're still going to get a good running back. They will. Yeah. They will get a good running back.
If they still get Travion,
well,
that's when I crash out.
Travion, Caleb Johnson, like there's guys out there that could do a lot of damage, and Jade is amazing. And honestly, come on, Perna gets to like stick it to Grassi a little bit because Jade would have been good at this pick. But
Oh
he's
yeah, no,
already
we
off the
we
board.
dodged a bullet with Jade not going to Green
Well,
Bay.
and Perna helped. So you think the next GPS that's going to come up? Probably.
I could see like a wild Savone Revel pick here.
Oh, you know what would be just so proof of concept?
Huh.
Luther Burden.
I'd be okay with them taking Luther Burden. That's
I
fine.
I would be totally fine with it, but
You can have him.
we also know if he went to Green Bay, he would somehow turn out to be good. So, yeah.
I mean,
Anyway.
if anybody can make it work, but I'm more okay with them taking Luther Burden than Revel.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Another super chat from Tommy for another $19.99. Thank you for your generosity. We appreciate it. As someone who had Dobbins blow me up in practice in high school and blowing up 2 fantasy seasons for me, I hope he stays healthy too.
That had to
That
hurt.
is a classic super chat. I'm sure it hurt for days. Dobbins is a truck.
That's one of my favorite things about like going to high school games where like big time recruits are, is you can tell immediately if the 5-star is real. Immediately.
Oh, yes.
Because like actual future NFL players in high school games is
Domination.
oh my god. Like, have you seen Abdul Carter as a running back?
Yeah.
The high school team. Oh my god.
Yeah. The all-time classic, Derrick Henry in high school.
Borderline child abuse.
No, it was. It's not borderline anything. It was straight up child abuse, but it happened between the lines, so they didn't count it. Wildcat 13 for $5. Good evening, fellas. Love the content. Just wondering your thought on which RB would be the best fit to Dallas out of who is left.
Travion.
I mean,
They have to trade up for him, but Travion.
Travion, Dobbins. I wouldn't say Caleb Johnson for them because they just picked.
Boy, I'll tell you what though, who might be there is Quinchon Judkins.
Yeah, and that was more than Travion. Like, okay, if you just pick Tyler Brooker and you're going to make yourself a power outfit, Quinchon Judkins, your boy. So probably Quinchon Wildcat. So thank you for the $5. And the bottom line is you're going to get one because there's a bunch of good ones, and there's even more after the ones we named. So there's not really a shelf in running back. There are multiple small steps, but they go way the hell out there. There's like 4 guys on every step, and there's almost 10 steps in this draft. There's 9 steps in this draft. So, yeah.
Speaking about the Packers here, again, looking at the team card, third down blitz percentage, 47.5%. That is third.
Yeah.
That tells you that they didn't think they could win with 4. This is a team that called 3-3 fire zone more than almost every other team in the NFL in passing situations because they couldn't win with 4. Mm-hmm. They tried to generate pass rush in the aggregate, and they tried to scheme up pressure. They have consistently tried to find...
Oh, is Raku?
Coaching staff has familiarity with him. Already coached him before. Halfley.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, because they need to get,
they need to get a guy who's
on
all
good
these
enough.
players that were gonna like literally gore my heart out with a spoon. And Ezraku, I think, is a very good player, so it would fit the Green Bay theme of them picking players I like. But coaching staff familiarity fits a need that you were just talking about in terms of pressure percentage off the edge, being able to rush with 4 and win with regularity. Boy, that lines up pretty nicely.
I mean, it's great when you have a player like Edgerrin Cooper who can get pressures as a blitzer.
Correct.
But you don't want to become overly reliant on that because you can't get pressure doing anything else.
No, they forfeited the pick in their own place. I can't believe it.
Green Bay, it's your time.
All right. What we got here? I think your Ezraku pick is a smart one.
Please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers President and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable?
You see the guy with the Bears hat holding it up in the corner of the camera?
NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
All right, calm down, Mark.
On behalf of the Packers,
It's his own place he's hosting. You're like, calm down, buddy. Pipe down.
everywhere, because our fans are everywhere. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
We have to buy-
communism. Get on with it.
Do we have to buy stock options to see the pick?
How many of you are owners? Yes.
None of you, but, thanks for playing. We appreciate it.
Best owners in the NFL.
The profit sharing? Did you get the profit sharing this year? Oh, you didn't? They still made you pay for tickets? Oh, weird.
Days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers,
Okay, get to it.
for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Oh, he did it.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
It's a good pick.
He did it. Yep.
It's a good pick.
There. What? Yeah, manifesting. Was that last night during Draftsmas? They're like manifesting Goody picks a wide receiver in the first round.
Just
It
because they're
worked.
in Green Bay and they didn't want them to burn down the stadium.
I guess. All right. That Matthew Golden gives them what they're looking for in terms of a receiver. Wow, that is a suit, man. Whoo.
Damn.
Yeah, you gotta be super confident.
I
and
mean-
he is as a wide receiver.
He's wearing a greenish gold suit, so I'd say he knew something.
He knew something. No, Matthew Golden gives them the downfield threat that they were looking for. They already have one, but again, troubles with health have made so that's not an option. They've had to cobble together the pass game with a bunch of number two, not downfield threats. They needed speed. Golden is more than that. He is available. A lot of people had floated to the opinion he might be the first wide receiver off the board. Doesn't come off that way. That is to Green Bay's benefit because they can now stretch the field. He is just under 6 foot, right at about 200 pounds. Fast as all get out, 4.39, I think, and really good hands, and has improved throughout his time continuously. So we say progression isn't linear. He has made a continued rise to work on the weak spots in his game. Obviously, this last year was his best year ever. He became the focal point of their passing game and really paid that off for them. That was a good move for them. Sometimes teams lean on a certain guy and say, hey, you're going to be the centerpiece of what we do, and it falls apart. Golden was able to support them all the way late in the playoffs. He was what Sark wanted at wide receiver, took the number one spot for them, and Green Bay is lucky to get him at this point. Jordan Love's going to be really happy.
He's kind of this interesting amalgamation of all the existing Green Bay receivers, just kind of in one body, because he's got a little bit of Jaden Reed. He's got a little bit of Dontavian Wicks. He's got a little bit of Romeo Doubs all together. What I'd be fascinated by is, and again, if you guys are looking at the team card, Romeo Doubs is going to be a free agent after this year. Christian Watt's going to be a free agent after Watson's going to be a free agent after this year, but again, injury issues, kind of a different situation. I'm wondering if they plan on carrying all of these guys into the season and having a foursome of, again, taking Watson out of this because of injury, having a foursome of Golden, Reed, Doubs, and Wicks, or are they going to try to get something out of Doubs and trade him? I'm curious. Because they do run a lot of 11 personnel. Again, 60 almost 68% 11 personnel. They're spreading you out a lot. So it's not like there's a lack of snaps to go around, but I am curious what they plan to do here.
Yeah, I think he's going to take the Watson deep snaps. I don't think that's a question, especially with where they picked him and when you see him run on the field. Some people test really fast and some people run on the football field really fast and some people do both. Golden was both. Like, he absolutely has jets. He has
Yep.
afterburners. He can stretch it out. He can run away from even fast defensive backs. So they needed this deeply. Like, they had to come out of this draft. They didn't have to get it in the first round, but they needed a vertical threat to open up that offense, because Jordan Love can throw the deep ball. LaFleur wants to. He wants chunk plays in the passing game. And he was really he had to heavy scheme deep shots in the passing game. He had to scheme extra protection and basically do like one route stuff to get deep. And he doesn't want that. He wants flexibility to have 3 wide receivers out there, even 4 wide receivers, and have 1 or 2 of those routes be deep. And they just didn't have the personnel to do it reliably. Golden fixes that part of their operation that was missing.
I really like the Brandon Cooks comp that immediately popped into my head the first time I started watching Matthew Golden. He just reminded me so much of him. The way he moves, the way he adjusts to tough balls. Because Quinn Ewers, let's be honest, Quinn Ewers gave him some really tough,
a lot,
tough passes to deal with. He's got great ball skills. People were kind of slagging on his route running. I liked his route running. I didn't think he had any major issues there. Exceptional short area bursts. I don't think he played to a timed 4.2 speed, but it doesn't mean he's not fast. Like, he is fast. He's just not like 4.29 fast. But
Yeah.
If you told me he played to like a low 4.4 range, fine, and that's enough.
Yeah. That's
It's
real
fine.
fast in the NFL. There's a lot of wide receivers. People always think, oh, they're fast. They are fast, but a lot of them timed at 4.55.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of very successful receivers in the NFL, not the exceptions. A bunch of the wide middle of the bell curve of NFL wide receivers ran in the mid 4.5s. So if you run low 4.4s, you're faster than most of them. If you actually run on the field high 4.3s, you're real fast. You're one of, 10, 15 fastest NFL wide receivers. So it's not super common that way. Bora Ochoa says, EJ, who is your nightmare Chargers pick?
One second.
Uh-oh, we got picked.
For the 24th pick in the
Oh, they knew.
2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard.
Oh, interesting.
Really good pick for them.
Interesting. That's earlier than I thought he would go. But they did need guard help real bad.
All right, but you also are getting a guy that has true tackle flexibility. His first position is guard, absolutely. And if you look at his movement after Josh Simmons got hurt, he moved out to tackle for Ohio State. His first 4 games, he had never played tackle at the college level. His first 4 games were atrocious. So this is a guy that ended up with 22 pressures or something. No, it was more than that. But interesting stat. So he gave up where is he? Jackson. Sorry, I went to the wrong one. Because he's in my guards. That's why.
You went to tackle.
I went to tackle. Well, I wrote him up as both, so I forgot where I ended up with him. Donovan Jackson ended up giving up 19 pressures on the season. You might think, oh my God, what's a guy who gave up 19 pressures doing in the first round? All right, here's the fun one. Only 4 of those were as a guard. And also, he only gave up 2 total pressures in his last 4 weeks. Last 4 games playing OT once he got up to speed. There was this horrendous, like, hey, we've got to move you midseason and
Go
you get
block
to go deal
Abdul Carter.
Yeah, you get to deal with Abdul Carter in like your second week out. How's that going to go? Not great. So he stacked pressures and hits and hurries and all kinds of stuff in those middle 4 weeks. And then if you kept watching and didn't just shield your eyes, he got better and better and better and leaned out. And then he was playing tackle at a very high level at the end of the season, enough so that people were like, hey, man, he's been a really good guard, but was he a tackle all along? Like, he's playing tackle against some really top edge rushers, and he's doing it really well. So I still think he's a better guard. Great player there, good power, lots of mobility, very big frame, tends to engulf rushers really, really easily, can control them. Pretty much everything you want at guard, but has real tackle flexibility. Not like, oh, emergency. Like, no, like we saw Joe Tooney do it where, hey, you're a high-level guard. You can pop out and play tackle at a reasonable level and not get our quarterback killed. Those players are immensely valuable. And,
Well,
strangely enough, the Vikings had tackle trouble.
When Darisaw got hurt last year,
That's right.
They were in a world of trouble.
So they looked
And-
at Donovan Jackson and went, hey, we can have a high-level guard, and if that ever happens again, we're not up shit creek. We could actually slide him over and expect reasonable results, even at the NFL level. So
Yeah.
wildly valuable player.
Their major hole on the offensive line was left. I mean, in free agency, they brought in Ryan Kelly and Will Freeze. Freeze?
Freeze, I think.
Freeze. So from right or left to right, their offensive line is going to be Christian Darrisaw, and then I would assume Donovan's going to win the starting job at left guard over Blake Brennel. Ryan Kelly, Will Freeze, Brian O'Neill. That's a damn good offensive line.
That's not going to be fun to rush against.
Yep. So hopefully Matthew Golden also can moonlight as an edge rusher, or they ain't getting anything done in those two games, because that's a tough five to go against.
Yeah. So
Good pick.
again, not a super sexy pick, and like you said a little bit earlier than some people thought.
Hold
they
on,
might
Giants traded up.
go. Well, we know who that would probably be for, eh?
Do we?
Yes.
Do we?
Yes.
It's which one?
Not the one that would make you most sad.
What's
is
either
that fair
Shador
to
or
say?
Dart? Who is it? Shador or
Dart.
Dart?
It's Dart.
You think so?
Yeah.
In which case, Shador's not going first round.
That's also correct.
Find the team.
No, after the Steelers, it got very unlikely.
There's nobody else.
Yeah. Unless somebody trades in, like you said, somebody could say we want 5th-year control, but I think they're going to play
Cleveland's
chicken.
doing it. I don't think Cleveland's doing it.
I think they're going to play chicken. They're going to say he's going to drop to us in the 2nd round, so we'll just wait.
So they got the 34th pick, a 3rd rounder, so 99th pick, so 2 top 100 picks, and then next year's 3rd.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm catching up on the trade. This is where the draft gets busy. This is good training for the next couple days. What are they doing?
Who? Texans or Giants?
Texans. I know what the Giants are doing.
They either
They're gambling that he's going to be there, but like they're
Connerly? I don't think
stacking all this-
Connerly is going to be there. That's the problem.
I don't think he is. That's the thing. They're stacking all this ammo, and what are they going to do? Are they going to package it all together and move right back up? Like what? What? What are we doing?
Unless they think he's going to be there at 34.
Maybe they're looking at the lineup and thinking he'll survive.
Because their major threat is the Chiefs taking a tackle, but it's like the Rams could take one too.
Yeah.
So
100%.
again, they are gambling. And I'll tell you what, if the Texans pull this off and they get Connerly at 34, that is like the ultimate big balls move.
I'm going to say the gamble is we're going to stack all these picks and we're still going to come out with a tackle.
I mean,
that is high stakes poker right now.
Hats off to you, Nick, if you manage that. But all right, so Giants.
The Giants, I think it's Dart, but I want to get back to Bora Ochoa, who said, EJ, who was your nightmare Chargers pick? It wasn't a nightmare. It was just somebody I hadn't considered, and there was a connection no matter how thin. But you talked about wide receiver, and it sparked that little, and I was like, what if he went back, way back in the Wayback Machine to his Stanford roots?
Oh, Aya Manor?
Yeah.
Because he can block.
And he can block, and he's big, and he can. All of a sudden, I was like, ding. You know, one of those galaxy brain moments. I was like, Coach at Stanford still got some connections there.
That's the day 2 Charger.
I
That's the day 2 Charger.
would not shock me in the least. But if they'd done it right there, I would have been surprised. Hampton,
Here we
clearly
go.
a
Here we go.
tremendous pick. Yep.
All right.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Woo!
You want to know how I know that?
How? Little birdie?
Yeah. Who's a kid who posted a Jackson Dart highlight reel.
Joe
On his
Shane's
IG.
kid? Yeah.
Yep, last night, and then took it down real fast and made it private. And people were like, "Aha, he did," and I was like, This is where you need to know what to listen to, folks. So this happened before free agency, because free agency, you're not supposed to be tampering, but everybody knows insiders are talking to agents. Agents already have deals in place from the combine. We've certainly shared that with you. That's not news. It happened the night before free agency. Morgan Moses going to the Patriots. It got shared by somebody probably working for Diana Rossini, right? And take it down real quick because, you're not supposed to know that deal's already signed and he's going from here to there and he's off the board. But he totally is. And guess what? Morgan Moses ends up going to the Patriots. And you're like, so here comes the highlight reel of Jackson Dark from the GM of the Giants kid. And it gets yanked. And I was like, okay, if they trade up.
Speaking of trade up, Falcons are now on the clock. They went up with the Rams. They already took Jalen Walker. Are they double dipping?
I was going to say double dip is my first thought.
There's no Georgia players left. Oh, Malachi Starks. There we go.
Wow,
done.
Just, not a terrible pick, but also not who I think they would be going after. Are they comfy with James Pierce now that they're down? And they're like, hey, Pierce is still there.
What else do they need? Hold on.
It would be weird, but the first thing I thought was double dip, which is odd. Wide receiver?
No.
They're not going to go Higgins because they've already got one of those.
They got Drake and Mooney and...
Yeah, no.
Well, maybe a third receiver. I could see that. Because it's not like Ray McLeod is stopping me from drafting a third guy. So.
And there's not a center that's going to make me do anything.
Oh, Jared Wilson. Do you think they would?
That seems awful early to me. Like, Wilson has had a great combine. I think he's a really good player, but I think he's like a top 100 player, not a top 25 player.
There's just not
and
many
that's a
centers.
huge difference. Well, there's not, but you can also wait a little bit and get a decent one. If they're, I don't know. I mean, he is a Georgia guy. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's the prerequisite, right?
But is this a wild Jahad Campbell pick?
What does he do that Caden Ellis doesn't already do for them?
I'm just thinking about, like, guys are dropping down the board where they go, we got to get back in and get that guy because we have him high enough off our board that we don't think he'll survive on day 2. Like, that's the only thing I can do.
What the hell is this?
Well, that's what we said last year, and it was Penix, so I don't know. So they get a second, a 7th, and next year's first out of a late first this year?
So they got to love somebody.
Wow.
But if they're giving up a first-round pick, it's got to be receiver or pass rusher. There's
they
nothing
got a third
else.
back. Yeah,
Still.
they got a third back. No,
What the
So,
hell?
anyways. Borger, thanks for your question. It was fun to think about Manor, and who knows? Brett might be right. He might end up.
His chat's like, it should
tomorrow.
do her.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of those.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
3 years, they have to run away with the division. Atlanta feels like they can go do it.
Los Angeles Rams have traded the 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
It's
Yep.
Pierce.
Double dip.
Double dip. So
Yep.
they have to feel comfortable
Yeah.
with the
100%.
character, right? And they already took a guy who has some of the best character in this entire draft in Jalen Walker. So I'm sure it's going to be like, hey, go be like Jalen. You know, be Captain America for us. It's just he's a better pass rusher than Walker is by a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, talent-wise, absolutely fits.
Yeah,
Absolutely fits.
People are like Leonard Floyd. They just put up the graphic that said he's Leonard Floyd. I'm like, he's not Leonard Floyd. He's a way better straight pass rusher than Leonard Floyd. He does not have the same chops in short coverage, short pass coverage that Leonard Floyd did. He was exceptional at that at Georgia. He was really multi-role. Like James Pierce, I don't see as multi-role at all. I see him as a straight ahead, very good win outside with speed and power pass rusher, and that's it. Like he's not a great tackler. He's not even a great edge setter. He is a like missile to go get quarterbacks. Like that's his thing. And that was so not Leonard Floyd's game. So whoever put that graphic together, I would love to have a conversation with and see what maybe they're saying Leonard Floyd being in the building is a good mentor, kind of like Calais Campbell or something, but a different player.
Very different player. And honestly, the type of Pierce is the type of player that they really, 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 really need, which is a flamethrower off the edge who doesn't just win with speed, but wins with speed at the right depth of the pocket. Because there's a lot of speed rushers where they're not very strong, and so they have to take the long way around, and it's basically like, okay, I'm getting to 10 yards deep in the pocket, and then I'm cranking my hips, and I'm trying to work back to 8. Pierce does it differently, because Pierce has a lot of pop in his hands. Like, he weaponizes speed to power better than a lot of guys in this class. And even though he's not as bendy as, say, like a Mike Green or Donovan Ezeraku, he has so much pop in his hands that he shortens the corner when he goes speed to power, and he knocks back the tackle to make it so he doesn't have to go to 10 and then work back to 8. He just goes to 8 and stays at 8 because he works that speed to power so well. So his stiffness in his hips doesn't really work against him that much, and that's why he's such a damn good pass rusher. His first step is exceptional, and he really scares the crap out of tackles with it because he's a good snap jumper too. And once they start oversetting against him because they're afraid of that speed to power and they're trying to get him before he gets up to speed, he just hits you with this nasty inside counter. Like he's got this almost like a jump cut for a running back. Really, really good pass rusher. If he's literally just there to do third down stuff for them, honestly, the comp that I would think of is like almost kind of Byron Youngish, right? Which ironically they
Closer
traded with
for
the
me.
Rams, right? But like, I think Byron Young went to Tennessee too. Now I think about it.
True.
But like that's the kind of guy you're getting. And again, if you're looking at the team card here, D-line pressure percentage generated last year, 28.4%, 30th in the NFL. They couldn't get pressure with 4 at all. Like literally at all. And they haven't been able to do it since they had John Abraham, if we're being real. So double dipping is necessary to me. Like just shotgun it. Kill it with fire. Take as many as you want.
You know, they needed it, and they needed it deeply. And I mean, we joked about it again in the collab mock draft we did with the NFLSE guys. Like, we got to Atlanta and we're like, if we don't pick pass rusher here, we're never going to be able to go to the city of Atlanta again. Like, we're going to be barred from entry. So it was that bad. It was a crying need. And that's why as soon as they traded back in, I was like, double dip. Like, they just saw the value and said, hey, we didn't expect him to be on the board. And we're willing to give a first rounder next year for it, which is really interesting to me. And Dylan brings up a great point. Rams getting a future first is huge for potential 2026 trade up for QB.
Need it. And also what it tells me is the Falcons regime was like, hey, if we lose this year, we're getting fired anyway, so who cares about a future first?
Yeah. We don't need them future first. We already spent our futures on a quarterback, so we got a quarterback of the future. We need some pass rushers of the future right now. Or pass rushers of the present, I guess is a better way to say that.
Oh, I didn't really. Bengal's streaming right now too, isn't he? God, I wonder how he reacted to the dart pick.
I want to see Adam's reaction to it. Like Adam's reaction.
Probably better than if it was going to be Shador, right? Because at least like you can
100%.
sort of talk yourself into it.
100%. And I sent that to a Giants friend last night, and they just kind of chuckled about it. They were like, what am I going to do? Say it didn't happen or try and downplay it? They were just like, not going to confirm or deny, but oh, geez. Like,
Connor says Bengal wants to scream and cry so badly.
Yeah, I'd imagine he might be doing a little bit of both.
Ravens at 27. Can you imagine this being anybody but Malachi Starks? Because I can't.
It's the best fit, and it's a very available player at the right time for the Ravens to swoop in and go, oh, yeah, look, great football player. Guess what we do? Pick up the great football players that other people drop.
Be very on brand. Extremely on brand.
Wow. Misseltane for $4.99. Seeing reports the Rams were going to take Dart, and that's why they got sniped and then traded down. Interesting.
It would be a good place for Dart to go.
Okay, Ravens are super psyched, so they did the Ravens
It's
thing again.
got to be Malachi Starks.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Because right now their starting safeties are Kyle Hamilton and Ardarius Washington, and Starks does stuff that those guys don't do. Because like you want Kyle Hamilton to be, kind of your around the line of scrimmage, playing almost like a big nickel type role, playing in space. The closer Kyle Hamilton is to the ball, the better he is. Now he's gotten better playing from depth than, even when he was coming out of college. He's definitely gotten better. But I want Kyle Hamilton to be near the ball. I want Starks to be deep. Rodgers coming out.
Yeah. Starks or Ezraku, because if they pick Ezraku, they're going to make him work.
Yeah.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks,
Yeah.
defensive back.
Yep, that was
That's the easiest pick of the night.
that was chalk money down the middle, and Ezraku was like, "I'll throw $10 on Ezraku."
I think it was like 7 or 8 picks
100
ago.
bucks.
7 or 8 picks ago, the Rams were like, "So this just happening? All right."
Yeah.
Stephen Nagish for $2. Hey guys, do you all like Loveland pick at 10? I do. It's not what I expected, but he's worth it. He's an exceptionally talented receiving tight end. Weirdly, not a great contested catcher. That was one of my big knocks on him.
Sure.
And I watched every single contested catch he had for the season. He just doesn't survive contact very well, which is odd for a guy as big as he is. But he is a good receiving tight end. And as a blocker, he's less of a lineup as a Y and dig you out, and more of a be off the line of scrimmage, be an insert blocker, that kind of stuff. He's gonna be
The one
Mark Andrews.
Yeah, the one block that he makes really well is pin block, where he, offset and slot, and he just pins his guy into the tackle. Whoever the tackle's blocking, he just goes in and just hits him under the shoulder and pins it. He's great at that block. He's not a great contested catcher, and he's not a great yak with moves guy, right? He's not going to break a lot of tackles or be super jitterbuggy. He's a yak with speed guy. If you don't get him on the crosser, he just keeps running. And that's how he gets his yak. So it's what kind of yak? I don't want to say he's not a good yak guy. He is when he's running across the formation. If he's stopped and he has to turn and there's a couple guys behind him, he's not going to juke those guys out of their shoes and run over another one. That's not his game. So, but if you want to run him on routes, if you want to find him in space, people keep saying Mark Andrews. I think he's built differently than Mark Andrews, but the play style is very similar. So I get it. And Ben is very sure he can use him. He's seen the strengths. To me, he's just like a hyper power slot. And that's not a backhanded compliment. That is, he is probably the best, powered up power slot in this draft.
Lions on the clock. I don't think it's Mike Green. He does Mike. I don't know.
No,
if they would. I don't know if they would tolerate Mike Green.
It's not Mike Green. I would be shocked.
Not that Mike Green's not talented. He's just not.
No, he's super talented.
He's not a
but
Lion.
He's not. He's not probably going to play for the Lions.
Yeah,
they have a similar way to the Bears in terms of what their tolerances are. So,
and I'll tell you guys this: even Mike Green's agent was kind of iffy on if he was going today. So that'll tell us.
Yeah, he was trying to soften the blow as early as yesterday. Hey, might be that we're looking at day 2. And if they're doing that a day early, yeah, they're getting people ready to accept the likely reality.
Ooh, turned off the whole damn background. As for who it is, I mean, Ezraku's there. I don't know if there's a better pick than Donovan Ezraku for them. As far as
that's a nasty combo too with Hutch.
Scheme fit, culture fit, effort fit.
I don't love it as a Bears fan, as a Brad Holmes fan. Sure, just keep doing it, buddy. But yeah, They do need it. They've invested a lot on the defensive line, but it hasn't all worked out like they thought. It wasn't all. I mean, Aleem has been good for them, very good actually. Yeah, they need they need a little. It's not the Cincinnati need that they had to take pressure off Hendrickson, but Hutch was, when he was healthy, very much one man banding it. He had some help, but not as much as they need. They want more consistent pressure without having to get it from one player, because they saw what happened. Well, strangely, they were able to manifest pressure after that, which is one of the best coaching jobs in the NFL last year.
Aleem played out of his mind.
He stepped up for sure.
After Hutch went down, like he was the defense. It was him and the DBs that were like just going into him, and like Brian Branch. So they need Ezraku. They really do.
A great fit and high effort player, super long arms. And my favorite thing about Ezraku is, even if he's not winning on a pass rush on a given down, he's giving you something on the play. He had a very high number of stops. He had a very high number of just regular tackles, which, again, a guy like James Pierce only had like 20-something tackles. Ezraku had almost twice that many. Like, he's doing things every down. He's a hustler in terms of making sure he gets across field to make plays. Like, he's very, when you said very Lions, like, he's very active. He's very aggressive. He's not going to stop. That's a Dan Campbell guy if I've ever heard of him. You know, it's a bite your kneecaps guy.
Pick is in. So we'll see what we got here. And again, it's
favorite guy on their board. They're very happy about it.
It's scary hours here, right? Because we're right in the middle of the section of the draft where there's 30 guys that all have the same grade.
Yeah.
It could be anybody. Here it is.
This is where it gets really weird. Typically, but strangely, in this really weird year, it's so far.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Different kind of help.
Different kind of help.
Same area of the field, different kind of help.
You're taking Tyleek Williams, not because you need pass rush help, but more
Definitely
so,
not.
we need to make sure that Aiden Hutchinson gets as many 3rd and 8s as humanly possible, because nobody is allowed to run the ball.
No.
That is why you take Tyleek.
Yeah. He has the same skill set as like Alfred Collins does. To sit in the middle of the line and go, nope, this gap's mine and this gap's mine, and you can't have either one of them. And I'm in charge of both of them. And that's what he does. And everybody that's projecting, oh, he has pass rush. No, he doesn't. He is a dominant interior run defender, and he can collapse the pocket with power, but he is not a pass rusher. Like, you're going to get, if you get 3 sacks a year out of him, you're really happy about it. And they're cleanup sacks. That's fine. You didn't draft him for that. You drafted him to stand there in the middle and say, your run game goes somewhere else because you're not moving me.
And if you're looking at the team card there, yards before contact per carry on average allowed. Say that 5 times fast.
Can't.
Lions were tied for 18th in the NFL at 1.4. Keep in mind, in the first 6 weeks, they were 10th at 1.2. Knowing Dan Campbell, he doesn't want to be 10th. He wants to be top 5. And Tyleek Williams is how you get into the top 5. Like, they want to completely reset the line of scrimmage. They want to be as dominant of a run defense as they were a couple of years ago when they were a better run defense than last year. And they just want to absolutely obliterate the line of scrimmage. And they want to set up Aiden for as many true pass rushing situations as possible. And they can still add a pass rusher in this draft on day 2. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, you pair Tyleek with like Omar Norman Lott tomorrow, your problems are solved. So I still think they're not done on the defensive front. It is interesting that they did nose tackle right now. That tells me that tomorrow in the second round, they think there's going to be a run on some of these nose tackle body types. Potentially CJ West is going to be gone. Maybe they didn't think he was going to be there. But like I think that they didn't think that they were going to get another one.
Yeah. So with Washington, I don't know, corner or edge?
I mean, is Raku's still there?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
certainly.
JTT even. I can see them doing JTT.
Yeah, body type wise, for
Body
sure.
type wise.
He's more fit for what they want to do. He's not as highly rated player for me. I really like him. Like he's one of the guys I'm higher on than a lot of people. Certainly like him better than his teammate Sawyer. As Rocco, I do have rated higher. So again, but it's about scheme and team fit and what they need them to do in their defense, whether or not they can do that physically, play style, body type, whatever. But if they were going to go corner,
Revel.
He's
a Dan Campbell type. Big, long, press corner. He loves those kind of corners. You kidding me?
Amos, come on.
Yeah, but if Revel's knee is checked out, he's a better version for that specific archetype. Like that big, long press corner. Amos, I see, is more of like a do-it-all kind of guy. Whereas
I just
Revel's
look at
like
he's got great size. He's tough as hell because he played in the SEC. He smothers guys. Revel is longer, more wiry, more active. Tackles, they both tackle, but Revel tackles better.
Yeah.
Like more actively, comes forward more often. But Amos is not a bad tackler. It's just if you're looking for that DB that tackles, that's why Revel was on my radar, because that's my kryptonite. I
third in missed tackle percentage, I think, in this corner class, somewhere around there. Like
who, Amos?
No, Revel. He was like top 3 or top 5.
Well, I took his 2023 stats because he only played like 3 games this year, or not even game and a half or whatever it was. Hang tight.
Because I had the percentage. He was at one of the 5 best corners.
Percentage for Revel in 2023 was really low. It was 5.
Which is great for a corner.
Which is amazing for any player in the secondary. Nickel, outside corner, safety, whatever kind of safety you want. Amos was 11.5, which is, I would say, pretty average for a corner, because there were certainly guys that were much higher, like 20 and 16. And
dude, there's some corners like Quincy Riley who just can't tackle at all. I was like, first practice, I'm running crack toss at you, dude. Like we got to get this locked in.
25.6. Yeah, that's not great. 1 out of every 4. So no, it's not. Amos again is good, and he will do it. He's not one of those guys that shies away from it, but Revel is like, pardon the pun, he revels in it.
Yeah, I also think he's like, personality wise, he's such a Dan Quinn type of guy, and it would totally snipe the Bills. It would piss the Bills off a lot. All right, pick is in.
They get
with the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Carnley Jr.
Oh, sniped. Speaking of pissing people off, I mean, they can't have thought he was gonna get there.
That crushes me.
It should. I am really happy for Josh. We will keep it positive. Got to see him up close at Uvo's Pro Day. He's one of my favorite tackles in this draft. He is not the best tackle in this draft. He is one of my favorite tackles in this draft, period. Like, pretty easily. Like, Josh Simmons is the best left tackle on film. Josh Connerly is my favorite, I'll say, left tackle in this draft, but probably my favorite tackle in this draft. I love his game. He's balanced, composed. He does lose sometimes, but he loses in the way you want to tackle to, which is slowly and in a controlled fashion. Very good as a run blocker as well. He's really quick. Like, I think his 10-yard was 174. Checking.
I'll just say this.
171 was the quickest in this entire class.
I love Josh Connerly. Great player. This is a phenomenal pick.
Yeah.
This destroys me.
Yeah. You were pinning your hopes. I I'm so surprised that if they really wanted, basically what this tells me is they didn't really want him.
But
Like
why?
well, I'm not saying I would. You and I both really
I'm
like him.
channeling my inner Will Smith. How come you don't want me, man? Like what?
That's
What the fuck?
No,
Like, he's
but
great.
if you're gonna trade down there, you know he's great, and you know the tackles are gonna go. You don't realistically think you're gonna get him. You're passing on that, and you're fine with like Belton or Grant or somebody. Like you're fine with somebody because, I mean, I think you roll the dice and you go, yeah, maybe we get him, but I don't really think we get him. We want the picks, and we have this other thing in place because this is what I thought was going to happen when they traded down. I was like, they don't really think he's going to make it, do they? Like they couldn't.
It's just that now the Commanders have the Texans' offensive line that I wanted. They have Laramie and they have Connerly.
Yes, it's true.
Oh,
Yeah,
I really liked it better when the Commanders didn't know what they were doing because they
they
didn't ruin my life as much.
Like when Patricia was coaching the Lions, no problem, man. Go for it. Do what
Between
you
the Hail
want.
Mary game and this, like I am fighting with the Commanders at this point. We are not friends. Like this has been a really bad year for me and them.
Little bad stretch for you and the Commanders. But they can't have thought he was going to get there. Like no way.
Yikes. Great pick for the Commanders, though. Like, when I'm being negative, it's not about the Commanders. Like, I'm concerned for the health and safety of my quarterback, EJ.
And you should be. As well you should be. That's actually a great O-line. Yes, Chris the Dropout, indeed. That is shaping up to be a very nice O-line. And I'm with you when if you're a fan of a team in the NFC East, like Commanders were bad forever, right? They had a terrible owner and you could just count on them to absolutely self-destruct in 10 different ways. And now it's like, wait, they're competent? I have to worry about them? Oh no, that's bad news. And they were the other team besides Denver last year that took that extra leap that is farther ahead than anybody thought they would be in a single year. And now they're just like, well, cool. We're just going to stack chips. Like, let's go.
Bills are on the clock. I know this is not going to be like a surprise, but I'm going to go Revel here. I think Revel's been the goal the whole night for them.
Yeah, and I think they're pretty darn happy with it. If they're happy with his knee, which we haven't heard anything bad about that healing, the way that it should, he should be back to full strength. He could have been the best corner in this class. I think if he'd played the entire season, we would have been talking about him as CB1, and I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Yeah. He's a top 15 talent when he was healthy. Truly. And also just a perfect fit for what they do defensively.
Yeah.
And he could tackle.
He tackles like a mother. And I love corners that tackle. I watched Revel. I was like, yep, he's one of my guys.
Like the only other guy I could think of that they might be considering here is Ezeraku, just to add to the pass rush rotation, because I still don't think they're done getting pass rushers.
No, but I would see like JTT being more their type. They like him bigger.
Fair.
They like
fair.
him bigger.
Yeah.
And Ezraku's not small, but the Bills, if they can default to a bigger pass rusher, are going to do
They're
so.
going to. Yeah, like Michael would have been their guy. Like that's their prototype.
Yeah, 100%. And they would have just added him into the Circus Freaks passing room and turned him into a killer. Like that's what they do. So
Pick is in.
Favorite team. Tommy.
Let's go, Tommy.
Oh,
It's a nice ass suit too. Damn.
I was gonna say,
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder.
let's go.
He's a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills.
Tommy, I need to know where you got the turtleneck because that is a nice turtleneck.
I can't wear turtlenecks, man. I'll leave that one to you. And Tommy, apparently, because Tommy can wear the hell out of one.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Whoa!
I was just looking at him on the list, and I was like, no, it'd be Amos before it's Harrison. Okay, Maxwell Harrison, cornerback, Kentucky, absolute dog. Reminds me, and I said this to you the other day, of Andrew Phillips, who now plays for the Giants. Agent of chaos around the line. Not somebody I want in deep coverage. Short to medium is incredibly quick, incredibly physical. Is going to have to tone that down even a little bit. I mean, it's easier to tone him down than it is to tone him up. But he's going to draw some flags with that style in the NFL. And high energy, high impact, disruptor is the way I would characterize his game.
My main issue with Hairston is his game relies a lot on the fact that he is one of the fastest human beings on the field, and he relies a lot on having makeup speed.
Yes.
And I worry that when he gets to the NFL against faster players, he can't just make up speed himself into being in position. Like, you got to be in position the entire route. Or
No,
at least
he's got to be.
most of
He's
it.
got to become a craftsman, and
And he
he's
is not.
right
He is
now.
not a craftsman.
He is not right now, and that is going to be his challenge. Every player has a challenge coming into the league. His challenge will be finding a way to take all those gifts, because he's got all the gifts. I mean, he's a very physically talented corner, but he's going to have to find a way to really funnel those in.
And you know,
because-
Trey White being there, like, he can learn a lot from Trey White, who is a craftsman.
Yeah.
That is not the corner that I expected to go.
No, we were talking about Quincy Riley's missed tackle rate.
Yeah, he's up there.
He's above it, 27.3. So he's a wild man, and that's not always a good thing. We're not talking about the good kind of wild. We're talking about wild in quarterbacks when we say, oh, yeah, he threw it over the bleachers, that kind of wild. Yeah, not the kind you're after necessarily.
Also, did have some character flags there. I have to assume they checked into it, because I don't think they would have taken him here if they didn't. I hope.
Yeah, there are front offices that I disagree with their picks, and they turn out to be right, especially in certain positions. And then there are front offices I disagree with their picks at certain positions, and I turn out to be right.
Eagles
Yeah.
traded up by one pick?
I am not a Kyer Elam fan, or was not, and that turned out to be true,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word. So I hope I'm wrong here. I really do. I know a lot of Bills fans, love him to death. And Maxwell Harrison, I want him to succeed, because when he is blowing crap up around the line of scrimmage, it's super fun to watch. When he's missing a tackle and the receiver's going 30 yards behind him, it's not fun to watch. And so I'm voting for fun to watch football, which means Maxwell Harrison hangs out Trey White, figures out how to tool himself up and get that missed tackle rate down, because that's tough.
So the Eagles gave up a 5th-round pick to go up one spot.
And it's not for Nolan.
It's not for
Nolan
Nolan.
was the guy.
And we know
Nolan
that they
was
were
the guy we
thinking
were
about
thinking
that.
of. Yeah.
Ezraku?
It'd fit.
It fit.
And everybody would say, oh, how he stole another one, which they're going to say no matter what he drafts at this point, just because he's got
Dude,
to.
he could draft a punter. Be like, how he got him again.
Oh, Scorton.
Oh, yeah.
Like Scorton more than Ezraku. Like either one would be good, but Scorton here would be tough.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I feel like if they're going,
But would the Chiefs give up Scorton for a 5th-round pick? Because Scorton fits the Chiefs like a glove.
right, but they get a 5th-round pick, and they're probably going to pick Simmons anyways.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay.
I mean, looking at who's left on the board,
The chat's like Eagles taking Simmons would be funny. Could you imagine how he just straight
Dude.
up lying?
Oh yeah, but like, yeah, no, we won't pick your guy. Here's a 5th round pick.
We
We're
really
gonna
like
pick
this
your
punter.
guy. We're
Please
gonna
give
pick
us
your
your
guy.
pick.
Oh man, no. And giving Simmons to Stoutland, like,
Yeah.
get out of here.
Yeah.
But I mean, same thing. Giving Scorton to their D line, which has been just a revolving door of awesome for the last couple of years. Like, it's just them continuing that legacy. He fits their defense, I think, better than Izraku, and a little like Izraku would work for sure. Because I was not sure about the fit of Nolan Smith. Well, shows you what I know. Nolan Smith turned it on at the end of last year and became an absolute ace. And so we'll see.
Man, I didn't think this draft was going to be this.
Oh,
riveting.
well, yeah, it's always theater, right? Now, Drew Kelsey, Nick Emanwari, that would be an out of left field. Like, let's make the secondary absolutely vicious. It's already very, very tough.
He would be Vic's new Adrian Amos.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
Because
for
he's more of an Amos than an Eddie.
And the thing is, he can kind of be either, which I really went into it going, oh, he's 6'3", he's 220, he's fast. Like, yeah, he's a hitter, he's a box. Dude can cover. Like, his NFL passer rating allowed when targeted was 36, which is essentially throwing the ball into the dirt. That's what you get for a 36. If you ground the ball every time you snap it on a pass play, your NFL passer rating is like 36 or 37.
Yeah. Because he had
He can cover.
how many picks? He had like 3 picks, I think, right?
Yeah,
3 or 4 picks somewhere in there.
Picks are always fickle. I want to see, like,
No, I'm just saying,
how many-
like, the passer
Yeah.
rating is influenced heavily
Yeah.
by getting turnovers and not giving up
for sure.
touchdowns. So-
Yeah, no, that's how you get it lower than putting it in the dirt. Because there was somebody in this draft class that the NFL passer rating allowed was 4.1, and I was like, that's like, I reached out to the people that run the stats. I was like, this is you forgot a digit, right? It's like 44, or it's like 14, or they were like, nope, it's right. I was like, God, that's brutal. Yeah, I would say Scorton. I mean, Emanwari would make that secondary a lot. It's already a lot, but it feels like they could get more. They could get more at safety. I mean, they could come back with a Malachi Moore pick or something.
Kevin Winston. Well,
yeah,
Winston
they
won't
could
be
get-
there late too, but
Right. but-
hell, this could be Winston now.
Yeah, it could be Winston. I thought about Winston, but again, he's a local guy, right? Penn State. But I was thinking about, like, could you come back and get a Woodson or somebody like that? You're not going to get a Nick Skirton, like, later.
Shador. No, just kidding.
Not today. I love that tweet. I am built for whatever today brings. I was like, yeah, but what if today is actually tomorrow? Then what happens?
Here's Roger.
Yeah. Everybody's going to groan because Howie, this is what happens when you win. When you have a great track record, everybody's going to say, he won again.
31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Wow.
They are
So-
comfy with the medicals.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Top 15 talent, top 15 to 20 talent, I'll say, in the draft.
Wow.
Medicals were iffy.
Do you know what Vic's going to do with him?
Everything. Everything.
Everything.
Like,
Oh.
and
If he's healthy, I would be so afraid.
dude, him and Zach Bond next to each other? Are you kidding me?
That's
Are you kidding me?
Nasty.
So if they're taking him, that means the doctors gave it the all clear. And that was also them throwing a bone to Vic Fangio of like, thanks for the ring. We'll let you cook.
Yeah, we will let you cook is the best way to consider this pick. Oh, he is so hyped. The photographer's like, I got to get out of the way.
Dude, the comp for him is literally Zach Bond. He's going to play with Zach Bond. Okay.
I think the ceiling comp is higher. And I watched Zach Bond last year. I think if
Crazy.
he's healthy and continues to develop, which he's going to have every chance to do playing in that defense under Vic Fangio, his ceiling comp is higher than Zach Bond.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to slip because the medicals, but if Philly's like, whatever. Like we're in a 4-year window anyway.
Did they really think the Chiefs were going to do it? Like that's the thing.
No,
like,
I think they thought somebody else was.
Okay,
I'm sure
somebody else was
because
bidding for
the
it.
Chiefs and the Eagles are very close, right?
Yes,
like those front offices and coaching staffs know each other, and so I'm sure like somebody was coming up, and
they
I'm sure
called
they're
them
like,
and
"Hey,
said,
give us an offer so that we don't do this," or rather, like make it worth our while to not give them to you.
That's more fair because I don't think the Chiefs would have taken him for a couple of reasons.
Especially like
great player.
If it was an NFC team that was calling up and they're like, because it doesn't, Casey's like, whatever, we play you guys every 4 years. But it's like, you're going to deal with this every year. You want to give us a fifth so you don't? That's kind of how I interpret it.
You can have a fifth and we get John freaking Campbell. Yikes. My LB1 in this draft, rangy, big, powerful, is a good off-ball middle linebacker. We've been talking about Jalen Walker and how he's not like Jihad has his misses. He definitely has things to tone in, but he's a smart player already. He's a hell of a tackler. He can rush. People were, picking out rushes where he got absolutely shellacked. You could do that with most pass rushers if you want. He's not an ideal pass rusher, but he was recruited as a pass rusher, and he's still got that in his system. Vic is going to have a field day with this guy. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Chat is saying the Eagles originally were trying to go up with the Chargers at 22 to get Shahad there. So they wanted him.
Happy accident. Well, I heard they were going to trade up, but I heard they were going to trade up for Nolan if he was there.
I'm sure. Well, I had heard it was a couple guys they were targeting. Nolan was one of them. I didn't know who the other ones were. So I have to assume Jihad.
Yeah, apparently so. If they were willing to go up all the way to the Chargers pick. He's worth it, folks. Talent-wise and ceiling-wise, he's already a great football player. The reason he didn't go in like the top 15, the reason he didn't go to the Colts is because he had 2 shoulder injuries flagged and a knee injury flagged. Now, Philadelphia obviously knows all that, and they've looked it over. They checked him at the combine. I don't know if he had a 30 visit with them. I don't normally track that stuff, but it would be likely for a recheck or combine medical recheck. Either way, they are comfy with where he's at physically because they just not only took him in the first round, but traded up to do so, even if it's a 5th round pick. They are gambling that they're getting a player that is going to stay on the field. And if he does, dude's an absolute beast.
Yeah.
Like he is a baller. This is not a project. He can get better, but he is not a project. He's a baller right now.
Boy, that's a hell of a pick. And the meme is always like, how he did it again. But like, nah, he did. Yeah.
For sure.
Ryan for $20. Thanks for the wonderful evening, boys. Thoughts on where Sanders goes? Also, Rap Sheet just said Eagles wanted Campbell bad enough they were calling all the way up the board to the Chargers and several teams after. So they've been trying for
they've been ringing the bell
an hour.
And the Chiefs were like, well, we're here. We'll take a 5th if you want it. But God, if you're ringing the bell that much and he hasn't gone and you're 1 pick away, I don't know. Maybe Brett Veach called him up
hold your water.
I'm just, it's a 5th for Campbell. If Jihad Campbell works out,
hold on,
and I think he will, nobody's going to care about a 5th.
NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons. Ohio State.
The most down the barrel pick of the entire first round. We've been joking about this for 3 weeks. This was happening 100%. And the reason that Josh Simmons will go to the Chiefs and play super duper well, because he is insanely talented, easily the best left tackle on tape in this draft. And I don't have any reservation saying that.
He is.
He's easily the best left tackle in this draft. The reason he falls to the Chiefs and the Chiefs take him is because Josh Simmons has character questions. It could be maturity questions. We're not talking about
Crime.
illegality.
Yeah.
We're talking about a lot of people in his college program were willing to say not great things about him, which is rare. I mean, occasionally people will say, he's not the hardest worker, but typically college programs pump their guys up and they say, no, he's the best guy. He's the hardest worker. Like, it's hard to get negative stuff out of college programs, typically about players. There was a wide range of people willing to say negative things about Josh Simmons, which is certainly a flag. The Chiefs have the highest tolerance for that in the league. They don't care if you can play. They've demonstrated it over and over and over.
Well,
and
they
over
don't
again.
care, if you can play.
Not
they don't care if you can
things
play.
are linked together.
Yeah.
You got to be a baller. You don't get to go mess up and be a scrub. That's not how it works. But Josh Simmons is anything but a scrub. And it fills a huge need for them. He is going to start at left tackle for them. If his knee is healthy, he's starting at left tackle now and for the foreseeable future. And Pat Mahomes is going to thank his lucky stars that they are that way every day, because he is going to have an excellent blindside protector. And I don't know that, I mean, obviously not, but I was going to say, I don't know that another team in the league could have, would have, should have done that, because they just don't have the same tolerance for that. And the Chiefs do. And that's why we pinned these two together 3 weeks ago and have basically just been laughing about it, because if he was there, he's going to be a Chief. Like, that was going to happen.
To finish answering your question, Ryan, thoughts on where Sanders goes? The Browns are on the clock right now at 33. If he's not going to the Browns at 33, now we got serious questions, right? If the Browns take Milroe over him at 33, now we got real questions, because where else is he going to go? Right? Because if we're looking at the round 2 order, it's Browns, Texans. He's not going to the Texans, not going to the Titans. Then it's the Browns again. Maybe the Raiders at 37. Maybe, but like they just signed Geno for an extension.
He'd be sitting behind Geno. It wouldn't be a competition.
Multiple years, which Shador's not going to sit for multiple years. Like, I don't know if
he's not going to the Patriots. He's not going to the Bears. He might go.
Saints at 40.
Saints at 40. Like, that's the first time that I would see a flicker if it's not Browns. Like, if it's not right off the jump, or somebody doesn't trade up. But again, you can hear in what we're saying, there might not be a lot of fire to trade up. There might not be a lot of reason. If people are looking at the board the exact same way, and they are, and with even more tools than we have, they're going, I don't have to do anything before like 40 at the earliest if they know the Browns aren't going to take him, or they just wait it out, right?
Yeah.
They go through the first pick and they don't take him and nobody trades up. It's going to be a cool, and I mean cool as in cooled off, start to the second round. And Sanders is he's going to chill, but if I was him, I'd start to get real jumpy. If I went past 40 and Saints didn't call, now
we got issues.
Now we're sitting for a little bit, and it'll be sometime probably in the second or third, because look, the league needs quarterbacks, and Shador can play quarterback. That is for sure. So it's just right? Who doesn't have a starter, who's got an open chair, who's willing to spend a pick on him. And again, if it doesn't happen right at the top, which is 33 or 40, going to be an interesting day too as to where he shows up. But thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it.
Last super chat of the evening, and I apologize to everybody who we didn't get to the super chats during the stream, because if we try to do all the super chats during the stream while picks are coming in, we're trying to give them out. It's like we've tried it before.
It's a bad idea.
It was real messy.
We did real well till like year 3.
Yeah.
And then year 3, we got like 35,000 comments over 3 days. We were like, we're going to have to change how we do this.
So last super chat of the evening, and again, I apologize if we did not get to yours during the stream. Kyle Ronald for $35. What prospects do you think teams would trade up for in the next couple picks, and which teams do you think would trade up for them, particularly at 35? Donovan Ezeraku for me, top of the list. I think JT Tuimoloau. Somebody will trade up for him. Receiver, maybe Jaden Higgins. right? Because
Yeah,
you're trying to.
Henderson, if there are multiple teams and they don't, because I would be surprised if Henderson makes it past 39 and the Bears, like that is his floor, I think.
Yeah, and I think you're trying to jump up there to beat the Bears to him. Honestly,
Right.
you're trying to jump up there to beat the Browns to him, because if the Browns are thinking quarterback at 33, let's just pretend they're taking Shador at 33.
Yeah.
They're probably going to take Travion at 36. So you got to go up to the Titans or Texans at 34, 35.
Yeah. So there's another play you trade up for. I don't think anybody's going to trade up for Trey Amos, but he's going to be one of the first corners off the board, if not the first corner off the board tomorrow.
Savone Revel. Oh my God, is there a more Pete Carroll corner than Savone Revel?
Not really. Not if he's healthy, and they have a need too. I would say almost a dire need. I was going to look at safety real quick. I think we're going to get a little.
Eamon Worry.
Well, I mean, we're going to get 4 guys that are going to go off the board tomorrow. I don't know if people are going to trade up for them, but Winston, Watts, Makuba, and Eamon Worry are all going to go before the end of day 2, certainly. Probably before the middle of round 3.
Kyle for $5 says, guys, I wouldn't watch anyone else do your great work, and my Panthers took a BPA with a smoke screen to hide it. Good first round. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow as well, Kyle. Again, half hour before the first team is on the clock, so half hour before the Browns are on the clock, we go live. So, if you got any questions you want to ask, be there right at the start of the stream, because we'll be getting through a couple right before then. We'll probably, talk a little bit like favorite picks from round 1 once we have a time to digest it. I'm going to go do Charger stuff now. EJ's going to go do Bears stuff now.
Yep. Do a quick reaction to Colston Loveland, the newest Bear. So we'll get that out on the Bear Era channel here as fast as we can. But thanks for everybody. We're still holding 4,000 people after the end of the first round. Y'all are amazing. We love doing this. We love that you love hanging out with us while we do it. Dream come true. Really do appreciate it.
We'll see you guys back here tomorrow night.